One.
Let's go.
This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
AJ, you never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it!
What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston
Shut the fuck up!
Hello, beautiful people. It is Aaron Rodgers, Tuesday, November 1st, 2022. Rabbit, this show begins right about now.
Football
is here in Paffle, has wrapped up its Week 8 lineup and schedule with a riveting primetime matchup in Ohio just last night on ESPN and ESPN2 with the Manning brothers.
Yeah.
Good show last night. Learned a lot about Boomer Esiason, the hardest working man in sports. And obviously the second half of that game was tough for a lot of people to stay awake through. And maybe even the fourth quarter where the Cincinnati Bengals actually scored a couple touchdowns to make the score look a little bit closer than maybe what the game felt like for its entirety. The Cleveland football team at home on the Elf win 32-13 against the Super Bowl traveling Cincinnati Bengals squad. Now, the thing about the Cincinnati team last year was the reason why they weren't going to win a Super Bowl is because their offensive line wasn't good enough. Joey Burrow, who's an absolute stud, had found his number one weapon in Jamar Chase. But for whatever reason, in the playoffs, he got sacked like 7 times, 8 times, and like 9 times. Like consecutively. That's a lot of times being sacked in the NFL, especially in the playoffs whenever you're going to try to win Lambeau and win the biggest title of them all. So everybody thought in the offseason they're going to take care of the offensive line. They're going to be back. They're going to be great. So then the season starts out. Offensive line was not figured out. 3 new pieces, same old shit. Him getting tackled and blown up and sacked and killed and murdered. There was a time where he was like sacked 24 times in the last 4 games at one point. It was wild. They had to figure it out for a little bit. Last night going against that Myles Garrett-led Cleveland football team's defensive line, how were they going to fare? Didn't seem to do that well. You know, Joe Burrow was taking some hits. There were some mistakes made. And the Cleveland team that has a running back by the name of Chubb are tough to stop. Now, whenever Deshaun Watson gets back onto that team, or whenever he gets to join that team for the first time, as opposed to Jacoby Brissett, who just got a massive win, congrats to Jacoby.
Congrats, Jacoby. Honorable.
You know, are they going to play like that in all 3 phases? Is that the team that we're going to see? I mean, they have a kicker in Cade York who had won from 55 last night that would have been good from like 80 yards if they had to. The defense has the ability to affect games, make big plays against a really good quarterback who was without his number one weapon, so it should be talked about. But I thought the Cleveland Browns team looked good, and I thought the game was a little bit of a snoozer, which seems to be the trend of all the primetime games of the Paffle. Will that change this upcoming Thursday as a team from Philadelphia will play against a team from Houston in football and also in the World Series same exact night? We'll be excited to see how that pans out for the Paffle. Let's talk to the Toxic Table at Ty Schmidt. We're talking Aaron Rodgers today, obviously, every single Tuesday of the season. That should be fantastic. But it feels like the year is weird for everybody. Maybe nobody should panic because of how much fucking kind of weird stuff is happening everywhere in the NFL. Does this season just feel like maybe that's the year it's going to be? Because that's why the primetime games are done, because the games are being forecasted to be good, kind of aren't. And the games that maybe we don't expect to be good all of a sudden come out of nowhere and great. It's been a weird year for the NFL as a whole, and that continued last night. Do you think that makes you feel a little bit better about the Green Bay Packers start?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I mean, because it is cliche to just say, you know, like, hey, any given Sunday, any team can win. But we've seen this year, like, that actually is the case. I mean, and the NFC isn't the AFC. So I think that's the big thing. Like, we mentioned it yesterday. Like, are the Packers going to win the division? Probably not, because the Vikings have such a comfortable lead right now. I don't think it'll be panic time. If they lose on Sunday to the Lions, I think that's when you'll see people really starting to panic.
Let's not put that.
Manifest that.
And I get that, but yeah. Exactly. But the big thing is today's the trade deadline. Like, they need to go get someone today, and I don't know if they will. You know, now you got all this stuff coming out about how no one in the defensive room trusts the defensive coordinator.
Bob Domofsky reporting that anonymous sources from the defensive side of the ball do not trust the scheme or the coordinator or the plays that are being called.
Right.
Not great going into Week 9, halfway through the season. That was via ESPN.com article. Bob Domofsky has reported that there's a declining confidence in the defensive scheme and what's being called, and it's led to overall frustration with the defense. Another source confirmed that sentiment. So that's not good midway through the season. This is vastly different for the Packers than what's normally happening. A lot of time left, a lot of time to figure it out. Just like for the New England Patriots, who steal a win against the Jets. You feel good about the Patriots this year or no?
Yeah, I feel very good, especially in the American PAFL Conference. It feels like those teams that are kind of floating around 7 to 10 are all right next to each other. The Chargers are there right now at 4-3, and then the Patriots right below them with the Bengals. So
we're using a lot of names right now.
I do feel good.
We got lost in a conversation. We're talking. I said a bunch of names too. I actually said, "Do you feel good about the New England football team?"
Yes.
But I didn't say New England football team. I said the other team. It's crazy. I said the team name. It's crazy what is happening in the NFL this year. I'm enjoying it as a fan, but it's been tough to watch. Last night, AFC North battle.
Yeah.
Tone Diggs, Pittsburgh Steelers fan, one half a hammer.
Dahn.
Cowboys. When you're watching that, you know the Ravens are just running away with this thing, or you have no clue what the rest of the season looks
I mean, I don't know if they're good either.
I mean,
Are they?
To be fair, the parody in the league is just ridiculous right now.
No, that's Parity, spelled I-T-Y, P-A-R-I-T-Y. What you're talking about is parody, which is how Antonio Brown pronounces parody, O-D-Y.
Oh.
P-A-R-O-D-Y.
Okay, that is actually news to me. I knew I was pronouncing it wrong, but I thought those were the same word.
Maybe they were, but I think what you're talking about is not the equality of a league right now, or the competition being battled, tested across the entire NFL. I don't know. You're talking about comedy laugh, parody?
Yeah. I thought that was like parody in the NFL.
So hold on. So this started as you just want to reference Antonio Brown calling parody parody.
Yes.
So,
But now you just spelled a different word that ends in ITY, and I don't know what that one means.
yeah, but I don't know if I spelled it right. But I do know it's
You
two
did.
different.
Two different
Yeah.
ones.
I did.
Yeah.
You were right.
One's,
Okay.
one's parody law, and one is parody in sports. Or
See that? Yeah. See, those are the same word what he just said.
Parody is satire-like. It's kind of like
Sure.
similar. Parody is like competitive balance.
Those are the same word. So it feels like Antonio Brown's right.
Well, yeah, they're certainly
pronounced
the same.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
we can dive into this whole thing
Yeah.
in the English language. Why do you park
Yeah.
on a driveway
Exactly.
and drive
On a
parkway?
That's gold, Jerry. Gold.
Yeah, the English language is a stupid one. But anyways, I'm happy to learn that you just learned something today, and the parody is very real, it feels like.
But in a game like last night, if it's two AFC North Division opponents, I always root for the team that has the worst record, so that
Steelers can still have a chance.
no. I just want everyone to be miserable.
Hell yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I kind of feels like the PAFL. It's kind of like how college football's been the last few years, where it's only like, oh, you're only like, hey, Bama could win, Georgia could win, maybe Clemson could win, and that's kind of how we feel like with the NFL right now. Like the Chiefs could win, the Bills could win, the Eagles could win. Maybe there's a team that sneaks in there.
Niners might be able to win.
Yeah, that'll get
Vikings.
Vikings seem to have a little bit of a dance. The Minnesota football team has a chance, I guess. But whenever you, like, Philadelphia's a fucking wagon.
Yes.
We're going into week 9, long season. Joining us now, a man who is a part of a lot of long seasons. Do you think the teams are who we think they are right now, or is there a lot to be had? Former Super Bowl winning coach and player, AQ Shipley.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what we thought.
Nobody clapped.
Nobody clapped.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
Please clap.
He's been kind of an asshole this morning.
Please clap.
Okay.
I think you've had a great morning.
I feel like I've been on it.
I think you have.
Some
Been on it.
situations.
But
you
we're
could
going
do
into
that.
week 9. Do you think like this is too early to rule a team out, or like we could have probably done some stats and analytics on this, on how many teams were below 500 at this point, or multiple games below 500 who have come back and made it to the playoffs, or who have made it a run at this whole thing. We could have done that. We apologize that it just came up in conversation live right here while we're here. But do you think you know a team at this point, or do you think there's room for a lot of change still?
No, I think you have a pretty good feel for what teams are, but I do think with where the league is right now, with so many teams,
The PAFL you're talking
the PAFL, exactly.
Yeah.
Right around 500, teams can definitely still climb out of that hole. I think in years past, the 3 and 5s had no fucking chance, 0. But now we move forward, and I still think, like you said, the Packers have a chance. I still think in a weak division, Tom Brady's team could have a chance, right? Like, there's still some teams that can climb out of this hole, but I do think the clear-cut favorites are where they are.
Oh, and they're going to be at the end, you think?
100%. They're going to be in that final realm in the playoffs, moving on to the second round, fighting for this thing.
Well, it feels like everybody feels that way that has a rather large brain about football, probably get pretty good odds on just betting on all these teams that we know are going to be to win.
Maybe.
I mean, that seems like a pretty good little bet we could probably put in there right now.
There was a stat, too, because you talked about before how teams like who are going to be in the end start hot and finish hot.
Yeah, Lombardi told us that.
Yeah. In the last two Super Bowl champions were 2-6 combined, the Rams and the Bucs, in November. So this month it feels like there might be some shake up in those bottom tier teams. And then also, like, you look at the Niners last year. The Niners lost to the Colts in the rain in San Fran, and then their season's damn near over, it feels like. And then they close out like 9-1 or 8-2, and then they end up going to the NFC Championship.
And we could talk about the team that he was on down there in Tampa.
Yeah.
It was Tom's first year there. Whenever they go on to win the Super Bowl, it wasn't until like a Week 11 bye week, and then Atlanta was the next week, I think, or Atlanta was the week before or a week after, where you started like instituting more of what like I think everybody thought Tom Brady's offense would look like if they were going to have success. A lot more run game, I think, a lot more play action, a lot more. It felt like Tom Brady was in control because it took for the bye week for them to really be able to sit down and kind of recalibrate how it would work with Bruce Arians' offense and Tom Brady's 20 years of offense coming in at the same time. You were in the building. Did it feel like that was the case? And that might be a team that we look at and be like, they had a roster, though. We knew they had a roster. They had stars. The defense was playing good. But that's a team that definitely made a massive change into being maybe wild card weekend into a fucking, this team's going to win the Super Bowl right now.
Yeah, I mean, we were 7-5 and we reeled off 8 straight. It was unbelievable to watch, and it was a team that looked like we had no chance, zero chance, right? And then we come out and whatever, right at the first game after the bye, and looked like a completely different team. We start hammering the run game more. Leonard Fournette starts to
Playoff Lenny.
There it is.
Then Lombardi Lenny.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but so I mean, there's so many teams that can do that, but they gotta go. They gotta go now. Like now's the time to go.
Yeah, I think so. Not because it's going to catch up to you, I think, at some point. But there's a couple. What are you going to say?
Well, I was
Josh?
just gonna say, like, but with that team though, like, don't you think this Bucks team is much different? Like, it looks like they just don't care. They don't give any effort. Like that team didn't look like
Warren
that.
Sapp was.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Warren Sapp cut a promo.
Big time.
Justified.
Well, yeah, I think we've seen it on a couple film things
Yeah,
where
it's been floating around a little
and I
bit.
think Chuck Pagano even said, like, hey, this dude's not a guy you want to play. Like, this dude is not a guy you ever
Said
want to see.
getting blown 15 yards off the ball and
Yeah,
stuff
Herb
they-
Street said the same thing. Herbie was like, as he was looking at it, he was like, Devin White, I remember him at LSU or whatever. Was it LSU?
Yeah.
FSU. Yeah. He said, I remember him at LSU. You did not want to be on the same field as this guy. Now it looks like he's just not playing it. So maybe tonight he'll change or whatever. And I hope he did. But Warren Sapp was loud too about it. I wonder what do you think fucking happened? You know what it is? And I didn't know we were going to talk about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, this man won a Super Bowl with them, so I guess we should talk about them every time you're here. I apologize for that. But if Tom Brady misses 11 days in training camp, and then there's other stuff happening, and we've mentioned it a few times and we've talked about it. AQ, I'll be excited to get your take on it. Don't feel like you have to bury anybody because you never do. And then we try not to bury anybody on this particular Paffle show.
Goddamn right.
Well, unless they deserve it.
True.
When we have to. When we have to. I mean, when we have to, we have to.
Well, sometimes, you do speak on the Paffle in a way that shines them in a nice light, but that was before.
No, whoa.
Stern but fair.
You guys were awfully mean to Brett Favre when he was here yesterday.
Okay.
Well, that's the difference.
He deserves
Brett
it.
Favre is trying to kill poor people, so you kind of have to be mean to him.
I guess taking food is a way of killing somebody.
you could
Yeah.
get
So,
there.
I mean, you could.
You could get there.
The way I was killing people because Aaron was coming on.
Right, a little
Or
different.
I guess you
Yes,
could.
true.
I guess you could reach to that whole thing, but all that is alleged.
Actually,
we
it's
shall see what Brett has to say on the other side of that.
He won't remember.
Even though he was dressed up yesterday, but when Tom Brady misses 11 days, he has earned that right to do it. I think everybody thinks that. Everybody assumes that. Everybody knows that. It's fucking Tom Brady. Tom Brady wants to miss 11 days. He can miss 11 days. But on the other side, we're still going to have Tom Brady as our fucking quarterback. So we are willing to do this, right? We're willing to put up with it. Somebody else asked for 11 days off in the middle of training camp. Not going to be granted. Tom Brady, greatest player of all time, going through some stuff. And we assume that some people in the Buccaneers organization know what we all know now at the time was potentially happening. So I think the Buccaneers felt obligated to do this for Tom Brady because what Tom Brady has done for them, and Tom Brady asked for it, so Tom Brady's going to get it. So I don't think anybody else could do it or would feel like they could do it, but Tom had to do it. And the Bucs said, you got it because of what he's done for the Bucs, and also we still have Tom Brady at quarterback. We'll fucking do whatever we need to do to have Tom Brady be our quarterback.
Yeah.
So whenever the locker room sees that, the bottom half, I think, of the roster, bottom 3/4 of the roster, who are still living and dying, thinking they could get cut every single week, just trying to stack up good plays, trying to get good money so they can feed live off of it with their family, hopefully for however long they can do it. They're not going to change anything. But that little area of made men, players that have had success, have been paid money, their legacy's good. Legacy's good. If they were to not play football anymore, legacy would be good. Whenever they see stuff like Tom miss 11 days and then Tom miss a practice and then Tom potentially do this and Todd Bowles do that, it's natural, I think, and I'm not saying this is what's going on with Devin White. Maybe he would fit said category that I just talked about. I'm not speaking for him. I do not speak to him, so that's not. But maybe you also see it and you're like, what the fuck's going on? How would I get this same treatment if I was like that type of stuff can trickle in, I think, and it can affect how people view day to day. And that might be what's going on in Tampa and making us all go, that does not look like the team that we think this team could look like. Now, AQ, you have a lot of friends down there. Okay, I know a lot of people down there. Don't feel obligated to speak on this, but that is something that could potentially happen, right? I mean, that is certainly something that could happen with humans happening.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, it's one of those situations where you don't, even if you're not saying it out loud, it's gonna be in the back of your mind. It's gonna creep there. It's gonna be like,
that guy can do that. So that means I could definitely do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think with that being said, I think also they've had some injuries. I think they had some guys who were leaders in that group leave, Sue, Pierre, Paul, guys that, hold other people accountable. And you hope that the rest of the guys are able to do that. And that's one of the situations where even if it is creeping there, you hope the other groups are holding their rooms accountable and reeling everybody in. But it's still a tough situation.
You hope so. It's tough. I mean, it's just – and Tom has earned this. Yeah. Tom is able to do this, and Tom had to do this. So I'm not saying, like, Tom's to blame for this either. Like, hey, this is that's a tough situation to go through. And if Tom wants to play football – there's going to be a team in the NFL that's going to want Tom Brady to be their quarterback, and Tampa has his rights. Tampa's going to want Tom to be their quarterback as well. So anything he has to do, they're going to do to get there. But I think there is some lingering effects that potentially happen whenever that type of stuff starts taking place.
Now, you've talked about the voting for this and how it goes, and Warren Sapp referenced the C on his chest a lot yesterday. Does that mean anything in the NFL? Does the C on the chest mean anything?
I think depending upon where you're at. There's definitely rigged voting things that happen around the NFL. We've all probably seen it, heard a story or two about it. But I think there's some places where the culture is very real, and it's pretty well defined on who the captains are. So I think that's a situations or situational type thing.
I'd agree 100%. Yeah, I mean, I think one of those...
You've been on a lot of teams, a lot of programs. There's a lot of teams that are trying to make a guy to be the captain.
Well, yeah, especially if you have a young quarterback, right? Like you're gonna force him to be a captain, whether or not you look at him like that or whether or not
he's naturally that.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you feel about that, by the way? Because I think quarterback is a position where you have to be a leader, but there are some quarterbacks that are not the or cliche movie quarterback motivating type guys. Yeah. Like there's guys that just aren't good leaders that are quarterbacks. They are incredible players. They can play the position well, but they don't have the natural, innate, like open leadership quality that I think everybody would expect. Do you think you need that? And I don't think so either.
Yeah, I mean,
because you got good offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, I'll mention two guys specifically, Larry Fitzgerald and Paul Posluszny. I played with both those guys. They were captains everywhere they ever been, two of the greatest players ever.
Posluszny's neck.
Oh, my God.
It's this big, wasn't it? It was fucking this big.
Huge, but neither of them would say a word. They did not say words, but man, you watch the way they work. You watch the way they came to practice. You watch them take care of their bodies, in early, out late, doing all the right things, and you're like, oh, that's a professional. That's the guy I want to follow.
Yeah, I think that's the style of leadership. I think there's a lot of different styles of leadership, but I think there are times where the organizations or programs are trying to get one person to be thought of by his teammates as a vote. So they'll have the vote. And then it'll be like, oh, everybody's seeing what we're seeing. Yeah, we thought, put it up there. And then there's, in the cafeteria, there's conversations like, okay, listen, we all love everybody here. Nobody voted for that guy.
No chance.
Right? Nobody? Okay. I didn't think so.
Now we know.
But so we know this is not a democracy. Okay, we know that. So we will participate. But also, that seems like a bunch of bullshit to me. But I think other situations, it's very real. Like I think coaches in the front office like kind of take it in and they're like, yes, this is exactly how this whole thing goes. But it's all trying to motivate. You know, you're all trying to motivate the team to buy in however you can in the voting for the captain process or the giving out of the captain process. That's just like, I think, another recognition to the players about how much appreciation it has. And like, it's just everybody's trying to get everybody to fucking buy in at the end of the day. That's literally
and it's all
all it
about
is.
justifying too, right?
Yeah,
A lot of times it's about justifying. Hey, we drafted this guy early. We need him to be a leader. Even though he's not like the biggest leader, we're going to put a C on his chest. Bam, we did it.
Boom,
We
he's
got
walking
him.
out. He's not.
Captain.
It doesn't even say heads or tails. He doesn't really like doing that type of thing, talking out there.
Right.
So we don't have to have him fucking stand away from the ref then. What are we even talking about?
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. I'm one of the guys that absolutely hates. I mean, NFL Films puts all those, the pregame speeches, right?
Don't say what you're about to say.
Paffel films.
Paffel.
Yeah.
Paffel Films.
You clown.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Even though we have a
Gotta
deal
get
with them.
corrected.
Technically, yeah.
For now.
Do it.
For now, what do you think they're going to cancel it?
No, not them.
I know. I was actually thinking about that yesterday, and I was like, so much better.
Yeah.
Than that place.
Yeah.
So expensive. So much
Yeah, I was
better
going to
than
say,
that place.
paid
Too
in
late
full.
now.
Paid
yeah.
in full.
Yeah, he can't. I mean,
You think they're coming after us about logos? You think they're gonna let us back out of that deal? No way.
Not a chance.
We'd have to pay more probably.
Yeah.
To not use them.
double it, and then we'll go our separate ways.
Once again, it's awesome to cover your league. We are very, very thankful for it. Yeah, some captains aren't actual captains, so I don't want to break kayfabe here, and it's kind of rude of us to do that. But some of those C's are bullshit, and I assume in a lot of sports, some of the C's are bullshit. And there's politicking that is involved in everything, in every aspect of life, and we just have to understand that as reality and take it as it goes.
Well, and I don't know where Devin White falls in this category, but when the guy next to him is also a captain, like Levante David is the vet of that linebacker room. He's been there when they stunk, and now he's there when they're good. Like, is he the one that you kind of look forward to?
Police in your room's a big deal.
Yeah.
Right? I think
huge deal.
Police in your room's a big deal.
So that'd be kind of on him. And are they trying to force Devin White into the next Levante David of the Bucks?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not in there.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm not in that room either.
Okay.
Okay.
You remember, he would tell that one guy, wouldn't tell us.
Yeah, Rich
Yeah,
Ornberger.
Ornberger.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your
Mike-
Best friend.
Yeah, Mike Florio told me
Uh-huh.
that AQ told Rich Ornberger.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right after
that's how it
practice.
went.
Saving all your best content for fumbled snap.
Son of a bitch.
Wow, the Bobbled Exchange.
We
Fumble
are.
snap.
Great show.
Come
Yeah.
on, Rich. We are.
Hey, why always Penn State? We good?
Tough week.
We're gonna
huh?
come back. Tough week.
No, you guys fucking stink. You'll never win anything.
Hey, it was close.
Hold on. Let's.
It was almost as bad as that Pitt game.
It was close.
Let's start. You're talking about West Virginia? My pick game?
Now I'm talking about Pitt losing to North Carolina by 3 touchdowns. Or
Hey,
whatever it
North
was.
Carolina.
Ah,
Drake
who
May is a guy.
cares?
Drake May is
Yeah,
a guy.
good
Have
ball
you seen
player.
this dude?
No.
I'm not a Pitt fan.
Oh, quarterback for UNC is a guy. He's from Pittsburgh. He's a Duquesne fan.
Yeah, there's
Go
a Pitt
Duke.
fan. There's a Pitt fan back there.
Dukes.
I know there's a
There
Pitt.
isn't it? He was shooting that through you to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, who cares?
Pitt football, that's how a lot of people feel, which is rude because Narduzzi's got like $30 million for somebody to call it a head coach.
It's a pro time.
Right.
They
Pickle.
won the ACC last year. Okay? That's a
did.
big deal.
Love you, Kenny.
Nobody goes to the game.
Kenny's
I mean,
gone. Slobodon's not getting it done.
Who's Slobodan?
Well,
Slobodan Milosevic.
they also lost, is that Slobodan?
Yeah,
Jordan
quarterback
Addison.
at Pitt. Slobodan Milosevic.
Oh, he's from USC or something like
Yep.
that. They got rid of Mark Whipple.
They did get rid of
Yeah.
Whipple.
Whipple ran the offense that was an electrifying offense.
Yeah, and he's having a lot of success at Nebraska, so that's
True.
College football has been fun to dive into this season. This weekend, I guess, is supposed to be a fucking movie. I guess down in Athens is supposed to be
Between the
absurd.
hedges?
Yeah, is that what it is, right?
I believe so, yes.
I can't wait to get down there.
Fucking-
They're saying it's going to be because the rankings officially come out tonight at 7 p.m., I guess, on ESPN. Reese, Herbie, Bear, Pollock.
First ones, right?
Who else?
Is,
I don't know who else is on there. But that show gets talked about in every production meeting because on air, if you've heard me and Dez
Yes.
talk about that show, Dez said it was on Wednesday one time on Live on Game Day. Next production meeting, Dez was reminded, like, that show's on Tuesday. So I immediately heard that, and Dez heard that. I was like, oh, somebody was, like, hey, if we're going to talk about it, let's make sure it's right. So now we talk about it, like, in a very open conversation because it has become a conversation. Those production meetings are awesome. They are. There's a lot of energy in there. Herbie's throwing things out there. Jimmy G's throwing stuff. He's obviously the I don't know what his fucking
not
title
that
is.
Jimmy G though.
Not that Jimmy G.
Oh.
The other Jimmy G. Those meetings are awesome. But anyways, show's on Tuesday.
Okay.
Not on Wednesday.
Good to know.
Show's on Tuesday at 7 o'clock on ESPN. It's a big topic of conversation amongst the show. And it is, I watched it last week, gave me so much information on everything. They literally just, 20 minutes break down everything, all their thoughts. Everybody that studies college football for a living full time, they lay it out. Tonight is the first rankings, so it's a big deal. We don't know if it's going to be 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, Dahn in Georgia, but it should be an electrifying weekend. Now, in the NFL, there is some breaking news.
Whoa.
Holy shit. Cut off the college football story to talk about the PAFL.
Mm-hmm.
It is trade deadline Tuesday, November 1st, 2022. There's 3 hours and 35 minutes left in the trade window for the NFL.
Okay.
And we have a big one. The Detroit Lions are trading T.J. Hockenson to the Minnesota Vikings from Adam Schefter per sources. T.J. Hockenson, obviously tight end out of Iowa, an absolute stallion for the Lions, a great player, a pillar player, a person you'd want to build around from how hardworking he is, his personality, his talent, his ability to get open in a situation in which it seems like will always be doom and gloom. He goes from the gray and blue to the purple and gold. He goes from outhouse to 6-1 penthouse. He is now a member of Kirk Cousins, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, Dalvin Cook's offense with Kevin O'Connell pulling the strings. Congrats to the Vikings and congrats to the Lions for letting all their fans know exactly where we are this season.
Unbelievable. Wow.
That's awesome. I'm
In
very
the division,
happy.
Vikings,
Very happy for him.
in the division,
Our only fucking good player.
What
are we doing?
in the division.
Top 10 pick in the
crazy.
NFL draft. Fuck it, we're sending him
New
in the
deal.
division.
Hey, we want to see. You know what? If we're trading them, we want to see them twice.
Yeah.
So fucking
Just so he
stupid,
can come home
man.
one time.
Twice a year, we want to see this guy. Wow.
I wanted them to pay
weapon.
us.
I think it's a 2nd and 3/4 maybe or something.
Oh, okay. If you're gonna find it, good work.
Great.
Hey, future's bright.
Those are good draft picks. I'm sure they'll be great.
Okay, so let's go to the last 2 drafts for the Detroit Lions.
My God.
And let's go directly to their second picks, which would probably be good.
Yeah.
And their 4th round picks. And let's just see what could potentially, be
Yeah.
coming in return.
That's right.
St. Brown was a 4th round pick. For
There
what
we
it's
go.
worth.
He's a good ball player.
Sun God is.
So you guys find good quality in the force.
What are we doing, though? We're trying to build a team. This is a great young core piece, a very, very, very fucking good tight end that has never caused any problems and has only experienced losing in his entire time there. Stafford, his main quarterback, gets traded out of there, doesn't bitch, doesn't say a word, and now the team sucks last year, sucks this year. Fuck it. We'll send him on his way, even though we are building a promising young team that would have been great with T.J. Hockenson on him.
Yeah.
Should have paid him,
Hell yeah.
and then we could have had an awesome core moving forward with probably a new quarterback next year in this draft because we're going to have a top 3 pick.
Wow.
Nah, fuck it. Send him in the division. He's going to score a touchdown against us every single time we play the Vikings. I
Bravo.
promise you. Take the bet
Good
now.
chance.
Anytime touchdown scorer, T.J. Hockenson against the Lions. It will happen every fucking time.
Sorry about it. Sorry about Fox.
That is
Ah,
absurd.
Suck ass.
Tom Pelissero is confirming the Lions are sending T.J. Hockenson to the Vikings. Sources tell him and Rapp. Okay, so Shefty was told, Ian was told, and Tom were told.
Okay.
Was it a group text? You think they're all in one group
Yeah,
text?
3-man job.
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome if all the insiders are all on a group text, and you all the work you do is just to get into the group text, and then once you get in the group text, you just get the same messages from everybody
Yeah, it's like when you're in insurance and you get residuals.
for the rest of your life. Minnesota sends a 2023 second-round pick and a 2024 third-round pick to Detroit for Hockenson, a 2023 fourth-round pick, and a 2024 conditional fourth-round pick.
That's a good haul.
So they
Hold on.
Detroit sucks.
Hold on. All right. So I literally, as I'm reading that, I'm thinking, no way. Minnesota will send a 2023 second-round pick and a 2024 third-round pick to Detroit. In return, so a second and a third, one next year, 1, 2. In return, they get T.J. Hockenson, a 2023 fourth-round pick, in a 2024 conditional fourth-round pick, probably upon playing time or how everything else goes. Second-round pick, though. Hey,
Fucking
you get a second-round pick.
Second and a third.
big.
That's awesome. I mean, great. Good job, guys.
3 words, right,
fucking
Foxy?
Stupid. Yeah, like literally.
same old
Lions. That's tough.
I mean, that's tough. I mean,
That's tough to sell tickets.
Do you think they
Now, on the flip side, to hell with what they're doing.
I agree.
Okay? And it's going to work out. This is the right decision.
These draft pick trades are unbelievable. Fuck these picks.
Well, that's because, that's how we view it.
Like, in comparison, too, we actually got a good haul to all these other fucking trades that are happening, but still, fuck these picks.
A second rounder is pretty good, I guess.
Yeah. Second to third,
No other teams gave up picks. So.
TJ Hockenson, though, is also this is a game changer. Think about him going to the fucking Vikings now. So the Vikings at the tight end position, they had Big Country there for a while, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kyle Rudolph.
Yep, long time.
He was there for a long time. Did they get somebody after Kyle Rudolph?
They have Irv Smith there now.
Jr.
He was hurt last
Just got
year, I
hurt.
believe.
Yeah.
Just got hurt again?
High ankle, right?
I think so. He was a second-round pick a couple of years ago.
Okay, so here we go. So now you just drop T.J. Hockenson into the mix on top of the Dalvin Cook, Adam Thielen, Justin Jefferson offense, and everything they got cooking with the way they draw plays and the way they draw people open. This is a home run, right? I mean, I feel like this is a home run for the Vikings. And if you win a Super Bowl, who gives a fuck about any of the draft picks? The Vikings are one of those teams that I think the national PAFL fan base is going to have to just buy into the fact that the Vikings are a fucking wagon right now.
Yeah.
They are loaded too with weapons. They have a very good team. Vikings tight end Irv Smith Jr. suffered a high ankle sprain on Sunday versus Cardinals and expected to miss multiple weeks. So Minnesota now lands tight end TJ Hockenson. This is another great example of a team realizing hey, we are in our window right now. Yeah. We can win. This entire NFC, interesting. The entire NFL, a lot of weird shit going on. We have a good team. We have enough weapons. We feel like everybody's bought in. We're also trying to set a tone for a culture for the fan base to know who we're going to be. Hey, it's trade deadline day. We just lost a piece of our offense. We're going to fucking replace that. And when they're both back in 5-6 weeks from now, just wait until you see what we do. This is a home run for the Vikings in my eyes. And Victor the Viking, yet again, gets to come swinging his big fucking hammer all over the internet, doing skull chants in parking lots because the Vikings are going all in, the Vikings are loaded, and the Vikings are a team that are doing everything that we love. They're creative on offense. They're saying, fuck these picks. Let's go win. They're paying people. Fucking A, let's go Vikings.
Yeah, not only is Hockenson supremely athletic and a great receiver, but he's in that Kittle mold. He will absolutely help their run game. He's nasty blocking, loves putting guys down. And this just reiterates Packers got to fucking do something. You can't watch something like that happen with the team.
But two teams in your division are making moves today.
Yeah.
Now it's with each other, and one team got much better than the other one.
Right.
But still, people they're open to business in the NFC North, not the Packers just yet. AQ, your thoughts on TJ Hockenson going to the Vikings and what this means for that Vikings run game that Ty just pointed out, and also that Vikings team as a whole?
I think it's huge for the run game, but most people that understand the play action game, the tight end is key, the over routes, the seam routes. This is a monster get for them. He's going to be able to do all the stuff going back across, cutting the DNs off on the backside, help at the point of attack, and then the play action game's huge. Huge pickup.
He's a good player, right, Foxy?
He's awesome. He's so good. I'm so happy for him. It really is a perfect fit because he is a great pass catcher, but he blocks the hell out of everyone.
He was the 8th overall pick.
Yeah, dude. He's awesome. Just another tight end that we've taken to the top 10.
Shout out Ebron.
Yep.
Whoa.
What are you talking about? That was the other tight end.
Gresham?
Eric.
I think Jermaine was the first round.
First round, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Pitts.
Golly.
Have the Vikings played a primetime game yet?
Yes, they got blown out by the Eagles in Philadelphia. And Kirk threw those 2 picks to Darius Slay.
And turns out the fucking Eagles
are their only loss.
Undefeated, yeah.
They are unbelievable at football.
I mean, how does this happen in the division and nobody else had even thought that Hockenson was on the block? We've been talking about the trade deadline for a week, 2 weeks, and
haven't heard his name one time.
Never came up.
The rumors were there a little bit. I saw a couple things that he might get moved, and he said all the right things during it all. But
is that on Motor City blog?
Yeah.
How come we're not seeing it?
Yeah.
How come I'm not seeing this?
It's the local stuff.
Foxy, hey, don't be greedy with this information.
Yeah. Between the division, though, how often does this happen? Do they have to tie MCDC down to make this happen?
Not
'Cause I assume he didn't
normally.
want to.
I was wondering if he was going to play tight end.
Yeah, true.
He might.
MCDC,
Still might.
yeah.
Maybe that's why they traded him.
Now you
why they did
never root for an injury or anything like that. Good timing though for the Vikings tight end to get an injury because then if it happened next week they probably wouldn't have made this move, right? Maybe I don't know.
I think, yeah. I think this is a perfect time trade deadline window for the Vikings. Who else?
Was McNabb? Was he the last in when he went from Philly to Washington?
sure.
Well, I mean,
Ravens and Steelers, and
it happened this year with the Dolphins and Patriots as well.
Yeah, but I don't think it's like stars.
not normally.
I was
Yeah.
going to say,
Yeah.
not
And
a
not during-
massive piece like that.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
best
so maybe
player.
McNabb, maybe the last like massive name.
Right.
Then Favre.
Yeah.
Just talking football. I swear, there's no jab to come
to the
with that.
Vikings.
Yeah, but he went from the
Yeah,
Jet.
he went
He
to
went
the
to the
Jets
Jets to the
first.
Vikings.
Okay.
In the division, get the fuck out of here. We're sending picks back too.
Well,
and
maybe
6.
Dan Campbell's like, who gives a shit? Because I know I'm probably going to get fired at the end of this year. 'cause,
Hey,
you know,
what if
I
he's
don't think
what if
he
this is like
is.
the opposite of the Calvin Johnson curse?
Sure.
He's like, I actually want you to go like live.
yeah.
Yeah.
I see a lot of myself in you, man.
Go-
Get out of here.
Yeah,
Go do good,
Get out of
man.
town.
that's what they did with Stafford.
Go do good, man.
Yeah.
You can see that.
We appreciate your sacrifice, man. Don't be like me.
Don't get fucking out of Detroit, man.
We'll trade you anywhere.
Go to
man.
Minnesota. You're going to go playoffs this year, man. Win a ring for me, man. Come here.
Is that what happened?
That makes the most
Yes.
sense.
I'm sure this isn't sitting well with MCDC.
Yes, but he would have to be in it, right? Because remember, 2 alphas, you know.
That's right.
Him and Holmes.
Yeah.
He goes, Sheila, don't do this, man.
You think, yeah, what happens? I wish Hard Knocks was there now.
Yeah,
Maybe the Detroit Lions social media team will give us the ins and outs.
Yeah.
pretty good. They'll give us something.
Yeah, hopefully just.
When he was traded, when AQ was traded, Chuck had to address it to the team. Like, I wonder how MCDC's
Chuck
addressing
traded
it.
you?
Yeah, Chuck traded me.
Chuck Pagano?
Chuck Pagano,
Have you guys
Whoa,
talked
what?
ever since?
Hank Grigson. They signed him 4 times, traded him 1 time. It was awesome. AQ got the full gamut
Well, how'd he trade you?
Little roller coaster ride for a couple
because
years.
he played football good. And then they,
What's that about?
You were blocking the big ooses and you couldn't?
I had a good year in 12. Real good year in
you
12.
did, yeah. Remember that Cleveland game he came in?
That was 14.
Oh, fuck.
Came in. We came back.
That was a good. Hey, that was a good year too.
Game too.
Had a good game that game, and then guess what happened the next
Well, he
week?
wasn't dressed the game before. So
No, it
he
was the
wasn't
next
even-
game.
Was you weren't dressed the next?
Yeah, there was the
you weren't
next
dressed
game.
Next game. Yeah, it was awesome. It was like, what the fuck's going on? It feels like there's something going on here. Something going on here. Feels like something's going on here.
Were you playing center or guard?
Center,
Who was-
really good.
Who was playing center?
Good dude. I enjoyed dude. I enjoyed.
Which one?
Oos.
Soteli.
Loved him.
Yeah, and then in 14 it was who? Harrison and Khaled Holmes.
Jonathan Harrison was the guy that I thought maybe if he's not going to play, put him on the punt team.
What are you
I
talking
want him
about?
on the
What are you
punt team.
talking about? Who?
Well, which year are you saying?
I mean, we were at your house. We saw their heads on the dartboard that you have in your garage.
That is an uncomfortable position, but you know, AQ, how many transactions did you have throughout your?
By the end, 20-something.
Damn, like Skip in Detroit.
Think about him being told, what's that?
Like Skipper, the guy from Detroit who they were all happy
Oh,
about.
Skip.
Skip, man.
Yeah, the guard.
Yeah.
Guard Skip.
Same
Is he getting
situation.
traded?
I was gonna say he better be looking over his
We
shoulder
cannot trade Skip.
Well, if MCDC's talking like that to TJ, he's
No.
definitely talking like that.
Uh-huh.
Man, Skip, man.
too. How do you address the team after something like that?
I don't know.
though?
That's like Chuck. Chuck basically said, because he had been playing good.
Mm-hmm.
He'd been playing really good football. And then he just gets traded. And then he wasn't dressing for games before then. So he wasn't dressing. Then he plays good. Then he gets traded out of town. Everybody's like, what the fuck's what's going on? I feel like we got a team that can maybe win a Super Bowl. We had a fucking really good team, and it felt very, very interesting the way it was all going. But Chuck was just like, hey, he had to address the entire thing, and he just moved on to the next day.
Put the blinders on.
Blinders on, yeah, trust the process, that type of speech. But in his words, it was that genre of speech, though, like, hey, you got to have faith. We had a good team. It made no sense. Still doesn't make any sense. But in the NFL, that fucking shit happens. 20 sometimes this
Yeah.
guy's been cut, traded, or
Was it better for you, AQ? Did it work out better for you?
Yeah, it was huge because I went to Baltimore, and the big question early in my career was that I couldn't play guard. I was short. I had short arms, this, that, and the other. I started
yeah.
13 games at guard
what?
that year that I went there, and so from that point forward, if I wasn't a starter, now teams viewed me as a backup swing. I could play both. So it was huge for my career moving forward.
How'd that year end?
In Baltimore,
Yeah.
we
double past New England Patriots, you lost. How did the locker room take the Chuck Pagano speech?
Oh, dare you.
Seriously though, like how was that received? Because if you're on the team, or you just okay, our year's over.
It was after practice. It was
okay.
on the field, so it's like end of day. So that everybody just kind of goes home on it the next morning. Everybody's like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Chuck is saying that because Chuck has to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Everybody else in the building is just like, this business.
One guy said, wrong guy. Wrong guy.
That guy's still coaching in the NFL. Paffel, sorry. Can't call it, but isn't that crazy they're making us do that? Isn't it?
It's unbelievable.
We can say NFL. We can. And we can say the team names. Can't be on a graphic, though.
No. Don't even fucking think about it.
Don't put it on a
Could
graphic.
show you the highlights from last night. It was
Can't pause the highlights, though, because if we pause the highlights, you know what it looks eerily similar to?
Kind of like
Graphic.
a graphic.
Graph.
Photograph.
It kind of looks like a graphic.
Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it?
That's unbelievable.
Isn't it an interesting
So we
question?
can't pause, huh?
I got a question.
No, we can, yeah, but it's just like, that's my counter to them. Like, well, I can play.
I love that move.
I can play film.
Yeah.
If we made the graphic
Well, you love
move,
that.
I love that move.
Yeah, so I can. What if I pause it? Is
Yeah.
that not a graphic? There's a score at the bottom of it. There's players on the field.
Yeah, logos.
And it's like, well, you have footage rights. It's like, okay, so we should start asking ESPN, who we have a relationship with now, if we could start adding things in the middle of the broadcast for a half a second, like people do on Instagram,
Right.
to put as the cover. You know what I mean? Because then we can get the footage from them, and then we can pause it on a graphic that looks like a professional show, which we try to be. It's where we paid millions and millions of dollars to get footage rights and try to do that, try to do the whole thing. So is that what we have to do? Is that the next? We need it for a blip, 1/50th of a second, not even just put it up there real quick. Dirty's graphic, put it up there, a little bit of a spread thing in there for us. Put it in the fourth quarter when the game's about over. Just putting it there at the end because we can get the footage rights. We can get that, and then we just pause it on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
So then we have our own graphic on the screen, and we have to do that through ESPN, even though we have a deal with NFL.
Who is?
Okay,
It's kind of ass backwards.
that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Why would they do that? Why would they even make me think of that type of thing right there? Why? What's the deal? What did we do to the Paffle?
I don't know.
What did you do to the Paffle? Well, I know.
Yeah. Boosh.
Yeah.
Dude.
Handing out concussions.
oh yeah, you were in that Will Smith lawsuit.
Yeah, you're the wedge buster.
What?
Why?
What?
Where am I?
I don't know. I don't know where I'm at.
Don't do that. Don't do that. But it's real. We would just like a good answer from the Paffle. And I believe a conversation is set up this week with the Paffle on how we can fix the whole thing and right the whole thing. I'm assuming there's no ill intent from a large majority of the people that are currently having to hear from me about this and from us about this situation. There's just somebody. There was just one,
There's a turd in the punch bowl somewhere.
Yep. Just
How do we
one-
find them?
Well, that's I
Step him out.
I
step
put
them
some. I mean,
317 wash.
I feel like I ask good questions. I feel like I ask good questions in response that, aren't taught in the schools I think that they all go to. So I feel like I get a pretty good, because I would like to know why. Like, why are you picking this to go against us? Is it another network that has gotten a hold of this person and said, hold on, are they doing blah? Is it the league itself? Is it somebody from within the league because we said something about their team and maybe they don't get along with the owner of the team that I'm really tight with? And did they tell somebody, be like, hey, let's make sure we check everything that's going on? Are they just trying to make our lives worse, trying to make it harder for us to do our job? Who is it? That is a question that I would like to know, because to sniff that out as like a tiny little, like I get what they're saying. If we were to not have a deal with the Paffle at all and weren't paying them $4.5 million,
Yeah.
okay, if we weren't doing that, I would understand why they're like, it feels like you're stealing a lot of our shit, you know what I mean? And we're kind of make up your show. I feel like us doing that wasn't only just for the rights that we're using, the footage that we're using, but it was also like, hey, I hope we can, I hope you guys see that I would like to do business with you guys. So for them to pick out something like that, for me, as somebody, and, got to read the resume in the moment because we're talking about the league that is currently trying to do what they're trying to do right now in this entire conversation. I mean, I was like Walter Payton Man of the Year for Indianapolis. I was a Salute to Service Award finalist. I'm a nominee for their fucking Hall of Fame. Played 8 years and have one of the shows that is pretty large that covers basically just their
It's an advertisement.
Year round.
So I don't understand at all why this is something that they would want to do. So to your question on who it is, I'm trying to. This is not like oh, who's trying to fuck me over there? Like that is
Legitimate question.
that is a real thing. Yeah. I don't know if everybody always wants to find out. I do. I like finding out those types of things because I'm like, oh, okay. So I know that you are a person that I should never, ever interact with, do business with, and also look for in the future for any other type of businesses I do. So I'm learning as I go here. We appreciate the Professional American Football League. Of
course.
We love covering the Professional American Football League. We feel like we have brought some things maybe to the league in a benefit, and us doing business with you is just going in a ridiculous way, and that is just so stupid. And if we potentially change some things in how relationships go forward with the digital age, with the National Football League, and how every social media platform, there's $1 billion deal that NBA just did with a streaming platform. I don't know if it's going to be which one, how it's going to go, but that's $1 billion. You look at what Amazon's paying for. Social media is going to be not that far behind. They're saying there's going to be a game. I mean, would anybody be surprised if Elon Musk had a game on Twitter?
Nope.
No. Not at all. Elon Musk, why would he do that? I don't know, because he wants to fucking alpha Bezos. Like, that's just what these bazillionaires want to fucking do to each other. Whatever they want to do, they can do, and they have so much money. But Musk was able to just buy Twitter.
Yeah.
Just fuck it. Yeah, 40-some, fuck it. And then still be top 10 rich human on earth. Like, it is the money. So I think the NFL, the PAFL, is going to have to cross all these bridges at some point with social media, with what is monitored, what's not monitored. We pay for a piece with NFL Films. We can't post it on Twitter, but I've seen 14 other accounts post our shit on their Twitter accounts that, we follow, we appreciate, we like those people. They can put it all up. We cannot put it up. It's just like but I feel like I should have seen this coming whenever we engaged in the conversation to begin with, though. Like, we're the first ones, right? Remember, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
First show, independent show on social that the NFL Films has aligned with in footage. So I probably should have more patience with it all. But I think we're all thinking the same thing. Like, how can you be, and they just have no fucking idea. Some people just have no fucking idea, I think. And that's what we're learning at every single genre of life. You get a peek behind the curtain at pretty high-end places, and you're like, oh, okay, they don't have a fucking clue either. All right. It's actually kind of inspiring and motivating for me. It's been like, all right, if that person can do it, I can fucking go do it. But it is something that we're going to have to work through, I think. It's some positions. Not everybody, by the way, but it's some positions in the NFL.
I mean, maybe you should have seen it coming, but also, like, just to go back to the point, like, we're halfway through the season. So it's just incredibly obtuse to just out of nowhere be like, hey, you can't do this anymore. You just can't do this anymore. Like
obtuse is such a good word to use. We're smart too, lawyers. Hey, you hear that?
It just,
an angle.
You hear that,
it
dude?
just makes no sense.
You said like an angle, yeah. Almost like you had parity and parody.
Exactly.
And parody.
Acute sense of
Listening. Like the angle.
Oh, man.
What's the angle?
What's the angle?
Good movie. We also do movie breakdowns, and we'll start doing more of that if we have to, Paffel. Okay?
That's right.
Especially if these games don't.
Yeah, these primetime games fucking sink. In hockey, it's heating up. We all got teams in the race, too. So
Yeah.
or most of us, rather.
Let's talk about some other stories around the NFL. Let's not go into hockey just yet.
Yeah, you're right. Still on the
Maybe later today.
Sure.
Maybe tomorrow.
Save for tomorrow, Wednesday. That's Hockey Talk. YouTube.com/That's Hockey Talk.
Boom, boom. Oh!
You see what we just did there?
Remember that, AQ?
That's a good plug.
Yeah, AQ, you quit on that show, right?
Good plug.
This guy used to be a host of that show, and
Yeah.
he said, no, I don't want to host
Oh, I
anymore."
gotta eat dinner.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
He does got to eat dinner. He does.
5 of them a day.
I do. I need to eat dinner.
No, you look good.
It's the black.
I love the
Smart.
beard.
I do the
AQ.
same thing.
Yeah, beard looks
The
great.
beard is awesome.
I grew the hair out and
Looks
the beard
good.
because
Yeah.
I took 4 fucking slices out of my head this week when I banged it off a
Jake
Whoa,
Glazer
wall.
do that?
A big, gaping hole on your head to go to what Ty asked, though. Is that Glazer
That's a
from
Jake
Fight
Glazer
Club?
overhand,
No.
right?
No.
Oh, that's from Fight Club.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, AQ's doing this whole number. Oh, I'm growing my beard. I'm growing my hair. Oh,
Look
kind of
just like
dancing
you,
his head
Jay.
around a little bit. And Jake like, oh, yeah.
Hey, Q, you want some? Want some of this? Watch for the right, pal.
I know.
And you just fucking didn't watch for the
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
ate
did.
it.
You should have watched for the right with your eyes instead of the top of your head.
Yep.
Lightning quick, AQ, too slow.
How long were you unconscious?
I don't know, man.
2
Dude, I'm
days.
telling you, it hurt. It bleeds every freaking day. I'm telling you, like every day, like I do something. Oh, there it is. It's bleeding again. Every day.
I think you just.
Is it bleeding again?
They got much darker
Redder?
red, yeah.
Is redder a word?
Sure.
There are plenty of words today.
More
that
red.
Are and aren't words.
Redder is not a word. I just learned. Reader is, though.
Read
Yeah.
it. Spell the same.
Pierogi.
We're good ones.
All right, let's talk about some other stuff that happened around the NFL. The Bears trade Roquan Smith to the Ravens for a second and a fifth. Roquan Smith leading the NFL in tackles.
Oh, yeah.
Did you know that? I did not know that until I watched this morning where they had his entire stat line up on ESPN. Leads the NFL in tackles. He's going to the Baltimore Ravens defense, who I think is a bunch of dogs, right? People said they've been were exposed early. New defense coordinator because Wink Martindale's out of there. They're saying some of the corners maybe couldn't cover anybody. You bring in a guy that's leading the NFL in tackles. That has to be a good thing. Bears fans obviously watching, this trade and Quinn's trade and wondering what the hell we're trying to do on the defense side of the ball, able to put up points. I think they got a vision for the future. I assume old Cuzzy's very happy he got traded, Roquan, because after Quinn got traded, he seemed visibly distraught about it all. Now he goes to Baltimore. Great fit for that defense, I assume. And what do you think Baltimore's thinking with this trade?
That's the type of player they like over there. I mean, he's downhill, he's hard-nosed, he's going to hit people. Mix him with Queen. They got a hell of a linebacking core now.
You played for the Ravens. Harbaugh. Harbaugh, good guy, just likes dogs. Like what type of coach? He's a hard-ass coach or no?
He is. He comes from that Andy Reid tree, so it's beat you up during training camp, build you back up for the year, and I mean it's the culture there is unbelievable. It starts from up top, starts with him, and I mean they got.
Why won't they pay a little more?
Business, isn't that what Ed Reed said? Business.
Well, Ed Reed said that he needs to start treating the games
think
like
about
it's
it.
business. If they're going to treat it like it's business, you need to treat it like it's business too. That's what they're telling you this is. I understand that, but I like them making a move. I like the Ravens making a play. I enjoy any of these teams that utilize this trade deadline and say, I want to make our team better. There's only a few teams at the moment that appear to be on their way. And we'll see those teams make moves today somehow because those teams want to continue to get better and better where everybody else is almost maybe planning for next year or the future or a rebuild or a readjustment period here for the next few weeks during November. So I'm excited the teams are making moves. The Ravens are one of them. Lead the AFC North. They are big-time favorites to win the AFC North. They add another weapon on defensive side.
Is this kind of a sign of the times because now they do have two starting linebackers, and with like last year or a couple years ago, people would have said, I mean, majority of the time you only have one linebacker on the field, and but now people are running more, so we're seeing
cyclical. Say it. The game is cyclical.
The game is cyclical.
Oh, yeah.
The game is cyclical. You talk about whenever the air raid offense hit college ball. And then quarterbacks were starting to transition in the NFL. And then guys started doing it in the NFL. It became like the thing. And then rules started changing for fantasy football, in sports gambling, in statistics and ratings. And there was hits that were eliminated from the game, coverages that were eliminated from the game. It's like, hey, you need to be throwing the ball. And everybody got faster and smaller and quicker. And combine times are faster than they had ever been. You run a 4.6 nowadays, you're fucking slow. 4.6 is slow when everybody's running 4.3s. Back in the day, it was 4.4 was the fucking number that we're looking for. You actually hear Chuck still go, hey, this guy fo-fo. It's like fo-fo is now slow. That is like average time. The game got much faster, much quicker, much more wide open. And then when you would talk to people, they were big meathead football people back in the day, people like Vrabel, people like AQ, people like AJ. They're like, once everybody starts getting small, though, somebody's going to start just beating people up. And it was like, well, how long do you think it's going to be? Because they're changing rules to make these games be wide open and everything. He's like, it normally takes like about a generation or so. And I was like, is that an accurate guess? Is that what is happening in the NFL right now? Because it feels like run schemes are getting more sophisticated. That might be because we're in trenches learning about them every single week. So maybe you should take a little bit of credit for that. But it feels like run games are becoming a much more important part of whether or not you're going to be a team or you're not going to be a team. And has it always been this way, or did it change for a little bit?
No, I think it's always cyclical. Is that the word we're using, right? So it's
it's not just us. We didn't create the fucking word. Webster did, I think.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's the word. So you had, when I came in, it was Jamal Williams, it was Vince Wilfork, it was Casey Hamptons, right? Then they get phased out, and it's J.J. Watt, Aaron Donald, all those guys. And then look who got drafted this past year, Big Jordan Davis, right? Like the big boys are going to start, you're going to see that monster down in Florida. What's he weigh? 405 pounds. You're going to start seeing those guys starting to kind of roll back in because the run games are taking
Because they're going to be able to take advantage of the littler guys.
100%.
It's all about matchups.
Yeah.
See that nickel in the box, and we go after him.
Oh, no.
No way.
Breaking news.
Oh, no.
Paffel?
Association.
Whoa.
Just one day removed from being kicked out of a game in which we saw a photo of him and his eyes were this big from intensity and lashing out. Former 18-year NBA vet head coach of the Nets, Steve Nash, has been fired.
Oh!
Shams Charania on the report here on NFL Trade Deadline Day. Shams Charania is reporting that Nets and head coach Steve Nash have agreed to part ways. Steve Nash, if you do recall, was a part of a conversation that Kevin Durant had with ownership of the Nets. We learned of this conversation because it became very public knowledge that Kevin Durant said, either you fire these motherfuckers, the coach and the GM, or you fire me. Okay, one or the other. And now I'm going to go watch a concert here in Paris with James Harden. Yeah. That is allegedly what happened in the meeting. So now we know potentially Kevin Durant's conversation with the ownership maybe did wrinkle into a little bit of thought process. If it's not going exactly how we want it to go, we will adjust. Steve Nash is fired from the Brooklyn Nets job. I'll be excited to hear his thoughts on it all 10 years from now.
Why did he even come back?
Yeah.
Like they did that whole song and dance, like, oh, Kevin and I buried the hatchet. We put our swords down. Like they clearly, Durant hated him the entire time, and they started 1-4 or 1-5 or whatever they are. Like
I think they won last night against the Pacers.
They did.
Mm-hmm. Pacers are the worst team in basketball, though.
Exactly. So, how do you fire a guy after getting a massive win? It was a massive win. How do you fire the guy?
He beat the Pacers.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
At home.
Come on. That's
Jesus.
a big-time win.
Is KD the coach now, or?
We got Jackie Moon situation.
Here we go. It's genius.
KD got a percentage ownership through that, what's his?
Crypto?
No, Ventures.
3-5 Ventures.
3-5 Ventures.
there it is.
He has a part of the Nets with 3-5 Ventures. He's owner. He just became the 19th, or past 19th, become the 19th highest scorer in NBA history last night against the Pacers. He's a player. Now he's a coach. That's Jackie Moon.
That's right.
Is he the fucking pregame
Announcer?
entertainment and announcer?
Yeah.
If we're going to the Brooklyn Nets games and it's the Kevin Durant show, I am fucking here for it.
Yeah.
Get him on a dry erase board on the sideline.
Is he gonna wrestle a bear?
Do we?
Maybe.
If they need to get fourth place and play in a Mega Bowl, he'll fucking do it. I love Kevin Durant. I'm on Kevin Durant's side all the time. Even though Steve Nash was very cool to me whenever he talked to me up there in Canada.
He was.
And I clearly knew nothing about him. And I told him that. It was a little bit rude of me. I did not know he was going to be there. I thought I was talking to Marshawn Lynch. Steve Nash shows up. Hey, you want to talk to Steve Nash? Definitely want to talk to Steve Nash. I know he is awesome. I know Steve Nash. I know of Steve Nash. I didn't know the finer details of Steve Nash's career going into that conversation. Rude of me. He was awesome. Played in the NBA a long time. In my head, as we were doing the introduction there, I had to remember me saying, you played in the NBA for 18 years? That's what I said to him.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah. As he drank coffee. Damn. Holy shit. No offense, Steve. Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. I felt so bad right in front of his face, but seems like a cool guy. Coaching over there in Brooklyn seemed to have been a nightmare experience. That's why I'm excited to hear what he has to say about it 10 years from now. Coaching through COVID, coaching with Kyrie, going through what Kyrie was going through. Are they giving him back pay for everything that happened with the Supreme Court in New York and their rulings? I doubt it, but what a scene. Another coach was fired today. He was the offense coordinator for the Indianapolis Colts.
Frank got fired?
So Frank's head coach, play caller.
Oh, okay.
Titles are important here. Offense coordinator got fired.
That's on me. That's
Marcus Brady. He has been released from the Indianapolis Colts of his contract. That came through Tom Pelissero's memo on Twitter. He was the offensive coordinator. He was a human that I did not know really existed. So
yeah,
I think that is
what the hell?
That's good news. That's good news, I think, for Colts fans. Somebody got fired that we didn't know. Offense coordinator, thought that was Frank Reich. To Diggs' point, thought Frank Reich was the one that was calling plays, making plays, doing the plays. But obviously Marcus Brady was a part of the strategy, part of the scheme, and he's the reason. That's the reason he got fired, because the Colts offense is looked in there.
Now.
What's that?
They're better now?
Yeah,
for sure.
This is interesting. This is a really interesting thing, because this is clearly like a, hey, Jim, we're going to make some changes. We're still fighting every single day type move, right? That's what Frank and Chris are currently doing with Jim Irsay. If we just had to guess, ownership, Jim Irsay, Chris Ballard, Frank Reich, paying $40 million to a quarterback who is no longer the starter. Andy's hurt.
Yep.
Andy did not do well. Owner also paid linebacker, running back, corner. I mean,
both linemen,
offensive line, have paid everybody. And It seems if the writing's maybe on the wall is what people are saying for Frank and Chris with how things have gone. Made the playoffs a couple years ago. Didn't make the playoffs last year. Looks like not going to make the playoffs this year. Jim Irsay, very public persona, very public person, was out trick-or-treating with grandkids last night.
Oh, that's nice.
What a guy.
Very much on social media. He's in the whole thing. Cut a great promo for Tarek Glenn on Sunday. I wonder if this is Frank and Chris saying to Jim, like, yeah, we're not going to stand for this being the same thing. I don't know why Marcus Brady was the one that got fired. Offensive line coach, potentially maybe a conversation, but how many offensive line coaches are on a staff? 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, typically just one, and then there's an assistant.
So it's tough to fire a position group person? Is that the thing? And is it always going to have to be a coordinator?
It's going to have to be a coordinator because then, the assistant usually isn't ready in their case, right, to take over a full room. And then he's got no one to help him out if you fire a position group guy that only has an assistant. So it's going to be the coordinator.
Oh.
But what if you didn't know a coordinator even, existed? Or the coordinator?
Then it's the perfect fall
Because
guy,
aren't
right?
you firing?
Perfect.
But aren't you firing it for the public perception?
For sure. Perfect fall guy.
But we don't know this guy exists. So, the whole public is just going to
But
be...
the public's going to see the title.
You think?
Yeah.
But in this case, when the
don't know.
head coach is the one calling the plays, isn't everyone saying, well, you're the one calling the plays, so what's this guy doing? You're firing this guy for no reason. It's your fault that the offense sucks.
It almost brings an immediate...
Why the fuck are we firing this guy?
You're right. The offense is a problem.
Yeah.
We should.
You call the plays.
It almost brings that. It doesn't... this doesn't get... But you can't fire Gus Bradley, I guess, first-year defense coordinator.
Right.
I assume Jim Irsay asked Frank Reich to list out his top 5 favorite coaches that he's with, and then he said, okay, every game you lose, I'm going to fire one of them, starting with your number 1
It's
guy.
like a Squid Game.
Marcus Brady, exactly. And Frank was like, please don't think and do that. My life will freaking suck if you do that. Please don't, Jim. And then,
Will you lay off fudging Frank Reich?
Unfortunately, no, if he swore, I would do. I don't want to
he's not gonna
speak
swear,
for
so.
Frank Reich and swear, yeah.
I bet you Frank, good guy, great teammate, backup quarterback, long time. Everybody loved him,
Yeah.
it sounds like. But it is not, for whatever reason, it is a boring brand of football.
So boring.
So boring.
It's
It is
fucking
so
terrible.
boring to watch. I mean, it's tough. And it seems like, I don't know if Marcus Brady is going to change anything or him being gone. But I'll tell you what, if Marcus Brady's negativity was coming into those meetings and that
Good point.
negativity was oozing into the play calls, then I'm happy he's gone.
I heard.
I'm happy he's gone. With that being said, stinks for Marcus Brady to be the guy that's getting fired for this.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you existed. I live in Indianapolis.
I
apologize.
heard it had nothing to do with on the field. Actually, I heard when Frank asked everyone to bow their heads on team meal on Sunday.
Do not. That's
Not
maybe
again,
voice.
Tony.
Not again,
That's
Tone.
maybe voice. And that was sports talk radio around Indianapolis the last time Tone did something he just did.
Yeah.
You know that? Were you here for that?
I remember hearing bits and pieces of it.
I also
Lonnie
heard.
Woods.
I also heard it's a rule that if you're at this point in the season, if you have the 30th, 31st, or 32nd ranked offense in the NFL or PAFL,
Baffle.
you should fire your offense coordinator.
I heard that too.
I mean, realistically, Frank Reich is just a fucking
Bye-bye, Canada.
he's just not a good coach.
Bye-bye.
Like they've had different quarterbacks every year. If he was a good coach, he would be able to bring in a quarterback who's proven and kind of make him learn his system. Like he fucking stinks. He has to be fired. I don't understand why he still has a job. The team is terrible. Seriously,
Guy's got a family.
it makes no sense, and his family's going to be just fine because he's gotten paid a shit ton of money to stink at football.
Whoa.
And that's what they've done for the last 4 years.
Whoa.
And he's picked a different quarterback every year.
What is
and
this
there's
guy's
been better
problem?
quarterbacks available,
Smack
and
you
they
in the
fucking
mouth.
stunk every year. It
Tom-
sucks to live in the city when the Colts lose because everybody's just a pain in the ass.
Indiana, nice.
Nice people, yeah, but they're just like, oh, Frank Reich, oh, Andrew Luck retired, he screwed us. It's fucking 5 years ago. Get over it. Fuck, go win a game.
It wasn't
Jesus
5 years
Christ.
ago. It was less than 5 years ago.
Okay, 3-4 years ago, going into 2018.
That did really change a lot of things, though. What,
Yeah,
9 days before the season, guy retires? I mean, happy, he's happy. Sounds like Andrew Luck is very
Yeah.
happy. Every time he does an interview, it seems like he's in a good spot. Happy for him and his decision. But when you're talking about building the team, it seems like that is always the excuse. Like, hey, is it worthy? Is that a worthy
year.
excuse, you think? Tom Brady allegedly was thinking about coming to Colts. Now, would he have really? Who knows? We go with Philip Rivers instead. Philip Rivers gets us to playoffs.
That's right. Almost beats the Bills.
Phil Rivers retires, goes coach high school football. We try to have him on the Megcast, have no service. Phil Rivers hasn't responded since.
He was pissed.
He was not happy.
Livid.
Then Matt Stafford.
Definitely looking at
Matthew Stafford. We apologize, by the way, Phil.
Yeah, it was just.
What do you? I mean,
it's
Phil,
nobody's fault. You know?
I don't think so either. Just something that happened. We wish we would have talked to
Verizon's
him.
fault.
Then the next year, Matthew Stafford allegedly was looking at real estate in Indy, like on Zillow in Indianapolis, looking at real estate, trying to break down where he was going to move to. Nope. He's going to the Rams. Guess what? Both those motherfuckers go win a Super Bowl with another team. We end up with Carson Wentz. Carson doesn't take us to the playoffs. Carson gets traded. That's all I'm going to say.
Got the future now, though.
That's all I'm going to say about Carson Wentz.
Well, especially
I think
now.
he could have played good football. Now, was it the situation he was in? Is it the situation he's in now? Is it the situation he was in? Who knows? Doesn't need to be said. Then we bring in Matt Ryan. Nobody's going to trade for Matt Ryan because the contract's so big. We were saying that on this show.
Yeah.
Whenever they were talking about maybe trading Matt Ryan last year, I think in the middle of the season, because Artie Smith's team was, or 2 years ago. Whatever the case was, he's being talked about being traded. Our entire take was nobody's going to trade for Matt Ryan. His contract is bananas. Nobody's going to add that to their salary cap for Matt Ryan. Then we did. We traded for Matt Ryan. We picked up that salary.
Navy SEAL.
And I was excited to hear all the reports out of camp where this dude's a fucking guy. Good leader of men. He understands the offense. He's able to do it. Then the first 8 weeks, it's like, well, he doesn't really. The miscommunication's happening between both of them. It's like, okay, so Phillip Rivers played 1 year, retired, so you can't do it anymore. Carson Wentz did not work out as an Indianapolis Colts. Matt Ryan already done as an Indianapolis Colts. It's like $120-some million has been spent over quarterbacks over the last 3 years. At what point you think Jim Irsay goes, I'm sick of paying all these people that you guys think we should pay for?
Yes.
And I think that is where Frank and Chris are like, we'll fire somebody. We got to try to make a move. And I wonder when it all comes to a head. AQ, I wonder when it all
They got to draft somebody, right? Like, we can't just keep getting 38-year-olds and being like, that's the answer. We got it solved.
They gave up picks. Like, they gave up a first-round pick for Carson Wentz. It wasn't even just bringing him in. Like, it was a second that turned into a first. But, they drafted Sam Ellinger. Like,
2 sprained ankles, you remember.
Yeah, 2 sprained ankles. And instead of, missing some games, so he only played less than 70% of the season.
85%.
85. Oh,
it was such a high percent.
Only had to miss 1 game, really.
Yeah.
But instead he doesn't. And now they have absolutely no hope for the future. Because they're
What is your problem?
Because they're going to win
What is
7
your
games.
deal?
They're going to win 7 games. They're going to be 7, 9, and 1. And they're going to be middle of the pack, and they're not going to be high enough to get a good QB.
So what you're hearing here is Connor has had to hang around Colts fans.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what you're hearing.
Just talk about all this bullshit that they're going to be able to do. They're not. They fucking stink. All the players that they paid, unfortunately, at least this year, aren't working out. They haven't paid Jonathan Taylor yet, but go ahead and pay a running back because that works out for every single team who's fucking done it. Makes no sense.
All right. Well, hopefully the Colts figure it out. We have a lot to figure out. Allegedly, the PAFL is already a leak.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
That doesn't count.
American.
That doesn't count.
Ours is just a professional one.
Yeah.
And is that
It's 2 different ones.
okay?
Nothing but shout out to
Yeah,
the Philippine
obviously.
American Football League.
Obviously.
We just have the professional one.
Yeah.
2 separate entities.
You see, theirs goes dan na 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 na. Ours goes dan na 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 na. You see, so they're PAF, easy there, PAF.
Feels like a
We are PAFL.
World Wildlife Foundation situation.
Well, I hope we don't end up on
Yeah, I
the wrong
was
side
going
of
to
that
say, because they actually had to change.
Yeah, they did. They moved the whole thing. And we will change to PAFE if we have to. If
Yeah.
we have to be professional American football entertainment, we will.
Simple.
We will do it. We mean no disrespect and haven't meant any disrespect to the Philippine American Football League.
No.
We didn't know you existed until just moments ago. With that being said, I think we can coexist.
I think so.
I think we can both exist. And if not, please let us know. We will obviously be talking about the PAFE
Yep.
going forward.
I don't think they've had a season since 2019.
Yep, doesn't count.
Unfortunately, I think the pandemic
Killed the PAFL.
potentially.
Well, every
Only
new
to rise
beginning.
again.
Yeah, every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end.
Hell
That's
yeah.
right.
And I don't like that the Philippine American Football League is no more.
Yeah.
I think more American Football League, the better. I think at some point, if the Earth survives long enough, obviously.
Right.
And I'm hearing about a gold asteroid out in space that we're trying to get to that has enough gold to make everybody on Earth a billionaire. If everybody's a billionaire, is anybody a billionaire? Ponder that for a second.
Yeah.
Also,
Don't know
a
if that's
sure
okay.
article. I'm sure they're just going to split that with everybody. Thanks, article.
Well, you could potentially think if there's just one of these floating around, how many are floating around
Yeah, let's
out
get
there?
up there.
Probably several.
And maybe we need to start sending some people splunking.
Yes.
Maybe we need to.
Ooh. There it
AQ,
is.
how about you go to space and fucking take a jackhammer to one of these
what do you
asteroids?
say?
If I become a billionaire, watch out. This is going to be an awesome life.
Yeah, but everybody's going to be a billionaire. AQ.
That's okay.
No, that means nobody's a
No,
billionaire.
yeah, we need to be the first to the asteroid.
That's what I'm saying. You think
We got to
AQ's
get there first?
Yeah.
How we
Call
getting
Matt Ryan. He's got time. He's an astronaut.
Well, that's what his leadership style was discussed.
Right.
Turns out astronauts don't win a lot of football games in the PAFE.
Bummer.
Okay? We need you to get jackhammer up there.
Fucking Favre's already building a rocket in his backyard. Fucking get up there.
He is.
Now, as they're coming back in, whoever the runners are, Favre's taking a football, throwing that rocket.
That's right.
Boom! You know those Brinks trucks? People try to rob the Brinks trucks. Think about what these missiles that are coming back with full things of gold are going to encounter.
You think Favre's calling Montaigne and being like, hey, I heard what you did to that burglar that tried stealing your baby.
Oh, yeah, remember?
Yep.
Threw a football from upstairs to downstairs, hit kidnapper who's trying to kidnap his goddaughter.
Yep.
Granddaughter. Hit kidnapper in face with Duke football.
Yeah. Point.
Oh! Kidnapper throws baby in air. Joe slides
Right
Down
down
the
the banister.
Boop, around a bend.
Yep.
Boop, goes off. Catches
His
baby.
baby.
Unbelievable.
Steps on kidnapper. Call the police.
Yep.
What a hero.
Fucking A. Paisano.
Check the pulse. Actually killed the kidnapper like the last Boy Scout. Boom. The fucking nose bone right into his brain. Killed him.
We should make a movie where it's basically the town, but it's Favre and Montaigne.
Let's get to a break. Let's get to a break.
Favre's not calling Montana. We know what he's doing. He's strapping 4 poor people to a rocket saying, hey, if you come back with 10 buckets of gold, I will give you a Hot Pocket.
I'll maybe think about getting you a couple items off the dollar menu. Maybe.
Maybe. And that's only if I'm a billionaire.
All right. Let's get to let's take 5, huh?
That one got AQ.
AQ, would you like to throw a football here or no?
Hey, what do you say?
You go, Al.
Hey, here we go.
Come on now.
You make one of these 2 balls, we'll give 10 people $500.
Hell yeah.
Here we go.
Stomach cramping up here.
I mean, that was an unbelievable tie in there that Connor did. AQ Shipley, Super Bowl champion, coach and player.
Ooh. Oh.
Wow, thought it was home. Thought it went home. He went to Penn State. He hates Joe DiNardo.
Oh, we are.
Going into hour 2. That's what we are doing. We're going to take 5. AJ Hawk will be here. Can't wait to chat with him. And
Hell yeah.
AQ will be here. And then Jared Allen will join us.
Ooh. Yeah.
He went into the Ring of Honor this weekend, rode a horse onto the field. It was legendary. Aaron Rodgers will be here in about 45 minutes for Aaron Rodgers Tuesday, coming off a loss. What will that conversation be like? Can't wait for it. Excited to hear the thoughts about what the Packers are looking forward to for the rest of the season. Be a friend, tell a friend. Take five.
I haven't been this confident in a Patriots game in 2-3 years.
Oh, no!
Let's keep in mind, we have all watched the Bears on primetime. The Bears just are not a good football team.
Oh, no!
That might be 41-3, 1 extra field goal.
Alternate spread, are you going to change it a little bit after seeing the fog over there?
Yeah, this morning I took him at 13.5. Before the show, I took him at 20.5. And then after the show, I'll take him at 28.5.
Oh, no!
Give me a good night.
You need to relax.
Hey, I'm
Don't
pissed.
lose to the Bears tonight.
He's
Don't
better.
lose to the Bears.
Don't worry.
You hear me?
Don't worry.
You know what I'm going through today? You better not fucking lose to the Bears.
been-
Your team's fucking dead. You guys lose to the Chicago Bears on Monday Night Football?
Wow.
Oh, no! Your thoughts, Connor?
You know, it is what it is. Football is football. None of my bets hit, and because of that, I will not be able to gamble at FanDuel or anywhere for the rest of my life, I don't think, because of those losses. However, you know, it's a humbling experience. I'm very glad that we're getting this game out of the way.
Dear Coach Freeman, I hoped I would have left to send you another one of these letters, but here we are. I'd say I hope this finds you well, but to be honest, at this point, I don't give a shit. I've been sitting here in my coach's office for the last 48 hours, haven't moved since Saturday. because I'm just sick to my stomach at the effort that those boys displayed. You getting beat by Stanford at home? At home against Stanford? Jesus Christ, you made that McKee kid look like Jim Plunkett. Stanford stinks, we all know it. You were supposed to beat the hell out of them. And now you got UNLV next week. And then Syracuse and Clemson. Shit, we might lose our next 3 games. Now listen, okay? I'll be honest. I mean, it's tough for me to even write this letter because, like I said, I don't care anymore. The season's over. We're dead. At the University of Notre Dame, we care about national championships. And I hear, you're going to have to be getting your fans riled up saying, go and get your tickets to the Meineke Car Care Bowl. How the hell is anybody supposed to care about that? You've done some good things while head coach of Notre Dame. You converted to Catholicism, which I love, okay? I really do. Getting closer to our Lord and Savior is one of the staples of being a great head football coach at the University of Notre Dame. But you know what else I'd like you to convert? Maybe some goddamn third downs. 3 of 12 last week. I'm at a loss of words, Marcus. I really am. I want to be in your corner. I want to tell you how much I love what you've been doing and what the boys have been doing. But let's be honest. You guys fucking stink. I thought we were going to be, celebrating around Touchdown Jesus all year long on our way to another national title run. But instead, we're getting beat at home by Stanford. You know how many fucking recruits were probably losing to them too? All those smart kids who were good athletes and wanted to come play at Notre Dame, but you can't win a goddamn game against them. So they're saying, no, I'd much rather go to Palo Alto. Nice weather, beautiful campus. To maybe work with Zuckerberg or, one of those big tech companies. You can't do that with Notre Dame. So let me be very clear, pal. Get your shit together now. Or it might be time to find a different profession. Because at Notre Dame, we don't put up with bullshit like this. Good luck against UNLV. Maybe just stay out in the desert if you lose that one. With love, Coach Lou Holtz.
Hey,
What?
let's go.
This show fucking stinks. And the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
AJ, never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it! What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston College.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to our humble abode here at the Fandle Thunderdome on Aaron Rodgers, Tuesday, November 1st. Rabbit, Hour 2 starts now. Football is happening, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Football is happening at all times of the day because today is trade deadline day. There is officially 2 hours and 41 minutes left until a trade can no longer happen in the NFL. TJ Hockenson was traded today. He was traded from the Lions to the Vikings in the division for a couple picks being swapped each way, basically a second rounder being the outcome that the Detroit Lions wanted back in losing their best weapon to a interdivision rival in the Minnesota Vikings. There is rumors that there will be more big trades made in the next 2 hours in 41 minutes. And we will keep an eye on that. The Talks Tables here at Bus Connor, at Ty Schmidt. Tone Diggs is here, one half of the Hammer.
Dahn.
Cowboys. AQ Shipley, host of the Bobble Exchange and In the Trenches. Looks fantastic, hanging out on stage. All the boys in the back. And joining us from an attic in Ohio, a man who had a creep face on all day yesterday. Celebrated Halloween last night. I can't wait to hear his thoughts on the powerful Monday evening football matchup of Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hawk.
Hey!
AJ, what's up, dude?
Good to be here. How you guys doing?
Hey, fantastic. How was Halloween last night? How was the evening?
I was great, man. I scooted around a little bit with the mask on. Probably freaked a couple people out, but then eventually took that thing off. I logged some hours in that guy yesterday. I really did.
Yeah, it felt like you really felt one with that mask yesterday at certain points during our conversation because we all took our shit off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, it was tough to take anybody serious. It was tough to have any conversation. We did it, though. Like 35 minutes, we did Halloween. We had a full bit, didn't we?
We did the bit, committed to it.
We committed because a year ago we did it and the whole show crashed. We committed to it. You stuck with it the whole. Hey, thank you for doing that, AJ.
Thank you, AJ.
We thought we were never going to get AJ back. We thought you were just creep forever now.
No, but I'm not just going to dip my toes in. I'm going to jump all in, man, if we're going to do it.
Hell yeah. Speaking of jumping all in, we jumped all in the we don't know what the fuck's going to happen in any primetime football game tree yet again. Pal, Cleveland beats the shit out of the Cincinnati Bengals last night. Whenever you see Chubb get wide open like that and then Kareem Hunt's name is on the trade block, he might be traded today is what our sources are telling Zito, who's telling me that maybe Kareem Hunt is on the move today. The two-headed backfield in which Chubb has become amongst Hall of Fame company already in the backfield, and he's been splitting time. So who knows what it'll be like in the future whenever he's the full-time back because he is elusive, he is powerful, he is explosive. Last night goes for over 102 touchdowns. The Cincinnati Bengals are having a tough time protecting Joe Burrow. What is your takeaway of the Paffles Ohio Super Bowl last night, AJ Hawk?
I mean, obviously, not having Jamar Chase definitely affects this offense for the Bengals, but the Bengals couldn't run the ball. They couldn't really protect Joe Burrow. How do you expect to win the game? And credit to the Browns' defense, too, for putting pressure on them and seemed to be kind of suffocating them all night. Just the Bengals could never get going, I feel like.
Yeah, I think the Bengals couldn't get going. And also the bounces were going Cleveland's way. I mean, that Myles Garrett deflection off of Cuzzy's hands right in. Yeah, this is the first quarter. 10 minutes left in the first quarter. That's very early for a ball not to go your way. Joey Burrow running away from Myles Garrett here. Smart. Let's see another day. Smart. Hey, thank you for doing that, Joey.
Joe.
Because maybe a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, Joe Burrow is running his face right in the middle of Myles Garrett's chest there, and then he's probably getting pushed down to the ground and landing right on his shoulder somehow. So I appreciate Joey Burrow being smart, but whenever these types of bounces are happening early, and then all the momentum's on the other side and you can't protect your quarterback, it's going to be a tough evening. Now, AQ, you said Myles Garrett's preparing for that. They knew that was potentially coming. So if you're not in and you're not free, go ahead and look to get your hands up. It causes a pick very early in the game. You think that was prepared and planned for?
I think this Bengals offense has shown RPO, quick throws, just get maybe even the big touchdown with Chase last week, the one that he takes 60 yards. It was an 8-yard throw. He just turns in everything they've shown all year. Short, quick RPO game. So defenders are told, hey, you're probably not going to get there. Get your hands up. Get your ball. Get a batted ball. Get whatever, and you're going to create plays.
So Myles Garrett, that looks like he just made an insane play, but going into the game, he probably knew he had a lot of those opportunities, AJ.
Yeah, and he's 19 feet tall with super long arms, so it makes a lot of sense for him to get his arms in the air, especially when he's on the play side.
I enjoy just like that little detail because that seems like, he just got lucky and got the ball. It's like, or maybe.
No, they work on it. That AQ knows, you work on that as D lineman. If you're not going to get to the quarterback, do something. Get your hands up, get in the throwing lane, alter the throw, or this is the best case scenario for you right here.
Why doesn't that big fat offensive lineman not just cut?
Yeah, what the hell?
Why didn't you just cut that guy? Dan Orlovsky told me you just cut that fucking guy. What's the deal? How come that's not happening?
Classic quarterback answer, right? Just fucking cut him, right? It's a run play. It's a run play.
So cut him.
Can't just cut. We got to run the ball.
Great point. It's a great point, AQ. Explain that to people that don't know that come at Pat like that.
Yeah, exactly Connor, right. Why don't you get out here, Connor? You're defensive end. AQ, you be the tackle.
Yep.
And while you're doing it, if you could explain, I'll relay the message into a microphone.
That's got to put linemen in terrible situations, right? Like they're getting blamed for not cutting a guy down when it's a run to them, right? He can't hear
That's exactly right.
He can hear you. What do you think this is?
Yeah. So when you run an RPO, can we hear this?
Yeah, okay. Really good actually. We did it.
So when you run an RPO, you're actually running the run play. It's not just, hey, listen, we're going to fake this run. It's an automatic pass. The quarterback's reading the will linebacker. And whether he goes over there, we hand it off. If he stays in the hole, now we throw it. So it's a complete read. So you can't just cut guys. As the defensive end down here, I can't just come and cut his legs out from under him, because if he hands the ball out, boom, he swims me and makes the play on the run, boom, tackle for -4. But now I run.
You think it's run. You don't know what's going on behind you.
You don't know what it is, so you're blocking the run. You have to block the run. So now Connor comes out of his stance. I'm here. Now he sees that it's a pass, and that's what happens.
Question, AQ.
Yeah.
Why don't you punch him right in the balls?
How do you run block an RPO? Because a lot of times guys will get caught downfield on an RPO because they're
slow,
run
right?
blocking.
Isn't it a slow? Isn't that the thing?
Well, it's interesting because they're calling more illegal man downfield this year than ever before. I think defensive coaches have been bitching and complaining a lot, saying, hey, listen, these guys are downfield. They haven't called it in years past. They're making an effort to it. So now you're trying to get maybe hang on the double teams a little bit longer and then get to the second level. So hopefully the ball's out by that point.
AQ, how far are they allowed to technically go downfield?
2 yards.
In college, I believe, is what, 3? Is college 3?
It might be, yeah. Yeah,
I think it's different, but it's like it's a weird in between, though. Isn't it kind of like a subjective call?
Well, and also the people that are watching it, right? They have other jobs to be looking at too. That's not their only job to be watching in that particular play. Like a lot of calls, the refs have you have this call in this spot. Then as the play progresses, you have something else. I think that call is always like an additive, and also this call is.
Well, I think also too, you don't know where they're at when the ball's thrown, right? So now if you're a ref and you're looking at this guy, now you look up and he's 5 yards downfield. They may have been at that 2 yard spot when the ball was thrown, which would have been legal, but they see him 5 yards downfield blocking a linebacker, so they're like, illegal man.
Can't do it.
Can't
win with it.
That's bullshit.
But I do like the fact that Myles Garrett took advantage of the opportunity, made a big-time play, and last night was Cleveland's night. What do you think of that team, AJ? What do you think of Cleveland going forward? Chubb seems to be a monster. The block game, AQ says they're fucking got the best offensive line in football. That's a big statement coming from in the trenches host himself, AQ Shipley. But he says Chubb and that offensive line are an incredible tandem. You bring back Deshaun, or you debut Deshaun, not that Jacoby doesn't deserve some respect and credit for getting this massive win. But
San Francisco right there.
How do you even stop that? There's no way to stop that. You can't stop that.
You want to be the edge guy? You want to try to set the edge there with that big old lineman coming back across the ball here? Good luck. Look at this. This is Trent Williams stuff.
But this is just
this guy right here. Bam.
Boom. Squared him up. I
Have
appreciate.
fun.
I respect that he squared him up, but he had no shot in that whole thing. But as we see more teams, like Atlanta does this type of shit, the Niners do this type of shit. We learned that from AQ breaking it down. You see Cleveland doing it. We can assume they're going to have success, right, going forward and maybe we weren't feeling that way about the Browns, 2-3 weeks ago, I don't think, at all, right? Mail it in, we're saying about the fucking Browns on this year. Is Deshaun even going to waste coming back? Are they even going to think about putting their $230 million quarterback in at the end of the season when he can come back because of what the Browns potentially are, which stink. You watch them win last night, it's like maybe the Browns are able to put together some hard-nosed football going forward.
They should. I mean, with Chubb, it seems impossible to stop
Amari's
Chubb
a guy.
for 4 quarters. What, Taki got that strip sack, too, with Myles Garrett in there on the back of it. They have studs everywhere you look, but it's like the NFL. From week to week, we don't know what we're going to get. I feel like we don't know what team is going to show up.
Oh, you're muted.
So I just wasn't sure. Okay, yeah, powerful Hawk, but also they just he mentioned Taki. They also got the Falcons' best middle linebacker, Deion Jones, who played last night.
Oh, he had a sweet sack last night too. Yeah, Deion can fly. He's great.
Hey, it's crazy how one primetime game though can kind of change a narrative. Aaron was talking about that with the Packers. Hey, one primetime game we can change the entire narrative, not only about the team but about you as a whole. And then last night the conversation's about Chubb. It's about how good the Browns could potentially be. Get a quarterback in there, not Jacoby doesn't. It's different whenever you win a game. That's why the week-to-week mentality of the NFL, the PAFL, is so real. Because 1 week you're dead. The next, maybe they can go on a run. 4 o'clock deadline, Eastern Standard Time for the trade deadlines. Which teams are going to try to go and which teams are going to say no? Which teams are going to be selling? Which teams are going to be collecting? We're going to learn a lot about teams, I think, in the next 2.5 hours. Joining us now is a man who is certainly going to be in the Hall of Fame, an absolute game wrecker. This past weekend, he went into the Vikings Ring of Honor and rode a fucking Clydesdale onto the field. Ladies and gentlemen, stud of a man, incredible pass rusher, Jared Allen.
Yeah!
How are you, man?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
How was the weekend? I mean, we saw you on the Clydesdale. I assume it was a celebration the entire weekend, and did you have a blast?
It was a whirlwind. You know, it's like a wedding, right? It's like your wedding. You don't actually get to enjoy it until the end when everybody's done taking your freaking picture.
Yeah.
And, pointing this way, that way, yeah. But, yeah, it was a Parisian, actually, a Parisian horse. Clydesdale, very similar, though.
Is that your horse?
Sweet. No, it is not. It is not. They're trying to get me to buy it, right? I guess I probably should at this point.
Hold on. So, had you ever rode that horse before, or is that first time on a horse?
No. But they called with how it kind of came about was they were like when we first told me I was going to the Ring of Honor. They're like, hey, if we could get a horse, would you go and come out on a horse? I'm like, yeah, sure. Like, just let me know. I'll bring one of mine up. And then we didn't talk about it. And then they called me Monday and they're like, hey, you still good with that horse thing? And I was like, yeah, but under these conditions, I have to ride it. What kind of horse? Send me some videos here. And I got to test drive this thing on Saturday because I ain't going into 80,000 screaming fans on a whim. I mean, that's all I go. I'm not worried about me, but it might not look good if that horse goes crazy because, things will get Western and I will win that.
We're talking to Jared Allen, a man who rode a Parisian horse into the stadium in Minnesota this past weekend to celebrate him going into the Ring of Honor. A lot of stories, I assume. A lot of, kind of talking about the good old days with the Vikings teammates and the Vikings front office. And what was your biggest takeaway, you think, from all of the meet and greet and the hoopla of the weekend?
Yeah, you know what? They did a great job. To me, I think it was the moments I got to spend with some guys I hadn't seen for a little while and some of the older guys, the Purple Jacket guys, Steve Jordan, Johnny Randall, those guys like that. So just kind of being able to chop it up with them, hear their stories, kind of reconnect and stuff like that. Obviously seeing Kevin and Pat Williams, Fred Evans, all those guys, that's great. And then I think my kids now are at an age where they can kind of like grasp now what I used to do because they were young when I played when I retired. So to see their face of like, Dad, why do these people think you're somebody cool?
Yeah,
like you're the guy who takes me to softball and volleyball. Like, why does everybody want to talk to you? So that was pretty fun. But yeah, I mean, I think it was just kind of a whirl. I think the best memory. I mean, obviously coming out on the horse and stuff like that was the fun part. But the whole experience was great. It's completely humbling. Seeing the banner drop and seeing your name, inscribed up there, it's pretty surreal. It's kind of you don't really know what to say, to be honest with you. You just kind of take it in. I'm like, well, I guess I did it all right.
Yeah, you deserved it, pal. You earned that. You earned it all. We're lucky to have watched, and we're excited to chat with you now. How do you feel about the current Vikings team? Hey, they look good. This team looks like they can go.
Dude,
they just trade for TJ Hockenson. They look like a team that can go. Did you get to chat to Kevin O'Connell or to anybody on the team, and what are your thoughts?
Yep. And so I got, so when they first brought me out this summer, I got to spend time with Kwesi and O'Connell. And I got to be honest, when they first were doing the regime change, I was a little skeptical. I'm like, man, here we go again. It's going to be like this. You take 2 steps forward and then you bounce all the way back. You're going to rebuild. And but after talking with Kwesi and O'Connell that early this summer, I was like, you know what? These guys have a method to their madness. And sometimes when you hear statistical or analytical guys, take over, it's all numbers. But they have a great way. Kwesi has a great way of using how smart he is and numbers guys, but then surrounding himself with football people. So all those analytics then get put into an actual football. You know what I mean? So it's not just like, well, the numbers say this. It's like, okay, well, if we can do X, Y, Z on this side, but then he has the football input. So, man, honestly, bright guys, and I think they're at the right age, the right mentality, that they got the players to buy in. They understand where the current NFL is. I just don't think you can have these, 65-year-old hard asses anymore. Like, I love it, right?
Yeah. Old school.
When people want to be out there dancing, me and Pat Williams were laughing. Was like, and Kevin were like, man, these guys put more energy into the celebration than they actually do to play. They ran 75 yards to go celebrate, caught the pick and slid. But yeah, I love where they're at. And Coach told me after the Miami deal, he's like they found a way to win. So I was able to talk to the team Saturday during the walkthrough. And I told him, I said, that's the biggest thing. When you have a regime change, and anybody's ever been through a regime change, culture, it's a word used a lot, but winning culture is tough to define, right? Because losing is losing becomes a what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you have to learn how to win. Like, losing can become a tradition. Like, you just get in situations and you're just like, well, here we go again, and we're going to lose. So learning how to win is a behavior that has to take time. And for these guys to come in and find ways to win week in and week out, and to continue to build on that at such an early stage, it just shows that they believe in their coaches. Shows that the coaches, obviously got them right, and they have the balance in the locker room. So, more and more I'm around, the more and more I say, like, okay, these guys are going to be the real deal. And then Zadarius coming off the edge with balling, and I think once Daniil, gets used to that stand-up position, coming from a guy who's a monster with his hand on the ground to come to have to stand up, I mean, that's got to be a tough transition for him. So, yeah, I don't even think they're clicking on all cylinders, to be honest with you, quite yet. And they're winning. I love
it. And they're trading, trying to get better. TJ Hockenson traded in today from the Lions in the division. It's wild stuff. AJ, your question.
I guess going a little bit off what you said, like, how surprising is it at the success that they have had that new regime this early? Obviously, the roster was there. Kirk is there. Kirk's playing well. The rest of the team does. But you're right. It's tough to come in from day one. Like O'Connell is, and they're leading the NFC North and looking great right now. Hopefully they can continue that, I guess. But how surprising is that they can actually do that and implement it all right from day one?
It's huge, because you know what it shows? It shows like humility amongst the coaching staff. Because as players, we know coaches have bigger egos than any player ever. I say that often. People look at me like I'm crazy, and I'm like, coaches usually have an ego, right? And it has to be their way. They want this done. But I think what they've done is they came in and they took a look at their roster and said, okay, how do we complement this, right? It would have been easy to go in and just trash Kirk, because he hadn't done, he hadn't him personally himself taken him, to a Super Bowl yet. But I think they found a way to keep Dalvin Cook healthy, right? To, get a strong running game, let Kirk play action off of that, kind of balance that offense out, and then play, solid defense, behind. And I think too, the expectation was Zimmer. Zimmer has an expectation of defense that's supposed to be here. So when it dips, the world's falling. So, I just think that they were able to kind of get away from the expectations of what were in the past, and it just shows that this regime, they have a connectivity with the locker room, and that they really are humbled in their own rights, because they just look, hey, this is what we got. Now let's figure out as coaches to make them successful, not the other way around. Like, a lot of coaches come in and try to find players that are going to make their scheme successful.
I agree.
And I think they've kind of taken a different approach to that.
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I believe, like, what do we have? How do we make it the best it can possibly be, while also having our style implemented?
100%.
I think that is something like Kevin O'Connell. You see that offense and what they were using. Justin Jefferson had like 180 yards in the first half against a team. I forget what it was, maybe week 4 or week 5, and they had him on all these drag routes. And then now you have Adam Thielen, who's a guy, I think, in every single. Now he's getting able to feed off, and then Dalvin Cook hammers it home, and it's just like it feels like they have it all figured out. Kwesi is how you pronounce the GM's name. It sounds like we are. Is that accurate? You've talked to him.
Yes, that's what. If I'm mispronouncing,
no, I think we were mispronouncing. You would know, we would not. So everybody's saying Kwesi, I think.
Yeah.
Kwesi.
Maybe it is. I said
no,
Kwesi.
no.
Maybe it is Kwesi. Maybe I'm mispronouncing it. Kwesi, if I'm wrong, I apologize, but he hasn't corrected me yet on it. So.
Kwesi, we apologize as well if we are wrong. We can't wait to see. He probably doesn't give a fuck as long as they're winning games, and that's the right mentality to have. While we have you here, we'd be remiss not to ask, because you deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. I think we all agree that. We're all fans. We don't have votes. How much do you think about that? Is it something that you think about? When you were playing, did you think about it? And when the day inevitably comes, will you feel a massive weight off your shoulders? Will you feel like gratitude? What do you think you'll feel when it happens?
I got asked that question a lot this week, so it's kind of apropos, right? And I tell people, I go, it's this weird feeling, because you're getting rewarded, so to speak, or judged based on stuff you did a while ago, right? And I told the guys, this weekend when they were asking me about the Ring of Honor, I said, it doesn't mean to sound cocky, right? But the Ring of Honor, that kind of stuff, they're expectations. Because when I played, that's what I was chasing. I was chasing greatness. I was chasing the guys ahead of me. So when and if I get in, it'll be one of the greatest honors, and it'll let me know, to be kind of a pat on the back, or a, hey, you know what, the way you did it was right, your mentality was right, So that was always an end goal for me. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't, because I wanted to be better than the Derek Thomases. I wanted to be better. I wanted to track these guys down and do what they did at such an amazing level. I wanted to do it higher, better, faster. Like those were always my motivating factors, and stuff like that. So when or if it happens, it'll be a tremendous honor. I disagree with people who say it's going to change your life because that's just not the focus of my life. My kids aren't going to love me less. I still got dishes to do. You know what I mean? Like the daily life doesn't change just because you got a gold jacket or a purple jacket or anything like that. It'll be a badge of honor. I wear it proudly. I would represent it to the fullest. But again, at the end of the day, it's a weird thing for them to, you get built up and they're like, oh, you're not quite good enough. You're like, well, what could I have done? You're like, there's nothing you can do.
It's a weird thing too, because by the way, you deserve it in our eyes. It's a when thing, not an if thing. And thank you for your contributions to the league. But it's whenever you get to that point where you're on the bubble, and you made it, you didn't make it, they build you up. This is in all aspects, not just Hall of Fame. You get to the point there where the conversation isn't why you should make it. The conversation is why you shouldn't make it. And it's sometimes I think that can be a little bit overbearing for people. Man, I was pretty good. I'm still in the, I just think it's a very weird thing. I'm happy you're open about it. Can't wait for you to fucking go in there. And I hope you ride a goddamn horse into Canton too on one of those.
Dude, I'm thinking like a T-top freaking Burt Reynolds Camaro.
Yeah.
Through with the freaking mullet flowing out.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, your party's going to be incredible. Ty has a question for you.
Straight mustaching it up.
Yeah. Oh, we go handlebar. You going handlebar on that?
Oh, got it. That's something you got to go in with a handlebar, right?
Can't wait to watch that. Can't wait to experience it. Go ahead, Ty. Your question for Jared Allen.
Jared, I don't know how locked in you are to the league on a week-to-week basis now, but it seemed like, especially while you were playing, everyone always talks about how there's maybe 10 to 12 teams going into the season who realistically have a chance to win a Super Bowl. The parity this year, though, it seems like there are maybe 4 or 5 teams that are just head and shoulders above the rest of the league. If you are watching it on a week-to-week basis, does it surprise you when you see teams like the Packers with Rodgers or, the Bucs and Brady just not playing well this year? Do you think the league is kind of starting to change in that aspect or no?
Yeah, I think, so I'm not week-to-week watching, but I watch enough just so I can not be an idiot when I, talk to, you guys who got all the information. So, just kind of fool while I can.
We don't know shit.
By the way, I caught your tweet in the other day about what you guys are doing, and it was hilarious. I love your response. It's freaking great.
Oh, thank you. The PAFL, yeah. You get into the PAFL Hall of Fame.
But yeah, so I think to me, the more surprising thing is actually Brady and the Bucs, right? Because they have the talent surrounding that. That dip to me is surprising. But the Aaron thing doesn't surprise me. And maybe AJ knows better, but for a while now, everything has been on Aaron. All the money went to Aaron. It's Aaron. And at some point, you got to have a supporting cast. I don't care how good you are, right? You're only one man. And so at some point, you look at why Brady was successful. Brady was never, ever I think he was always top 5 of the highest paid quarterbacks, but he wasn't, always the top guy because he made sure he had a surrounding cast. And I think that's kind of what you're seeing with some of these guys in the league this year is you're seeing the emphasis put on maybe one aspect of the game, like Green Bay, everything's put on Rodgers. And then, the way they do in Cincinnati, you guys are talking about Cincinnati here. We got to fix the O-line, and they went out and they didn't really fix the O-line, right? And they didn't put emphasis on Burrow getting the ball out of his hand faster. That's a huge part of that. The problem with that offense is they don't get the ball. He does not get the ball out of his hand, right?
Hey, look at that. Jared, you're saying you would eat that, huh? You would that offensive line is something that you look at. Oh, the guy hangs onto the ball and they have a little bit of miss. We can eat and feast. Yeah.
And it wouldn't even be an offensive line issue. You're holding on the ball, 2.5 plus seconds, 3 seconds. I mean, you're getting smoked. And then you have a new offensive line, right? The emphasis is put on. And but you're going to do things. Defensive coordinators are smart too. I think that's the problem. Everybody wants to talk about this offensive driven, he's an offensive guru. You give a defensive coordinator, or defensive coordinator a year with somebody, they're going to figure them out. And just look at the battles KC has had with Buffalo, right? They played each other enough times. They got enough film that Buffalo's no longer going to be surprised by Mahomes, and vice versa. Josh Allen's not going to always get away with what he can get away with when you come up to a defense that can run at that level. So I think that's what the league plays out. And so if you have too much emphasis on one position, it just eventually catches up to you, and that's where you fan out. And I think that's where you see with going back to the Vikings, all the emphasis was on Kurt when he first got there, and now you don't talk about Kurt that much because you have Jeffries, you have Cook playing well, you got Zadarius on the defensive side, right? You got all these guys, and you look and like, wow, Kurt's kind of dominating this year. Like but that's not the position everyone's focused on. So I think they got a better supporting cast, and that's kind of why you're seeing these upper echelon of teams, because it really is. They've figured out how to operate at a team at a high level and highly, great players as well.
Hell yeah. AJ, last question for old Jared Allen, future Hall of Famer.
Jared, do you know who you have I don't know the answer. I'm just asking if you know who you have the most sacks against, which quarterback that may be, and do you have a favorite guy that you used to go against?
Yeah, so I think it's Stafford. I think it's like 16 or 18 against Stafford.
Of course.
Detroit.
Awesome. Rodgers, I think, is 14 or 15. And to be honest, I always say playing someone like Aaron you're playing with fire, but it's easier than playing a guy like Peyton, right? Because Aaron has those extra, because he can get outside the pocket, because he knows if he holds that ball for half a second longer, he can hit a bomb down the sideline to make you pay. That gives you a chance to get there. When you play a guy like Peyton, even Brady or Breeze, that ball is out like just so fast that you're really just rushing against the clock. It doesn't even matter what offensive lineman's in front of you because you're just trying to rush against the clock. So I always like playing with the guys that were top of the league. Everybody that said they were, the more I wanted to hit you. I hated you because you made more money than all of us, and everybody thought you were great. And they whined and cried. Anyone that whined and bitched when they got hit, that's who I wanted to hit. When Tom Brady starts yelling at his offensive lineman, because that stuff. Then when they come back on the field, you'd be like, "Uh-oh, Daddy's scolding you." We just mess with them. So yeah, but I to be honest, those are the guys that you kind of sometimes you have more success against the special ones because they'll do a little extra to give you a couple more shots at them.
Well, everybody was playing against a special one. We're there playing against you, pal. Mm-hmm. I'm happy and thankful that you're getting honored in Minnesota. Can't wait to see the honor in Canton. Thank you for the time. Ladies and gentlemen, Vikings Ring of Honor member, future Hall of Famer, Cowboy. Fucking real life, huh? Yeah. Real life Cowboy?
Yeah, we roping stuff up here, so I'll get you guys some videos. I ain't
you ride bareback?
Never.
You ride with no saddle?
Everything. What's that?
Jeez. No saddle, bareback, you can do that?
I grew up riding bareback because my dad, my dad would never buy me a kid's saddle, so he just threw me on the back of the horse's bareback. And,
what a dog. So you're grabbing mane there, right? You're holding on to mane there?
Yeah, if you need to. A lot of times just balance, grip with your,
Jesus Christ.
Fucking beast. In between the thighs.
I was trying when I went hunting show. I was trying to go hunt a buffalo like Dances with the Wolf style, bareback with 30 like marlin action. I don't think anybody wanted to put that on TV. I think Peter got a little too.
You're showcasing a great animal though in the horse. I think the horse deserves a lot more credit in the entire thing. They'll never say that. Ladies and gentlemen, Jared Allen.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, there has been some. Thank you to Jared Allen. Can't wait to see him go into the Hall of Fame. Fucking just barebacking horses as a kid.
Yeah.
See, that is why he's different than you are. My kid, if I'm lucky enough to have one, my kid will never have the grit or the ability to be able to bareback a fucking horse. But he didn't grow up in fucking Montana, Wyoming, or something out there in the middle of nowhere. And it's just we have to experience other things and let people know we're not all the same.
Maybe though, if that's where you choose to disappear.
Imagine if my kid is fucking losing it, riding it. That'd be incredible. What years was that? That was back in the 1200s, 1300s, 1400s?
Barebacking?
Yeah, when they were just fucking riding horses across the entire...
I don't know, in 1883.
A little after that.
Yeah,
1800s.
So that's when horses started? When did they
started riding them for a while. But.
That's when horses started, yeah.
When the conquistadors came over from Spain.
At what point was somebody you know what, these things are massive dogs if we train them right?
1940, what, 1950?
Somewhere around Shang-Chi's time, I believe.
No, Shinzu, you mean, Tony?
Rest in peace to Shinzu.
Yeah.
But anyways, horses are fucking electrifying.
When they were on the Oregon Trail when everyone's going to fucking die, did they have, was it bareback then, or?
No, I think they were in
no, because they
had the
wagon. Yeah. And then
some
you'd
people
have
were
to ford
not
a river,
wagon.
and those things would fucking drown, and then your whole wagon's going down the river.
But you got to ford the river, though.
You have to.
What are we doing? Are we waiting around?
Yeah, if you don't, you're dead.
People ask, when was the first time someone rode a horse roughly 5,500 years ago. That's way before Jesus.
Way before.
Way before Jesus.
Jesus Christ. Are we closer to Jesus than the beginning of horses were? We are.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, we are.
Holy fuck.
So
We're closer to Jesus Christ than Jesus Christ was to whenever horses started being ridden.
yeah.
I don't know if I buy that.
Fuck.
Ancient Egypt, right? They did horses.
Well, it said the first one was found in Kazakhstan. So I don't know.
Modern
First
day
horse.
Kazakhstan.
First horse.
Evidence of earliest known
Kazakh?
domestic horse found in Kazakhstan.
So
What's so funny, AJ?
Not safe for
It's
work
just a-
government.
I love these. I love this part.
Of what?
When you said when were horses started?
yeah, trying to
It's a
find
good
out.
question.
They invented the Model T.
You don't know.
You don't know? I mean, that's one.
No, I agree with the
That's
question.
one
I don't know. I just
horsepower,
like-
pal.
I
That's the
like
beginning
how
of this
you
whole thing.
worded it.
Well, you think
I like
about
how
it, they
you
had
worded
him in
it out. Okay, when's
they had him in
gonna
300. Leonidas was battling Persians on horses.
Golly.
I thought they
Imagine
were
that
on-
first motherfucker that just saddled that wildebeest.
We can fucking ride these things.
You see that big thing that just fucking boom, kicks people right in the face every time? I'm going to try to jump up on it one night. Probably a little boozed up. Maybe smoking on some,
Yeah.
probably weed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Probably smoking
Ayahuasca?
actual weed. Maybe ayahuasca. I
Yeah.
don't know. I think it's in the Amazon. I don't know if that's where the horses were. Sounds like the horses were over there in the Middle East area.
Yeah.
Seemed like that was the case. But whoever was the first one to get on it and then connect to it, it was like Avatar probably when Jacob Sully connected with that fucking
That's right.
Yeah.
bird. What a moment in human history.
Probably find out too. Like these things are fucking smart. We thought just because they couldn't talk, they
Thought
were
it was a
dumb.
big dumb dipshit.
They are fucking smart.
In non-horse news,
Okay.
Okay. So TVG Mike is not breaking news.
we'll talk to TVG Mike whenever there's a horse race, and the horses have really evolved. Now these show ponies.
Yeah.
Hey, they're the breadwinners.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
They went from, maybe we shouldn't ride them 5,500 years ago, all the way to, hey, let's shut down an entire day in multiple cities for these horses. Hey, shout out to horses. Quite a come up.
Shout out, yeah. Nice player.
5,500 years, hell of a run. We have breaking news out of the PAFL. The Professional American Football League right here in the United States of America has another trade to be announced. The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded Chase Claypool, wide receiver who had a lot of promise just a couple years ago as a rookie when he and Ben Roethlisberger took over the NFL with deep shots in big grabs. The Notre Dame product became known as Mapletron because he is Canadian. He will now be a member of the Chicago Bears with Justin Fields, whose offense seems to be much better than it was at the beginning of the season or last year. They just traded away Robert Quinn and Roquan Smith on the defensive side of the ball. You might think to yourself, oh, they're tearing it down. They're going to be sellers. No, the Bears do the opposite. We need another weapon. We need a wide receiver. And there's another NFC North team that's probably thinking to themselves, were we in the Chase Claypool sweepstakes? And how did the Chicago Bears end up with Chase Claypool over the Green Bay Packers? Is that the natural thought that you're thinking, or how do you feel about this for the Bears?
I'm okay with the Packers not trading for Chase Claypool. I see Brandon Cooks didn't practice today. I know he's more expensive. But Chase Claypool, I don't know. Like you said, a lot of promise, but I don't know. I don't know if I want Chase Claypool on the Packers. Glad the Bears got him, though.
Albert Breer is reporting that the 2023 second rounder that the Bears are sending to Pittsburgh in return to Chase Claypool is the one they acquired from Baltimore for Roquan Smith just yesterday. So they get Claypool, 1.5 years left on his contract. For Smith, half a year left on his contract, and a 5. Probably fifth rounder.
Fifth rounder from Baltimore.
Chicago still has its own second rounder. Okay, so house money they say they just got from Roquan Smith, but them moving on from Quinn and Smith, I thought was a sign about what the team was. Maybe they're saying we're still going to try to bring in the right pieces that we have for the future. AJ, your thoughts on this? Chase Claypool has a lot of promise. A lot of promise.
He's waiting for a contract, right?
1.5 years left on his contract. Albert Breer is mentioning as if the Bears did this so they got cheaper and a little bit more stability, how Albert Breer just framed that there. But Chase Claypool wants a new deal. That might be – they're going to have to pay Chase Claypool is what I just read.
Year 3, second round pick, so he's got next year left on his contract. For the Bears, if you're looking for a big wide receiver who will jump as high as possible and then try to catch it down at his knees, you got the right guy.
Come on.
If you're looking for a deep threat who will just stumble over his feet all the time,
He's not even cold yet.
What a great career!
Thank God he's getting out of that fan base.
I'm happy for him.
Crazy career arc. His rookie year, he was going to be a guaranteed Hall of Famer.
Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, and then obviously traded. Incredible steal
Seems
for
like
the
an OC
Pittsburgh
fucked him
Steelers. It's
over.
rare, super rare, that you get back what you spent on a player as far as a draft pick when he's this early in his career and it's whatever. But I mean, what an absolute
Get him some jet
steal.
sweeps. He's great with the ball.
Fucking
in his
Omar
hand.
Khan
He
is
threw a
just dealing.
touchdown this past
Lefty. He's an athlete.
I'm
There's
happy
a ton
for
of
Chase.
Notre Dame fans in Chicago, though,
Tons.
so that'll be good
Yeah.
for him.
True.
I'm happy for
Reunites
Chase
with Cole,
Claypool.
too.
I'm happy
Do you
for
think
the
he's happy? No.
Yeah.
Probably.
Because
Chicago,
now
big
he's going
city.
to it. The Bears aren't a juggernaut right now. It's one thing to go from a
Big
team that
city,
looks like
though.
they might miss the playoffs.
A lot
to
of money
team
next
that's
year to
guaranteed
prove
going.
it.
Pittsburgh's not a juggernaut right now either. So he leaves
That's
one.
what I'm saying.
True.
So if you're traded away from that, it'd be like, okay, it makes it feel a little bit better. I'm going to a contender.
He's going to the third
This
largest
year.
city in America.
Sometimes second.
For now.
Bears
I'm
are
just
a
talking
contender this
football.
year?
I know you're talking football, but we're talking about if he's happy or not. I assume he's.
I always assume if you're traded from a bad team to a good team, you're like, yes, this is awesome.
Yeah, and that's just football wise. You're talking, right? Not like
Yeah,
life.
I'm not talking anything other than the team, other than on the field. Yeah.
I would assume young guy like him, like he would probably rather be living in Chicago than Pittsburgh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm not saying in general.
What was that all about?
I'm saying what we
Whoa!
know of this.
Whoa!
What we know of this guy. I think he would rather live in Chicago than Pittsburgh, and obviously with Notre Dame being that close, you
Bigger.
can head back up to South Bend on the weekends.
Yeah,
and
bigger
see his old
TikTok
buddies.
market too in Chicago.
For sure.
Well, that's I think bigger market for sure than Pittsburgh. A lot more eyes if they're good. If he makes some plays, there's a lot more people probably watching locally. Even if they're not going to make the playoffs, they still got local eyes on a Chicago Bears fan base, similar to the Pittsburgh Steelers fan base. Very loyal, very passionate. A lot more famous people in the Chicago Bears fan base than in the Pittsburgh Steelers fan base.
Billy
Cusack.
Gardell.
Brett Michaels,
Joe Manganiello,
Joe Leonardo.
rest in peace.
that one late night host, Seth Meyers.
He's a Steelers fan, huh?
Uh-huh.
I saw that. Seth
Seth
Meyers.
Myers?
I didn't
Tons.
know that.
He followed me on Twitter the other
Wiz
day.
Cafilio.
Snoop Dogg.
Congrats.
Wiz
Snoop Dogg.
Cophelia?
His name's Wiz Khalifa.
Okay.
And you cannot. He just released another album. What you just did was obnoxiously rude.
Yeah,
Who,
we
me?
saw-
Can't believe
Yeah, you.
that.
How dare
What are
you?
you talking about?
Wiz
Just-
Cophelia?
He's
What's
been
that
on the
about?
show, Tony.
Yeah, everyone in the Berg calls him Wiz Cafilio, dude.
He's got the same last name as Mia. You know what his name is.
Khalifa.
Ex-porn star.
She has been seen in a video alongside Paffle winning team from last night's quarterback.
Yes, in a milkmaid outfit.
Not Jacoby.
No.
Trying to dunk a basketball.
Yes.
I will say this.
You seen that video?
Oh, you've seen all her videos. But
No, she was like dating Deshaun, I think.
Yeah, he's playing real handsy defense. They were playing some.
Wait,
She's big
now?
in DMs,
Is
right?
this current?
She was
Yes.
dating Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Big in DMs.
a lot of handshakes.
Yes.
Yeah, I've
Big
read
into
about her.
revealing DMs.
You
Wait,
read
is this
that?
right now?
You read it.
I don't know.
I've read about her.
Yeah, you don't say.
I don't know who.
Picture books or
The
just
description.
She came to be in our world because after
caption.
Deshaun's situation, a video surfaced on the internet from either current time or years ago, where they're playing like hallway basketball against each other, and then the immediate tweets about that were worthy.
Yeah.
You know, it was good internet time.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was good internet time.
Like what?
Whenever that all took place. What's that, Connor?
I mean, it was such great internet time. You could, compare it to when the Queen died. It was that good.
See, I think the Queen really called in a little bit larger spotlight, but similar
Yes.
style
Exactly.
of
Yeah.
tweets were happening. When the Queen died, wow.
Favorite day on the internet thus far.
really.
Yeah.
Bro, were you in there much when the Queen died?
I've said all right.
Everybody from Ireland, which a soccer stadium was chanting,
Well, I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
those people.
to all of Twitter, all of the subsections of Twitter, all of them. There's literally, let's say, 10 to 15 prominent ones, subsections of Twitter, very active. All of them seemed like they were all singing the same tune.
Going
Yeah.
off.
I've never seen the internet
Very
like-
positive? All very positive or what?
For who? For which side?
For the Queen? All positive for the Queen and all everything going on?
I think it was going to be a rough day on the internet for the royal family.
Yep.
I think it
Yeah.
was going to be a rough day on the royal. On the other side, it seemed like everybody kind of came together against the royal family, and the internet did not hold back. It was
No.
That they're talking about like centuries of jokes
Yeah.
for people
Wait,
to use
ooh.
on the internet. I mean, that doesn't happen often. I guess Queen, when this king, whatever happens with this king, I believe it'll probably be another one of those types of days on the internet. You know what I mean?
Especially because he's a big dumb dipshit. He'll probably die like choking on a jelly bean or
Yeah.
something like that, and they'll really give it to him.
When's jelly bean season? That's spring.
Easter, right?
Easter, but honestly, whenever you want a jelly bean, you have some jelly beans.
You're a jelly bean guy?
I love jelly beans.
Oh, really?
Yeah, jelly beans are delicious.
I think you're my first jelly bean friend. You don't like jelly beans,
I
right?
love jelly beans.
Really?
They have
Costco gets the big.
You're talking like Dan Orlovsky with the goldfish or jelly beans? That's what you're like?
Ooh,
Oh no, I never have them around,
I
but
love
like
jelly
if,
beans.
if you go somewhere and there's a dish full of jelly beans, Yeah, I'm gonna get my paws all in.
And what's the shit one? Yeah, anytime you grab in one of those public petri dishes, there's
just
poop on the fingernails,
not
poop
public.
on the fingernails,
poop
in the dish now with the jelly bean, you know.
I think you're thinking of the Haribo bears that make you poop.
What's that, pal?
The gummy bears that make you poop. Is that what you're talking about?
No, there's a jelly bean that tastes like
Black make somebody dump.
Black licorice and
Popcorn.
Buttered popcorn.
Yep.
That was when I checked out because I was going in for something good, and then that one dominated the flavor of all the other ones. I said I'm out on these.
Yeah, they got Starburst jelly beans now, and they are unbelievable.
Yeah,
There's
those
that
would
one.
be good.
Do you like Starburst Skittles? You that type of candy guy?
Not really, but I like them.
Yeah, we try and get this guy to eat a donut. He refused.
Yeah, he wouldn't do it.
I'm a chocolate guy as opposed to a sweet guy. Coming
Yeah,
off
I am. I would be too.
What about you, AQ? You're a sugar
Oh,
guy.
I love ice cream. It's my kryptonite.
I'm talking
pretty
candy,
good.
but ice cream is
Yeah,
your.
sure.
That's my kryptonite.
Okay.
Cookies.
from where AJ's from. Grader's ice cream.
Oh, you get hot fudge on top?
No.
Come on.
Black raspberry chocolate chip special.
Chocolate chip.
Whoa.
Black raspberry chocolate chip.
Yeah, special.
Sounds good.
Happy for you, man.
Yeah,
Shit.
Yeah, what?
it's really good.
That ice cream
That's
sounds
what
terrible.
we're talking about, like chocolate candy.
I'm not
sugar
much
candy.
of a candy guy. I just go straight to the ice cream.
Okay.
Why'd you go straight to the worst ice cream?
Yeah, that's my question.
Dairy Queen is
Oh my God.
so good.
Why don't you Google things to do in Cincinnati? Number one thing that comes up: go to Grader's ice cream.
That's not true. They
so
got
that
that.
city sucks.
They got the
Skyline
hot dog
chili?
stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Skyline. Yeah.
Skyline chili.
Harambe.
Yeah, but
Rest
do
in
they have
peace,
cookie
Harambe.
dough? Like, do they have a good ice cream?
Or maybe cookies and cream.
Black raspberry
that's
chocolate
birthday
chip.
cake.
How about you try it before you judge?
Oh, we have.
Yeah.
We have.
You didn't
Not
like
gonna
it.
do that.
Sorry, keep your fruit out of my ice cream.
I will tell you
There's no
though,
way I'm wasting an order on black raspberry.
the amazing people of Graders actually sent that ice cream, and we did not eat that one. That was the only one we did not eat.
Oh, so we judged it before.
Well,
Look
if
at
your-
that.
If your city
Look at that, guys,
biggest
huh?
draw is ice cream, then your city fucking stinks.
No,
What are
let's
we
talk
talking
about
Actually-
Grader's ice cream. Let's talk a little bit about
Yeah.
Grader's ice cream. They sent us a bunch, didn't they?
A lot, yeah.
I think they're big fans of the program.
We love them here.
Yeah, we love them. We love ice cream. It's just,
For this guy to,
yeah.
we were talking Starburst, we were talking Skittles,
Yeah.
we're talking Reese's.
He's a foodie though. AQ's like a foodie, so he likes
He
like
is.
kind of fancy stuff.
Oh yeah, black raspberry.
Surprised you don't
liquor.
eat
That actually
Surprised you don't eat foie gras ice cream.
Yeah, fake stuff.
I mean, I would.
freak.
Is it good? Is that good,
What
AQ?
about cookies and cream?
Cookies and
Foie
cream
gras
is so
ice cream?
good.
I don't know, man. I like foie gras.
No, not ice cream, just foie gras.
Yeah, I like foie
general.
gras.
What the fuck's a fog?
Yeah, what are you guys
Goose
talking
stomach.
about?
Goose
Duck
stomach.
liver.
Yeah, duck liver,
Get,
goose
get
stomach.
Peter
Goose liver,
going
duck
on that
liver.
one.
It's pretty
Peter
good,
loves
actually.
This is a shrimp
All right,
cocktail
let's get to a break.
conversation you two are having right
There's
now.
no reason for our Skittles,
The one where
Starburst,
they
Reese's
force feed,
conversation.
They force feed the animals and people get pissed.
Okay, so we're trying to talk about. We apologize to whatever duck person is going to be pissed off about what we just talked about.
You guys are assholes.
Okay,
You're
I
not
honestly
talking
thought they,
about
you
it.
guys
We
were trying to say
can't talk
"fuck
about
you,"
it.
and you were saying
It's
"fuck
a
wah."
thing. It's a delicacy for some people.
Kind of like a
I've never
paste. It
tried
tastes pretty good, actually.
Okay,
Sounds gross.
Don loves it.
Yeah,
See,
plus,
see.
All right, well, I'm not going to try it.
it's a duck. and
It's
you
a
know,
duck?
say it
I think
tastes
it's
kinda
goose.
fake.
What's the bird you eat under the towel, the napkin at the restaurant?
Oh, those ones are awesome.
What is that, Peking?
I can tell by the way you answered it. They're not, and you probably do know.
I think it was on
Let's get to a break.
Succession.
Let's take
It
5.
was on Succession.
Oh yeah, where they had.
Yeah.
That's coming back in the spring 2020. It's supposed to be
that's
back
right.
this month.
Reshoots probably.
Yellowstone, though.
Hell yeah.
Something to think about. Maybe you should watch that.
Tone Diggs became a cowboy because of Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Didn't have a season for a while. Thought we were going to lose Cowboy
Almost
Tone.
did. We're back, though. There it is.
Bore on the floor?
That's
Oh, no.
so. This is like Squid Game when they put a mask on. Is that why? Because it's so bad.
I guess.
What are we doing?
I
here?
don't remember. I don't remember
you
this
like,
scene from
you like
Succession.
have to be like ashamed to eat it. So you
Zito,
eat
what
it.
is this here? What,
Oh, this is from Secession. That was he was with cousin Greg there, I believe.
Yeah, he takes Greg out to eat because you got to put the napkin over your head, hide your shame while you're eating the bird.
Oh, yeah.
Real high society stuff.
Jesus Christ.
Plus, it's not a bird.
Just want to talk about Skittles.
Yeah, I hear
You
you.
know, just want to talk
jelly
about.
beans and Skittles.
This is you.
Skittles is the one candy you're supposed to throw away this year
Why?
What?
because of the rainbow fentanyl.
Can't have it.
Come on.
Okay, so we don't like. I will say the ones that don't have fentanyl in them taste good.
Yeah.
We need to stay away from fentanyl, though. Taking a lot of our. Why does everything got to get ruined by assholes? This show has been ruined by assholes since the beginning.
Yep.
And today, certainly with another one.
Yeah, faux grow.
Speaking of sports radio fentanyl, I do believe Albert Breer was wrong. Rap Sheet is reporting that it is the Bears' original second-round pick going to Pittsburgh.
Okay, so Nick, while still wearing his copper fit gloves, just reported that Albert Breer was wrong. And what he was talking about sports radio fentanyl was a tweet that Albert Breer put out to describe something that was going on.
Oh, yeah.
Has since been deleted. So quite a deep dive out of there from Brett Favre in the back. But we do appreciate that. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, let's get a break. Let's go to a break. Please, God. Let's get to it. The Steelers are receiving the Bears' original second-round pick for Chase Claypool. Source said not to pick the Ravens pick.
Big
Basically
All right.
a first-round pick.
All right, I'm happy the insiders are battling about what matters, what doesn't. We appreciate that. Let's take 5, and Aaron Rodgers will join us on the other side. What are we going to talk about with him? Oh, the state of the Packers. What will he say? How will he be? The world will react. We can't wait to be a part of it. Be a friend, tell a friend, take 5.
Bye.
Don't go off the top, it's too shallow.
All you're going to hear this stadium do is they put the big paw up, they start shaking it, they go, whoa. Hey, when things are going good, they say, yeah, he loves the defensive side of the ball. He said yesterday to me that this is a blue-collar team. They win it on special teams. They have 5 block kicks this season. The defensive side of the ball, Lynch leads the Big 12 in sacks. But also on the offensive side, Denzel Mims is an absolute animal. He is a weapon. Charlie Brewer, the quarterback from Lake Travis. His dad was a quarterback in Texas. Yeah. His grandpa was a quarterback in Texas. And the people here in Waco just so happen to get a chance to see Charlie Brewer on a daily basis. Hey. Yeah, Boomer here is going to mean a little bit different than what it means on the internet currently. And hopefully here in Baylor, they hope they're not hearing a lot of Boomer sooner. Everybody wants to be a punter, including quarterbacks. If I was a quarterback, I'd want to be a punter as well. 0 yards on that punt. That's an embarrassing situation. The Dak dance that gets on national television has led to a lot of losses, but you got to respect the hips being able what sign am I going to make for college game day? Well, I want to make something creative. I want to make something fun. No, to hell with it. I don't like OU. It's so thick. Look how thick that thing is. That's years and years of patience. 19. You're heading right for the boat. Right now? Yeah, for the boat. Okay, let's do it. We are out here on the Brazos River, which you can take a boat to the game. One of the only stadiums in the country that you can do that. It's beautiful out here. A lot of people would say, this is the last time I'm going to be on game day. The last time I allegedly did what I'm about to do, I ended up in a jail cell. Let's go! A lot higher than I thought.
You look like Ric Flair.
That was a sellout, by the way. That was beautiful.
Do we have any other shirts?
Yeah, hold on. You need to go get changed before you get sick.
Great work, Russia. I'm actually not that cold. Hey, I went for it. My chest hurts. It was like 5 feet. I was standing there. That's full commitment, by the way.
We always hear people talk about these masterful halftime adjustments that are made. Is that a thing? And how did you feel in the second half compared to the first?
Did you flip a dry erase board or anything?
A lot of halftime adjustments. Look, I mean, the first 2 plays coming out the half, we had incomplete. We're sitting there 3rd and 10, down by 3, really sputtering. And I think there were 2 big plays that happened in the game. The first one was on that 3rd and 10 at 10-7. I hit Allen down the right sideline. He made a fantastic catch. The ball was a little bit lower. He was kind of pushed to the sideline. He jumps on top at the last second and makes a kind of diving catch in front of him. And sometimes it just takes one play like that to get you going. Now we're not on the 25 anymore. Now we're on the midfield. We turned that drive into a touchdown to Tunyon after a penalty. That got us going. Come right back down. They score. We're down 17-14. What do? We respond. We drive down the field. Mason drills a field goal before the end of the 4th quarter. Now we're sitting 17-17. What happens? They drive right back down, score another touchdown, sitting there 24-17, and then I turn to Josh. I say, we're not losing this game. We're right down the field. Have another nice touchdown. Romeo back shoulder ball. Or in the other second play, 24-17, we're down as 3rd and 6. Cobby runs a great route. I kind of slide left slightly. Dave did a good job kind of pinning this guy inside, and we kind of passed off the twitch pretty good. But I put a ball in a good spot. Randall ran a great route on kind of a sail, we call it, where you kind of bend in and then back towards the sideline. That got us going. 2 of the biggest plays of the game.
What?
Let's go!
This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
AJ, never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it!
What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston.
Shut the fuck up!
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to our humble abode, the FanDuel Thunderdome, for Hour 3 on this Aaron Rodgers Tuesday, November 1st. We start right now.
Football
is what we chat about. The Professional American Football League wrapped up Week 8 just last night in Ohio with Cleveland getting a big win over the Cincinnati football team. All the boys are here at the Talk to Table at Boston Connor, at Ty Schmidt. One half of the Hammer, Dahn. Cowboys, Tone Diggs is here. Host of In the Trenches and the Bobbled Exchange joins us on the stage like he does every single Tuesday, AQ Shipley. Live from an attic in Ohio. To my left, your right, a man who's a college football national champion, a Super Bowl champion, a Ryder Cup champion, COVID survivor, NBA pundit, video game shit talker. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hall.
Hey, AJ!
And joining us now from his place in Green Bay. For the 3rd season in a row, we have been blessed with the opportunity every single Tuesday to chit-chat with the back-to-back NFL MVP. That doesn't change this year. The team is now 3-5. How will he respond? Will he show up? Yes, he will. Can't wait for it. Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah!
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh, my God.
Whoa.
Hey, guys.
Whoa. What? Hey, you look good. You look young. Yeah. Clean shaven. Everything. Is this? When did we make this decision? Did it change after Halloween? And did you dress up for Halloween this season?
I did. We had a nice get together last night. One that I probably won't be fined for.
Oh,
tonight.
That's just very nice.
And it was coming. I wanted to trim down a little bit, but. It fit the outfit. I don't know if there's any pictures out there yet, but it wasn't a great outfit. I mean, it was definitely better than AJ's attempt the other day that I saw. But
what about that, man?
That was creepy. That was just creepy.
2 hours.
Age, you should have worn that at the function that you had at your house at one time when I showed up in my eyes wide shut outfit.
Oh.
Yeah, you had your own deal. Maybe I will. Maybe in the future. I appreciate that. But it was Halloween. It's supposed to be creepy, right?
What type of skin-wearing shit are you guys going to? What is going on?
You were there the next year, Pat.
Oh, yeah, that was that type of event. You're right. Yeah, you're 100% right. That is that type of event. A lot of
crazy stuff going on out there in Columbus, man.
What did you dress up as?
My outfit was, I was Jim from The Office as Dave, if you're familiar with Jim's kind of no-outfit outfits that he would do for Halloween. He showed up one year just in his regular, suit and put a "Hello, my name is Dave" name tag on his shirt. That's what I went as. And it doesn't matter really, other than maybe last year, over all the years where I've had a costume, it was about the same. About 3 people knew what I was. Half the people thought I was, myself in the future as a non-player, my daily garb. was going to be. But no, I was Jim from the office. There were a couple really good outfits. Definitely shout out to Josiah and his girl went as the she was Willy Wonka and he was the blue. Yeah, that's the picture right there. So I went kind of like that. But and he was the blueberry, the kid that turned into a blueberry.
Violet Beauregard, yeah.
Yeah. Josh.
She dies, right?
Myers
Pretty much.
and his girl went as grapes, and were the most fun probably duo. People having the most fun of the whole party, which was great. Pat O'Donnell and his wife went as Ken and Barbie. Pat got a nice spray tan before it, so he was looking good. Which I'm not sure if that's going to rub off by this weekend. So check out his beautiful spray tan he's got.
I think he's probably yoked up too. You got a good body. You put a good spray tan on. You're dressing as Ken. What a night for Pat O'Donnell. How were the vibes though? I think this is important. You guys still did the Halloween party. Was there any conversations about maybe not doing it because how the season's going? Or has that conversation creeped into your locker room at all about, hey, this year's not going good. Let's do low vibes. Or was that ever a part of it, you think?
I think one of the most important things is hanging out together and that chemistry. And it wasn't as these parties are, never going to be 100% attendance, but there was a strong contingent, especially from the offensive side, that showed up. We love hanging out together. We do our weekly O-line dinner together, and so we had 100% attendance from the offensive line and from the quarterback crew. Danny Etling and his girlfriend Kendall went as Goose and Maverick, I believe, from Top Gun. Danny had a real mustache he shaved to, which was nice, a la Miles Teller's dirty mustache.
Good body, though. Miles Teller, bad mustache, good body. You know what I mean? He was doing that dancing thing.
J-Lo and his girl, Ronica, were disco. So she already had the hair, and it was big, and he had a big wig on. So that was good. Bakhtiari went as the milkman, and his wife was the housewife. So that was an interesting outfit.
He would be, by the way.
The highlight.
Uh-huh.
I must highlight our Lord and Savior, Royce Newman, went as Jesus, and his girl, Sabina, went as Mary Magdalene, I believe.
Oh, that's good. That's smart. That's a good callback. A couple thousand years. Not as old as horses.
No.
But that callback is a couple thousand year.
Which will be a foreshadowing to the book that I highlight today. So.
The Bible.
Let's go.
You're giving us the Bible?
Woo!
Just
Hell
like
yeah.
you're giving us the Bible? Is it going to be, that's going to be this season's this one? That's this season?
It's the Book of Mormon, actually.
Okay. I'm excited to learn about it. We'll dive into it. Don't give away the lead. We'll dive into that later. But I think that's a big deal, everybody hanging out. Especially whenever things go bad, there's an opportunity for people to hate each other and bash each other and want to stay away from each other and linger away from each other. It sounds like everybody's together still. That's good news, good vibes. AJ, your question for Aaron? I think it's fucking great news, actually.
No, I think it's awesome. You guys should probably hang out. Like when things are tough, hang out more. But I wonder, do you guys... Where do the invites come? Like, where do they stop? Do you invite the coaching staff? I'm sure you've probably seen the old classic clip. Randy Moss goes into Bill Belichick's office and invites him to their team Halloween skating party, and Bill and Linda show up in full garb, which I thought was amazing.
Pirate, awesome.
Oh, yeah.
The invites, it was just players only. Players only, no kids, so you would have had to find a sitter age, which has often been an excuse for you not to show up, even though your wife is always on top of it. But you're just such a hermit.
Oh, bad teammate.
Attic with fake wall and your piss cups beneath the table. But no, it was players.
Deflection.
Players only.
Deflection.
It was players only, and we had a good contingent show up. It was fun. But the best part is it was at Terror on the Fox, and for age, you've been there before, but there's this haunted train that you ride over, and then there's like a haunted maze and a haunted house you go through, and we had a good time. But most of the fun was had by me and Bobby Tunyon of doing our own scaring, and being in a group with Ida Cobb and Shelby O'Donnell. Those are two of the easiest people in the world to scare, we found out. So we had a lot of fun hiding behind some of the walls and doing our own scaring.
All right, good. Happy you were at Terrorize on Fox. Is that what you said? Terrorize Fox?
Terror on the Fox.
Oh, okay. I thought you said terrorizing the Fox. Jesus Christ. Sounds like a good time. Need to get to it 1 year. It sounds like things are good when it comes to camaraderie-wise. Whenever we talk about that Sunday Night Football game, you guys were 10.5-point dogs going into it. You even chatted about how this is good news. Our team is being counted out, kind of an underdog thing. You lose to the Bills. It didn't look great. Is there anything you guys take from these games? Because there's still everything in front of you. You got a Lions team right now that just traded away their best fucking player on the offensive side in Detroit this weekend, and you still have everything in front of you. What is the messaging? How are you guys talking about the season, and how do you think you get to, kind of right the ship, you think, Aaron?
Well, there's not really any moral victories. I never really believe in that. I think there's things you can take from certain games that might give you confidence moving forward. But we've never really been a moral victory team in Green Bay. We're about wins. And when you're not having wins and you're slumping, I think the most important thing is just to see how we deal with adversity and if we're going to stick together. And I haven't really seen any negative clips, so I'm assuming that means that we stuck together in the post game and nobody was kind of throwing shade on anybody else or passing the blame, which is important. Yeah, everything is kind of in front of us. There's a lot of teams in that 4-4, 3-5 range. We still have 9 games left. There's a lot to play for. Obviously, this is an important stretch for us coming up because we got a division opponent, and then we have 2 games in a week with Dallas, who's obviously playing well, and then Tennessee is playing well. Both games at home, which is great. But it's November football now. The weather's continuing to turn, and we need to be playing our best football moving forward. So, it's a strong look at all those different things that go into that. I think in general, we all just got to play a little bit better. I think that's the most important thing. And we still haven't played a complete game. We're still looking for that after 8 weeks. That's disappointing, but it's the way it goes. We've had a lot of injuries, which hasn't helped us. I thought there was, a call that definitely went against us in the game on the Tunyon touchdown.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that's bullshit. You said, hey, I know you have to be nice to refs. Sounded like it looked like it was a little bit difficult for you to potentially lay off that potential call there. I mean, that's a game changer, right? I mean, that's a momentum changer. You think you view it that way?
It can be. It's a different game, 27-10, 27-14. It's 2 scores to 3 scores. So that was, disappointing. Disappointing. It was 24-7 at the time. Would have been 24-14. Just watching that back and then talking with Bobby on the bus afterwards, because you never know. The emotions are that there's no way that was a penalty, and just the feel of it when I came off the fake looked like he was getting held. And I looked back to Sammy on the backside, and he was kind of gloved. And so then I peeked back to Bobby, and I saw him break free. My thing was they're hand fighting for one. And if you're going to if you're on that guy the whole time, the ref had number 1 on the play. Like, if you want to call OPI, then you have to call a corresponding hold, which happened before that, and then have offsetting plays. To me, it felt like they were hand fighting. The guy was grabbing Bobby. He just slapped his arm off, and he fell down, and probably would have been a no call there. But more than that, losing Christian Watson on the early hurt us because we had a lot of things in the plan for him. And obviously Elton, 90 minutes before the game, find out he's not going to play, which is similar to last week with Dave. So then we're moving guys around and moving pieces around and adjusting some things in the offense. We just, we need to get healthy, and I don't think that's going to be full health this week. We'll see what 9 status will be. See what Allen's status will be. We'll see what Elton's status will be. But we need all those guys moving forward if we're going to try and put something together and make a run.
Doesn't sound like you've given up hope, which is great news. Sounds like nobody has over there, especially if everybody's still going to Halloween parties and hanging out with each other. But the time's going to come quick. I mean, we're running against it here as the season rolls on, almost entering week 9 here, halfway through the season. Ty, your question for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, Aaron, I didn't see the video, but I read a quote that you said, last week during practice, it actually kind of felt like you guys were the Packers again. And then, Dobbs had that unbelievable catch where, dotted him. And then Toure late in the game had kind of that route where he almost made his own decision, it looked like, and went to the open space, and you found him. Is that the type of stuff you're talking about where you're finding more confidence in these guys? And was that something you saw in practice this week where it's like, hey, okay, I can maybe start to trust these guys a little bit more because although it's not translating to wins necessarily, like they are kind of starting to pick things up and and get a little bit better.
Well, we need all those guys to be confident. We need them to play with confidence. Last week when I said about feeling like the Packers, it was more just we're practicing like a good football team. I don't feel like we had consistently been doing that week to week. And there's been times over the past where, you have some rough weeks of practice or things don't look perfect and go out and just light it up. And there's been times you practice incredible and go out on the field and have a hard time scoring. So it doesn't always correlate, but the feeling of it, the energy, it's just felt better. Pre-game, this was the first game of the season where it really felt like we were ready to play, like energetically. And that's a weird thing to put your finger on, but it's more just a feeling that we're dialed in and we're locked in and ready to go. And again, obviously it doesn't translate to a win, but that energy I think is encouraging for us moving forward. When it comes to Samari, I had a conversation with him weeks ago about kind of projecting how the season would go. And I just said to him, I think you're too talented to be a healthy scratch every week. And I think it's possible for you and even probable that you need to be suiting up and making plays by midseason. And I don't think that was maybe some spark plug for him to get going and start practicing better. But he has been practicing really well. And I have been proud of the effort he's been showing during the week. And then he goes out in the field and makes a really nice adjustment play. On a play where he's supposed to be running a big post down the field, I kind of come back to the left. We block it up nicely. And he just naturally twirls out to the opposite side and makes a catch. And that's a big moment for a kid. I was real proud of him. Came down the end zone, congratulated him. I said, hang on to that ball, kid. That'll be a fun one to have in your office down the line to remember your first touchdown catch. So really proud of him. I'm happy for him. I like what I've been seeing in practice from him. Romeo, he's the talent is there, and I love Rome's. Just an excellent kid. Does all the little things well. The game within the game I've talked about. Being a good teammate, taking notes in meetings, being sharp, and then just little things that he does around the facility. Just respect to the workers, to the cafeteria workers, to the trainers, the equipment staff, the young guys working in there. I just like the way he goes about his business. And all that to be said, we just need him to play confidently on the field. And when he does, he's a great hands catcher and he makes plays for us. So we got to keep building with him, get 9 going if we can get him back, get Allen back hopefully. Randall will be back in a few weeks and Sammy and we got to just make the plays that are there. We can do that. We'll run the football well. We've obviously had a lot of weird things with the offensive line and a lot of different starting fives, but I definitely haven't given up any hope.
Yeah, you guys had over 200 yards rushing, you know what I mean? And it was fun to watch. That's against the Buffalo Bills defense that is very, very good. And it felt like in the middle of the field, a couple different drives in a row, Aaron would spark something, then AJ would come in and get going. It feels like the blueprint is there. Do you feel that? Do you feel like you guys are getting closer to what you could potentially be to be the best offense that you need to be to make a run at this thing? Or do you still think you guys are trying to figure it out?
I think we're trying to figure it out still. I mean, we can rush for 200, but if you lose by 2 scores, it doesn't exactly go back and say that's what we're going to do every single week. I think there was things they showed us that allowed us to do that. And then just those 2 guys are so reliable. I mean, they really are. You love going to battle with those guys because they're so sharp and smart. And then they just never go down the first guy. I mean, you watch some of the runs that 33 makes, and a guy who weighs under 200 pounds are just outstanding. I mean, it's ridiculous. His ability to slip off of blocks, and he's just never really down. You never can count him out. And then 28, running behind his pads, he's got some of the best hands on the team, catches the ball well. And you love playing with those guys. You really do. So I'm not sure what the blueprint's going to be, but I will say this, and I felt this, like 6 years ago. When you're in a rut, sometimes it just takes one. It just takes that one game to remind you, who you are and what you're capable of. And once you get that one, I think everybody can just take a breath and relax and go, okay, now we've reset. Now let's get going. So we've been hoping, it wasn't going to get to a 4-game streak, but we got an opportunity this week against a division opponent on the road to have that feeling, to take that breath, and then to, have that reset and
hopefully put some things together.
We're obviously here on trade deadline day. There's an hour and 32 minutes left until the trade window closes in the NFL. We've been keeping an eye. Denver Broncos just traded Chubb, defensive end, to Miami Dolphins.
Damn.
So Miami Dolphins are in the game. Chase Claypool traded to the Chicago Bears earlier today. Allegedly, your team, Packers, were in on that conversation. Bears outbid for Chase Claypool to join Justin Fields in the offense after trading Roquan Smith and Robert Quinn out of Chicago. You didn't know what to expect. Obviously, I asked you last week, and then probably the week before, about trade deadline and things like that. And it's an interesting question to ask you because a couple of years back, the conversation was that you were never asked for your opinion on anything. In the whole world that knew football was like, well, why would you not ask the best ball thrower of all time his opinion on who he's going to play football with? As this trade deadline is coming up now, we're against it. Hour and 30 minutes basically and some change. Are you keeping an eye on it? Are you checked out on it? Are you sick of talking about it? How do you feel about trade deadline and what the Packers are doing?
Well, the trade deadline has really become an interesting thing. I think earlier in my career, there wasn't a whole lot of movement ever at the break.
Agreed.
There wasn't big names going. You weren't seeing, starters, Pro Bowlers, All-Pro guys switch teams as frequently or anywhere. I mean, it just never really happened. It was so rare. It was almost like, whoa, who got traded? What? And now it's way more common. I don't know if it's because I'm not going to call it tanking, but there's teams that are really valuing those draft picks and looking at guys maybe in the last year of their contract or maybe a year to go in their contract that they don't feel like they can retain or they're going to want to retain and try to get some value for them. So you're seeing more of that. Obviously, we're 4 Eastern, I think is the cutoff maybe. So we're coming up on it. Hopefully, I was kind of hoping there might be some news during this show that we could break in live time. That would be pretty cool. I have had conversations with Brian, the past few weeks. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I know that we've, I'm not surprised to hear that maybe we were in on the Claypool, and then we'll see what happens.
Brandon Cooks allegedly not at practice today for Houston. Nope. His name's been up in conversation with the Green Bay Packers for a while. It sounds like Aaron.
Are they practicing on Tuesday? Is it like
apparently Thursday night game?
Oh yeah, they have Thursday night.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then.
No, but also some teams have Monday day off. Tuesday they're back in the building. It's fucked me up as a person that talks into this microphone every day. I'm like, well, why the fuck's the guy at the building? I'm like,
that's the worst.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting. But so you're thinking maybe something happens. Maybe something does happen.
Wow.
A lot of big names moving around. AJ, your question for old Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, so we have different offensive guys getting traded around the league. How tough would it be for like a receiver to go from one team to another midseason and actually be dropped into like their system? Like, do you have to like come up with just a little package at first for this person, or how long does it take to actually understand the offense?
Well, it depends. I mean, there's so many teams running our similar system. I think if you had a guy in that system, you could really plug and play for the most part with probably 7 or 8 teams at least at this point.
Who's that? That's the Shanahan, or is this? Yeah.
So yeah, like I've said in the past, Niners are running it, Rams are running it, we're running it, Atlanta, Philly. Tennessee, Cincinnati,
Philly,
what?
Philly,
Miami, Philly. Is Philly running? Who do they have from our system?
Oh no, it's the
Minnesota.
Jets. It's the Jets that have the
Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota's running it. Yeah, so there's like 8 or 9 teams probably that run similar offense. So you could plug and play a guy like that from one of those teams. With somebody else, you probably look. It's a lot of the same plays, and a lot of the same terminology for them that's been passed down through iterations over the years. But yeah, you'd probably give them a 10 or 15 play thing to start if it was somebody from a different system, and then slowly work them in. But look, a go ball is a go ball, a slant's a slant, a curl's a curl, a shallow cross is a shallow cross in most of these offenses. So it wouldn't be, I don't think, as difficult as some of the storylines can make it seem.
Is your thumb doing anything for you right now? I just thought about a go ball, about you throwing one. Any difference in your hand throwing this year? Because I saw you with the tape on. There wasn't tape, then there was tape, then there's tape, then there's no tape. It's just kind of something you feel as you go, or you feel like it is something you got to worry about a little bit on that thumb?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to tape it up just for a little extra protection Sunday night, and it felt fine. Every now and then I might have a couple snaps under center that jar it a little bit, but for the most part it was fine all night.
You're taking some shots, dude. You know that. You're taking some shots these days. You feeling it like an old man, or no? You good?
I definitely feel it a little more over the last few years, Mondays and Tuesdays, just kind of the way things go. A little bit more sore in those days, but for the most part, by the time I get to Wednesday, I feel pretty good.
Okay, yeah, because I'm seeing you, take your chin strap off while you're picking yourself up, and you got the long johns on. And I'm like, damn, this dude is taking a couple big-time shots. And I'm happy to hear you're okay. All right? Hey, happy to hear you're okay. Let's keep this thing going. Hey, no problem. Connor has a question for you. Go ahead, Connor.
Yeah, Aaron, there's a lot of talk after the game of the Jair Diggs exchange before. How do you feel about kind of coming out of the tunnel at the same time? And also, did you even notice it when it was happening in real time, or is that something you saw after the game?
Well, I did see some other tunnel incidents that happened across our sport, but it is a little different when you go in the same tunnel. We were coming out for pregame warm-ups, and they were kind of amassing by their locker room entrance as well. It's not. I mean, look, it's all pros, so there's going to be those conversations, but I don't know. I mean, that's just normal trash talk to me, and those are two great competitors, and I thought both their responses, at the end of the game were pretty funny.
You encountering any different shit talk this season as opposed to years past? I know you love a good shit talk. I know you love good competitive banter. Have you been experiencing that more this year than maybe years past because teams are taking advantage of the situation here early in the season a little bit more, or is everybody like Aaron OG kind of talk to you?
No, there's definitely some people that enjoy shit talking regardless who's playing quarterback, and I like those, man. I feel like you're kind of a part of the game and gets the juices going a little bit. So I always enjoy that. There's been some good ones for sure. There's been some real bad ones. Some ones that's like I don't even know how to respond to you. It's like that the line from Hangover, right? That Ed Helms says to Zach Galifianakis, "You are literally too stupid to insult." Right? That's sometimes, every now and then, it's like that. But for the most part, it's good. It's good banter back and forth. Sometimes some guys get real personal, and then you might have to say something back to them or just lock that away in the old memory bank. But look, when you're getting beat, not a whole lot you can say to some of the shit talk. You just got to get it.
It's a different world for you guys. It's a different world for LaFleur right now, too. A lot is being made of what his record was coming into the season versus what it is right now. And obviously, a couple games under 500 people are going to say that. Is your relationship with LaFleur anything different this year than it has been in year past? And how have the conversations gone with how everything has kind of started this particular season with LaFleur?
Yeah, I mean, it is a little different. It definitely is. It's better.
Oh. Nice. Huh? That was 12-6.
Yeah, fucking drop right off the table.
Yeah, that was a little curveball right there. Nobody could have expected. It's because you guys are around each other longer, and you just have.
Yeah, we've been around each other for a long time. It's a good rhythm you get into during the week and the conversations, and just the trust and the it's, and this is generally how it goes. As you get closer with a coach, there become more conversations about actually the X's and O's stuff. It's more about the character of the team and the confidence of the team and the vibe and the energy that we have, and yeah, Matt and I are always kind of connected in conversations, and really appreciate that relationship. And it's on the leadership of the football team, and that includes him and the staff to continue to keep it together and to be putting out the right energy and the right mindset and the right words to get guys to know that, hey, still a lot to play for, but at the same time, there's got to be a lot of accountability about the way we have played.
Concur. Hey, earlier you mentioned everyone just needs to play a little bit better. How do you do that? Every coach in the world is trying to figure that out. Like, what is there any actionable steps guys can take to hey, we're all going to get better?
Well, that's a good question, Age, and I don't know if I have a perfect answer for you, but I think there's two parts where we can control every single week, and one is the preparation. And so how are we preparing? How are we note-taking during the week? What are we doing during our off time? That's number one that we can always look at. And number two is practice habits. And I think those are really, really important. And like I said, last week was the first week I felt like we really practiced like a good football team. But how are we practicing? What habits are we putting out there? How much are we critiquing ourselves in practice? And how quickly are we able to absorb a plan that goes in the morning and then go out and execute that on the field in practice. So I think those are two ways that you can set yourself up to play better. When it gets to the game, a lot of it is just, playing with confidence and being able to react quickly and being able to have a mind that's not cluttered, a mind that's moving quickly but not over racing. And a lot of that stuff is just learned. But I think if you really can win games Monday to Saturday, if you're preparing the right way and then if you're practicing the right way, and we just obviously haven't been doing that.
Isn't it crazy that whenever you get in those big moments, you rely on your fundamentals, and your fundamentals only come from your preparation, and the people that prepare the most are normally the ones who are the most confident people, because the confidence comes from the preparation. But we hear a couple quotes from somebody in the past that goes like, practice, we're talking about practice. It's like Allen Iverson might have been an anomaly. I think a lot of other people need to realize how important practice is on a regular basis, and it feels like you guys are going through those growing pains right now, because that's not like that's, I was very lucky to be a part of. I got a chance to go see Tariq Glenn go into the Ring of Honor this week and catch up with that first generation of team that I came into the league with. And those dudes practice. They're at like every rep in practice. There's no balls on the ground. If there's a ball on the ground, everybody's pissed off. Everybody's fully invested in everything. Practice matters. And there was like a couple younger guys that I was a part of. I didn't fully understand that yet. I'm like, if I hit a shank here, doesn't like. This does not matter at all. And then all of a sudden, as you get older, it's like, the reason why Vinatieri is Vinatieri, or the reason why these guys are the best is because Wednesday's reps are a direct indicator of what Sunday's reps are going to be. And on Sunday, if you're having a bad day, you can rely upon all the work you put in. Are those like growing pains you think you're seeing, like not only your team go through, but most young guys kind of go through there, right? That's a really mature way to look at things, and you guys need it to happen quickly, it sounds like, right?
Well, I think that's the general progression for young players. There's a time where practice becomes less pressure-filled and more performance-driven. And what I mean by that is you're less worried about making mistakes, and you're more able to be focused and centered on how important your performance on that individual play is. And then to expand on that, there's a way of scripting for practice that allows for a player to learn how to practice, and I think it's a vital part of any team, and a responsibility that's really important for the scripter of practice, because you have the opportunity to set up that individual rep for one person, two people, or the entire offense to make an adjustment, to react, and to be able to lock a memory into your brain that can help you on Sunday. And I think we haven't quite fully grasped that every single rep matters. Otherwise, why would Adam Stenavich be spending all his time trying to script, the perfect practice rep? We're wasting his time. If we go into a walkthrough and don't anticipate, hey, we have a base call on here, what could Adam possibly script here that's going to help us have a memory that can be locked into our brain, so when on Sunday we get into a game and we see the same look, we can go, oh yeah, I remember Wednesday morning walkthrough, whatever play that was, this is the look that we got, we made this call, and this was right. And I think that's when you can make that jump, is to be able to understand that there are no wasted reps ever. Every rep matters, every rep's important, and that's the respect I think you show to the person's job it is to script practice, because they spend a lot of time thinking this over. And the last thing we want is people to just go into a robot mode where you're just like autopilot, not even thinking about this. The most important thing is to be so locked in that you can anticipate, what could this guy possibly script for us that's going to help us get better on this play for this specific sequence. And I don't think we're quite there yet.
I think it's
This last week was a step in the right direction.
I think that's a very mature thing to have to do, though. Like, I think that is a mature mindset that older teams kind of have, and I was very lucky to be dropped into one there and kind of see how it all operates. Is that something you guys could have thought about? What, if you're coming in like a brand new team almost? I mean, a lot of similar guys, but younger in pretty key positions. Is that something you thought or even could have thought of coming into the season, maybe being something like, oh, yeah, even practices are different. It's not just games that are different. Like, has it been a very eye-opening experience here? And I don't want to say without Devontae, but has it been an eye-opening experience without your number one guy? And how do you think, like brighter days are ahead?
Well, I think, Pat, I don't know if that's something you can really necessarily plan for. I think there's an important thing to learn as a young player that I learned, and that was that I'm going to watch the eldest person in my position room and see how they did it, and mimic as many of those things, those habits, those ways of doing things that I like or don't understand yet or want to incorporate into my game as quickly as I possibly can. And then anything I want to do differently, then I do differently. I do it my own. But as a young player, the most important thing you should be doing is looking to those guys in your room, those veteran guys, and how they do it. Because we've had some incredible practice players over the years who just lead by example. The Julius Peppers of the world, the Ryan Grants, Donald Driver's practice habits. These guys who set the standard for, there's no wasted reps. We finish to the end zone every time. Ryan Grant changed that whole thing for our practice because every single run he had, he would run to the end zone. Doesn't matter if we were on the -20 or the +20. And that just changed the way we did things. There was no wasted reps. There was no half-ass reps. And I think, as an older player, I think sometimes you just almost assume, I guess, that a young player is going to watch the habits and want to mimic the oldest person in the room, what they're doing. But we've had to reset some of those things because we haven't maybe had that sink in how important every single rep is when you step on the field.
It's crazy to think about because it is very.
But I don't think that. Let me just expand that, Pat. Sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah, don't worry.
I really don't think that's a Green Bay problem. So I'm not saying this is. I think this is across the league. I really think this is a young player thing that you got to figure out. You got to watch the older guys in the group how they do things, and study that and learn how to practice and learn how to be a pro. And it takes time. It definitely takes time. But we're into the season now, and we should be practicing a certain way, like we finally did last week.
Okay, so hopefully we can grow upon that. I think we just had a great practice conversation about how it matters. You know what I mean? A lot of people forget about that, how important it is. It's very mature thinking. Excited to see if the Green Bay Packers team can continue to be the team that is preparing on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays for Sunday. Now, it is time to prepare our brains to get better, isn't it? Mm-hmm. We've been a part of something here for at least a year where we feel like we're adding to society. Sure. We're making society a better place. Mm-hmm. Normally, our particular program makes the world worse, makes sports media worse, makes the world dumber. Not with this particular segment. No, no, no. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the latest installment of the Aaron Rodgers Book Club. Last week, he gave us the book Healing, which was brought to you by a man named David Elliott, 2 T's. Mm-hmm. It's about how to breathe and recenter yourself and refocus on what matters and what doesn't matter. Then there was obviously the Mastery of Love, the Outliers, the War of the Gods, and now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Book 6 of the Aaron Rodgers Book Club 2.0. It is...
First of all, I want to say thanks to Foxy or whoever put together that graph, that image of me.
Got a baby dirty. Yeah. Drawn to the game.
Just like you.
I look pretty jacked right there, so big thanks to Foxy.
You are jocked. You are very jocked. So jocked. Very jocked. Very jocked. Yeah.
But today's book is a really fascinating book that definitely tests the dogma that so many of us grew up with. But it's called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross by John Allegro.
It looks short.
Oh, yeah. Oh, The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross. Talking about dogma, which is living for other people's dreams or something like that, right? Trying to prove other people right?
Yeah, no, I don't think that's dogma.
No, dogma is doing something you don't love. Steve Jobs had a quote about dogma, I think, didn't he? You're living,
Be a dog.
But anyway, this
dogma. It's not. You're not eating it.
Not be a dog.
No, it's a principle or set of principles laid down by an authority as incontrovertibly true.
Excuse me. Wow.
It's D-O-G-M-A, not dog.
D-A-W. That's what I was thinking.
It's D-O-G-M-A. Yeah. So this book is about the mushroom and the sacred cross. This is about, because you said it was about Jesus Christ earlier, didn't you? Is there a little bit of religion?
Yeah. Well, it tests the Bible a little bit. It's about...
Whoa.
It's this guy interpreted spent decades interpreting the Dead Sea Scrolls. And in that interpretation, he comes up with a hypothesis about the Bible and what it was really written for and about. And it's interesting. And, I was talking about how I think it's important to read information in books that test our own initial feelings on things. To live in a world where we just confirm our own bias all the time, where we live in an echo chamber, it doesn't really allow us to grow at all. But when we read books or articles or interesting things, anecdotes about things that kind of test things that we had learned as a kid, maybe, or patterns or conditioning or dogma in this case, I think it's good. You don't have to believe everything in this book. It is fascinating, and it is incredible research, and it is an interesting hypothesis, and I think it's a good read for anybody who's enjoys expanding their brain a little bit, and also who is interested in the history of mushrooms.
Oh, so it's about trippy mushrooms too?
Yeah, it's about a certain type of mushroom that's been used by societies dating way, way, way back. It's actually
peanut butter. Were they putting in peanut butter? Put it in. Were they putting? Go ahead.
A fun side note is that the same type of mushroom that he's talking about in this book was the mushroom that's at the genesis of the Santa Claus myth, which is
what?
Excuse me?
Santa's not real?
It's November 1st, dude. Jeez Louise.
If you're watching this, I don't
Mariah
think so.
Carey just came out of hibernation.
Hold on. Do they talk about grinding up the mushrooms, though? Like in a coffee grinder, and then putting it in peanut butter sandwiches so you don't even really taste it? And
like
then you
fruit
get
roll-ups?
2 to 4 hours of a great time. Is that what they're talking about? Is that the mushroom? We're talking about the same mushroom here?
Not necessarily, no.
I don't know. I think I could have created Santa in some of those. You know what I mean? After I have some of those peanut butter sandwiches. I can't wait for it. How many pages? How many pages is that book?
It's pretty long. It's It's over 375.
Oh, we'll save that for your off season.
But it's really it's about. Let me see. There's a long into. It's about 275.
275. That ain't bad.
Compared to
100 pages of index. So
is there photos in that? Pictures in that thing?
It's not like a coloring book or anything. There's a couple pictures, but not too many.
Okay. Maybe a coloring book one of these weeks for your old friend Pat, but it ain't nothing on, I guess, the 500-page fingerprints of the gods here. You know what I mean? A 500-pager. This is still the best one we've ever had. Earlier, I thought
shout out Graham Hancock.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Graham. This had to take you 7 years to write.
Love you,
I
Graham.
can't thank you enough for all the big brain stuff you did. I thought earlier, though, you were alluding to, maybe having the Bible be, because remember Jesus and Mary Magdalene were dressed up at the Halloween party, and you said, oh, that's a little teaser for the book club. I'm like, he's putting the Bible out there. I was excited for that. Maybe next week. Something to think about.
I don't think I'm going to have the Bible in the book club, but I have nothing
Still a
against
bestseller.
Yeah.
A lot of copies of the Bible have been sold.
Yeah, and if he does that one, though, there's
A lot of different styles. Pat, what did you grow up? What version of the Bible did you grow up reading?
King James, of course.
Yeah, of course. It was the King James one, which is obviously the best version. I fucking have no idea. Every once in a while, I'll go into a hotel, I'll pull out a fucking little drawer. Boom, right there. Every single time. I'm like, let me dive in here. Take a couple of your magical mushrooms, maybe some of your ayahuasca, maybe smoke some vitamins. Get in there. I'm like, well, this is pretty cool shit. There's a lot of good stuff. Seems like they're just trying to tell tales of people doing bad stuff so the kids won't do it. And maybe it was kind of taken out of proportion. But hey, if it's going to get me into heaven so I can have a good time for eternity, I'll continue to dive in. AQ, you got a tattoo of a cross on your shoulder there. Which did you think maybe the Bible was going to be this week's book club, and how excited were you for it?
I thought it was coming. I grew up big time Catholic, and I was looking.
Was that King James's version?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, King James version.
How much of that did you?
You get to be an altar boy?
Easy, bud.
Oh, come on.
Did you? You went to
I
Penn
grew up
State?
Catholic too. Get your heads in the gutter. I grew up Catholic.
Well, he went to Penn State,
yeah.
so
Went to Penn State,
Yeah.
altar boy. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, yikes.
There we go.
Is everything okay?
You really
Everything's
picked a
great.
couple winners, didn't you?
All right, Aaron. Sorry for taking up your time. No, you got to get better every single day. Just got to get better. We appreciate you stopping by. The face looks amazing. You look young.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
What do you got
Hey,
today?
have a great day. Have a great day, huh? I'm gonna, get into some film, and we got a beautiful day in Green Bay out here. So
Oh, yeah.
not going to be too many of these left. So maybe
Play some
take it.
golf.
Yeah, maybe go rollerblading or something outside. Something
Oh,
Hell yeah.
Clear your mind. Rollerblade a little bit around Green Bay. Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers. Just going to go rollerblade.
Why not?
That's awesome. I thought the Bible was going to be Like when he offered this one up, I mean, anything's in play now.
Yeah.
The Bible's a couple thousand. What's that? Only 2x this thing.
Right.
I mean, when you say coloring book, though, that's a great idea because then maybe the president will join the book club.
All right. There's no reason.
Be awesome.
Let's take 5. Okay, let's all take 5.
One president watches game day, another is in the book club.
Do you like my impersonation of him when I was doing the definition of dogma?
There is a Steve Jobs quote. Here it is. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Okay, so exactly what I said. Yeah. But, of course, not.
No.
Of course not. You know what I mean?
What did you say?
I think
that's what you said.
I might have stumbled through it, but I think that is what
I believe so.
I was trying to run through all the Steve Jobs quotes, which I had obviously heard dogma. This came from a bigger quote, obviously. I think he did during a graduation speech or whatever. But, I'll listen to old Steve Jobs if he's saying some stuff. I've never taken dad advice from Steve Jobs.
No, Dadma.
No.
Dogma.
Steve Jobs. AQ, before we get into the trenches on the other side of this break and we learn more about offensive line play and run games and what teams we should be betting on who might get wins because they win in the trenches, and before we talk about the Bobbled Exchange, an incredible podcast that you do alongside Drew Stanton weekly, let's see if you can go ahead and make one of these footballs into a hoop on this Aaron Rodgers Tuesday. Just had a great conversation with the back-to-back MVP. Go ahead and put this ball in the hoop. We'll give 10 people $500 who randomly retweet this video, say something nice to somebody, and put their cash tag in.
Come on, Al.
For Joe DiNardo.
Oh, yikes.
Not your best.
Not my best.
Jesus. See why you played center.
Yeah, snap it in.
Oh! All right. He'll get another opportunity out of the other side.
Yep.
He won't let down everybody whenever he gets back in front of this big board.
I hope not.
No.
He will not. He'll make us all smarter, make us all brighter. Big thanks to Aaron for stopping by. Big thanks to Jared Allen. Big thanks to you, AJ, for not being as toxic today after wearing that creep face.
Yeah.
Go Hawk.
It is trade deadline day.
Thank you.
We are creeping in on the end of the trade window. We'll keep an eye on that. We will also see what the reaction is to what Aaron just said. I'm sure he pissed somebody off about something. Cannot
No
wait
doubt.
to hear what that was. Take 5. We will be back in 5. See you in 5.
Bye.
Lucky to be here at the Northrup Hall with the incredible Trojan crowd. College Game Day is having a blast here. Minnesota has shown up. Row the boat, Sky U-Mall, go Gophers. Let's get the axe and keep that thing in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Place is about to lose their minds. Ladies and gentlemen, watch a man maestro a crowd like Coach Lee Corso. Give it to him. Give it to him.
Watch, now he'll say to me, works every time. What?
Every time. You just can't dog pee on a field. This obviously led to a nightmare situation for Luke Logan, who misses the extra point. An absolute pandemonium happened. But in Dwayne Haskins' defense, the Redskins and Dwayne Haskins might never win a game again. That guy's flexing like DJ Fleck a little bit. Good sells a little bit delayed. He got me the throw. Throw the flag. Sell your soul. Who hates Iowa? A lot of hate here in Minnesota, Maria. Hey, you look good, pal. For me, right after we leave this octagon, I'm going to Lake Minnetonka. I'm pulling a swordfish out of there. Then I'm going to stop by Paisley Park. I'm going to pay my respects to Prince in the Purple Rain. Then I'm going to walk into TCF Bank Stadium, and I'm going to say,
Tommy Townsend hit a 58-yard fucking fair catch, AJ. A 58-yard fair
Pretty good, huh?
Yes, people are going to say, what? I see a guy hit a 73-yard ball. I see a guy hit a 60-yard punt. That's impressive. It's like, no, a 58-yard fair catch should be chatted about, because for a fair catch to happen, the returner has to think that he is worried that he's going to get blown up by the coverage team. He thinks the coverage team is so close that it would be a risk for him to take any yards. For a ball to travel 58 yards from the line of scrimmage, let alone him lining up 14 yards behind that. So for this ball to travel 72 yards from where he stopped at, the height that ball has to reach to get his gunners down 58 yards down the field while they're being blocked and potentially double teamed, it is a fucking murdered ball. This dude right here, Tommy Townsend, he hit a bad punt in the Super Bowl his rookie year. Since that moment going forward, it's the biggest fucking balls I've ever seen in my entire life. This is the line of scrimmage right here, all right? They have to get from the fucking 13 to the 27. They have humans attempting to block them out here. So it's not just a direct sprint. There is misdirection. There's already a couple loops happening. If you see, he probably started out here, so he comes in this way because he knows it's going to be. So he's not running directly 58 yards either. You start doing some math on what people run at 40s, and to get 58 yards, you think at least 5 seconds, 6 seconds, but then they're rerouted. That's like 7 seconds, 8 seconds, with a snap to kick being 1.67 or what, 2 seconds total. He had to hit this ball so fucking high, and they're waiting. This dude's waiting on him. This dude is waiting on his fucking... It is incredible at what he was able to accomplish. And I just hope Tommy Townsend continues to get the respect that he deserves, because he fucking murders balls. And he takes small little steps and he sits back and he punts that fucker straight up in the air. And it takes massive courage to do that, because if you hit one bad when you're aiming up like this, that thing's going real short. This system crashed out. Only one camera is of use at this moment. For those that are watching at home, we apologize. This must be a Feel Good Friday.
I can't believe that the cameras aren't working on today of all days.
Yeah, well, I mean... If
this is the universe.
Oh, hey, pal. How you doing?
Gabagool. Wow! We're going!
I need a nice cold Bud Light.
Oh, you're fucking out!
How's your fan? How's your fan?
Maybe a couple whiskeys.
What? 80,000 individual eyes that are looking at these eyes right now. What the fuck are you doing?
2 scotches.
What? Are you kidding me?
Tequila.
What?
55, 56, 63. That's how many new wrinkles I'm going to bring to the office.
I get things done, Patty.
Vodka.
What?
He said I was on meth. I ain't ever done meth.
Dirty dressed up like Russell Wilson.
Margarita.
What? He's Brett Michaels.
You're fucking out!
More ice cold Bud Light.
What?
More ice cold Bud Light.
What?
More ice cold Bud Light.
What? What?
Ice cold.
What?
Cheers.
Thanks everybody watching.
Hey.
What?
Let's go. This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
AJ, never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it!
What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston College.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to our humble abode known as the FanDuel Thunderdome. Hour 4 shall commence immediately following this beat drop right here. Football! This is what we talk about on a daily basis. We try to talk about the powerful in a positive fashion, even though the primetime games have been boring as shit.
Yep.
Last night was no different, but we just got off a conversation with Aaron Rodgers that I'm sure the world will react to with what he's chatting about and how they can get better. Sounds like all hope has not been lost. One member of the Talks Table, not Boston Connor, but at Ty Schmidt. You feeling better after the ART this week?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like you said, not all hope's lost, but you got to start winning now. I mean, we can't, you know... All hope will be lost if you continue to lose and not look good. So they need to start winning. Seems like he's in a good spot. Let's fucking trade for somebody, huh? A lot of trades going on. Let's fucking trade for somebody.
At Tone Diggs, Pittsburgh Steelers just traded for somebody. We'll dive into that in a second on the studio stage. Ladies and gentlemen, host of In the Trenches, which we'll get to in about 10 minutes, AQ Shipley. Finally clap for you. You know, the last couple hours, nobody clapped for you. That was rude. Friend of the program, we should do that. And obviously, Super Bowl champion, college football national champion, AJ Hockenson. A couple trades happened while we were talking to Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, Chubb goes to the Miami Dolphins from the Denver Broncos. He was allegedly on the trade block for the last couple of weeks. The Dolphins flip a deal. Flip a pick that they got from the Trey Lance trade with the Niners, end up getting Chubb. The Dolphins were not finished, though. The Dolphins also got Jeff Wilson from the San Francisco 49ers. He was the starter before Christian McCaffrey got to town. He knows McDaniel's offense. McDaniel knows him. He has done well with the Niners. The Dolphins making plays on this trade deadline Tuesday. Gumpy's probably loving it. We should probably call him in a second. What does this mean, you think, to all of Miami? That not only are they going all in round Tua, they bring in Tyreek Hill in the offseason. Now they're bringing in Chubb and Jeff Wilson. They know that they got a team and they're going for it. I fucking love it in South Beach, AJ.
That's what the NFL is now, isn't it? I feel like we are in a time where people think, hey, our window is open. We need to do whatever we possibly can to win right now. Like, we don't, yeah, they're planning for the future, but they know their future I may not be here in the future, so I want to win right now. And I think it's a great time to be a fan of the NFL because this is awesome to watch.
And if you think about the owner, Stephen Ross, he was being alleged of trying to lose games in the NFL. There was a lot of very serious allegations being said about the owner of the Dolphins for a long, loud amount of time. Mm-hmm. Now they're making moves. They're paying everybody. They're having a winning season. Probably trying to write that narrative if you're Stephen Ross by going all in. McDaniel probably loves it, and I don't know the GM. But joining us now, a man who's been a Dolphin fan since birth. He's from the north left part of Canada. He loves the southeast team of Miami Dolphins. Ladies and gentlemen, a man we all miss, stuck in Canada, not allowed in America, Gumpy.
Yeah! How we doing, boys?
Yeah, grinning like the butcher's dog, Gumpy, huh? You got Chubb, you get Jeff Wilson, you brought in Tyreek Hill. It feels like it's a great time to be a Dolphins fan. How do you like these moves, Dolphins fan Gump?
It's a damn shame I won't be allowed in the country to see him in the Super Bowl.
Whoa. Hopefully by then, right?
Yeah, what? Who's the quarterback?
Fucking awesome, dude. This is the best. Greatest thing ever. Dolphins all in for once. I love it.
Dolphins all in for once. What happens if they don't make a run, though, Gump? Are you is it going to be tragic if they lose in the first round of the playoffs?
Building up expectations. You guys are supposed to be good now. Is that what you're saying, AJ?
Kind of.
Oh, no.
Longer
fall. No. Why are you doing that, AJ?
Oh, no. Are we Super Bowl or bust, I'm saying? Are the Dolphins like, hey, now this is the expectations. We are Super Bowl or bust. Is that where we are moving forward?
Yeah. Have to be.
I don't think so. Not this year. But if you pay Chubb, right? You pay Chubb this year, go into next year. I mean, the Bills and the Chiefs are still the top of the AFC. There's no denying that, but it's just positive for the Dolphins for once. Like, this is awesome. This is the best time I've ever had in my life being a Dolphins fan.
And you're stuck in Canada for it. It's a shame.
That a baby jump.
Wish we could get you in the United States. I'm happy you're enjoying it. Sounds like Lions fans are yearning for the day that they can do what you're doing right now. What do you think it is about the organization this year that's different than every other year? Why do you think they're going on? Is it because you think Stephen Ross was being accused of trying to fucking lose games and the fans don't necessarily love that? Or do you think McDaniel's just brought a new energy and they understand it's their window? What do you think, Gump?
Mike McDaniel and Tua. It's like what's happening with the Bears with Fields. You get a quarterback, surround him with what you need to do to make him good. And that's what Mike McDaniel's done. You empower your quarterback. Everybody loves him as a leader. It's fucking awesome. It's the best.
We're happy for you. We can't wait to see you, ladies and gentlemen, Gumpy.
How baby go!
Love you, Gumpy. Miss you, Gumpy. He's one half of the Hammer Dahn Cowboys who talk about gambling every single day. 15 minutes after this show ends at youtube.com/Hammer Dahn. The Pittsburgh Steelers have also made a trade. They traded for cornerback from the Commanders.
William Jackson.
The third.
Yes.
Not William Jackson the second?
No.
Not the original William Jackson. This is William Jackson the third. Anytime there's a third, I love it. I think it needs to be mentioned. If it is out there, there's a reason for it. And he is, now a Pittsburgh Steeler. So the Pittsburgh Steelers get rid of Chase Claypool, send him out of town to Chicago, a team that got rid of Quinn and Roquan Smith. Roquan Smith, leading tackler in the NFL right now, traded to the Baltimore Ravens from the Chicago Bears. We all think, the Bears are mailing it in. They trade for Chase Claypool, get him out of Pittsburgh. Now he's in Chicago. I don't know how Steelers fans, probably indifferent about that. Get cornerback William Jackson III in there. Are you happy about this? And what do you think this is saying from Mike Tomlin? This is like when he brought in Minka a couple years ago when the offense went to shit and Duck Hodges was leading the team. No offense, Duck. That's the reality of the situation.
Yeah, he wasn't really playing for the Commanders. I know he got 3 years, $40 million. I believe it was this offseason for the Commanders, and he just didn't like the team anymore. So
That's
fucking
good.
buy low situation for the Steelers here. I love it. I mean, everything they did today was absolutely perfect. Super Bowl next year is going to be fucking awesome.
Okay, so this is, you're looking for next year. This
changes nothing this year.
Okay. So Tomlin is coaching for 2023 right now. And this trade was made for 2023.
Absolutely.
And you guys have to pay him, I assume, right? Because the window had changed where the money has to go.
Absolutely, fucking pay him.
So you pick up a big-time contract from somebody on defensive side of the ball, which your defense has been the heart and soul of that thing. Going to continue to be good. Well, TJ's not playing. TJ probably back here in the next couple games. Yep. You're giving up hope on this year? You think that's what the Steelers have done or no?
I don't know if they have, but yeah, I have. Yeah, for sure.
All right.
I mean, look at the fucking team.
All right, but they're making trades. Trying to make moves.
So you want Canada next year?
Huh?
Super Bowl next year.
Yeah, exactly.
So, hey, Guy, use the last of this season to kind of get acquainted with the building, the staff, the city, the ins and outs, how Tomlin goes, the defense as a whole.
Casino.
Just know that you're getting traded to Pittsburgh right now for fucking next year. Okay? You got a long preseason all of a sudden because we are preparing for next year. Welcome to the team, Willie Jackson III.
Exactly.
He's a former first-round pick. He's due $3.1 million for the rest of the season, then a $12 million option for next year.
How much is guaranteed of that?
Well, who knows?
Well, that's pretty big.
I know there's a $2.5 million roster bonus due in March.
Yeah, well, that's nothing when you're fucking paying.
So it seems like it's let's see what he's got left for the rest of this year, and then maybe you're around next season.
So if it's their option, this is a great play by the Steelers.
It is.
We'll pay this guy $2.5, and if it's our option that we don't have to pay him anything after the season, that's a great play. That is an unbelievable opportunity for the Pittsburgh Steelers to maybe strike gold on a first-round talent who wasn't happy somewhere else. He gets into your system. If TJ's back, he's getting to experience what TJ is. Minka, he's had a couple games here where we're wondering what the fuck's going on with Minka. Well, he's still a dog. So maybe there is a little bit of hope and optimism in Pittsburgh. And I don't know about this team. Jacksonville, they made a big-time trade. Calvin Ridley, who I believe is from the Florida area, went back to Florida during his bye week last year whenever he was not playing, placed a pretty hefty bet that did involve his Atlanta Falcons team playing against somebody. He was then got a year-long suspension for betting on game that he was not playing in, or the bye week that he was not playing in, and that he was not playing in the entire season. Nonetheless, set the standard going forward, the precedent. We can't have players betting on games, even though sports gambling is about to be legal everywhere because of how much better it makes all sports and everything like that. He has been traded to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Ian Rappaport says, shocker! This one came out of left field for Ian Rappaport. The Falcons are trading wide receiver Calvin Ridley to the Jaguars, sources say, in exchange for a complex draft compensation that could be worth a maximum 2023 fifth-rounder and a 2024 second-rounder. Ridley is suspended through at least the 2022 season. He was suspended indefinitely with at least a season, I guess, is where we're at. Calvin Ridley, good ball player. Artie Smith, never really got to experience anything with him. So these are the conditions to the trade for Calvin Ridley. If he gets reinstated by a date, it's worth a 2023 fifth. Otherwise, it's for a sixth. If he makes the team in 2024, it's at least a fourth. If he hits playtime milestone, it's a third. If Jacksonville gets a long-term deal done, it's a two.
Wow.
All right, I love what Atlanta's doing. Listen, go ahead and get the guy. Doug Peterson's like, do we know if he's ever going to fucking play? Has anybody ever been suspended before for sports gambling? Like, this is still a precedent type of thing. Has he been talking to Roger Goodell since being suspended? Is Roger happy with him? Is they not happy with him? Is he ever going to play? And Jacksonville Jaguar GM goes, you're right, goes up to Atlanta. We need an answer for all this shit. And the Atlanta GM's like, all right, how about this? If he plays, you guys give him a long-term deal. You get this. If he does this, you get this. If he's reinstated, guess what? Boom, that's going to be a 5th and a 6th. We get to move. We get a deal. Jacksonville's like, deal. Let's fucking make it happen. I'm excited to hear that they were willing to do whatever to get a deal done, and maybe this will help out the Jacksonville Jaguars, who, it seems like, Etienne's making big plays every single weekend. Trevor Lawrence is making some big plays. It feels like they're a little bit of a splash. They lose to the Denver Broncos in London, which is the first time a lot of people have probably seen this Jacksonville Jaguars team this season. They do feel different. They do feel different than they have in the past, but they're not going to be in the conversation this year. Does Calvin Ridley change that next year, you think, A.J. Hawk?
I mean, I think he definitely gives you another weapon, and people kind of forget how good Calvin Ridley can be. The dude is super explosive. He's very fast. I hope I don't know what the year off's going to do. I would assume he's working out and hanging out and doing whatever, but I'm sure he needed a change of scenery. Jacksonville, it makes a lot of sense to however the picks are going to work out whenever it does happen. Like, I think it seems like it's worth it if he can come in and play if he's not suspended anymore.
Yeah, well, I just assume it's going to be one season, and then he's going to be back.
Yeah.
I guess that's in question, though.
That's wild.
Which I get. We just
Does
learned.
he have to do his stuff? Does he have like a process he has to go through? Probably go to like meetings and different things, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, and get through it all.
Gamblers Anonymous.
Yep.
I'll tell you
real,
what.
like the DUI camp people go to for weekends.
That's in Arizona, I think, right? Isn't that Arizona?
That's here too.
Oh, yeah, that's not every DUI.
Not
is
jail.
it?
No, Arizona, they put you in jail, like in the tent jail or whatever.
Yeah,
Here,
Tent
like,
City.
a lot of places you get DUI, you go sit there with drug addicts and they tell stories.
Yeah, I've had a couple friends who are Ohio fucks who have gotten some DUIs have told tales about the tales that they were told at DUI boot camp over the weekend. Because, I guess there is levels of people that are in that DUI boot camp, from classic alcoholic who doesn't understand that Uber is still a thing, even as a young that's drunk driving, which shouldn't be doing that, all the way to people that are on their 15th DUI, you know what I mean, in Ohio, and the reason why and that whole thing. Calvin Ridley, though, he was still on the team after all that happened. Like, they didn't just immediately cut him and say, like, that's how good he is.
Yeah,
exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, he's a very good football player. They just got a lot in return for a guy who hasn't played, had a pretty heavy, when you look at it from the NFL's standpoint, a year-long suspension, so a pretty big fine, severe fine for the action. And now Jacksonville is going to take a shot. Doug Peterson should be able to get going. All right, we will keep everybody updated on the trades as they continue to roll in. About 45 minutes left until the trade window has been shut for the entirety of the NFL season. The PAFL 2022 and the 2022 PAFL season.
Boom.
Now it's time to continue to get smarter like we have this entire PAFL season with a chance to dive deep into the big bodies of the football game. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for In the Trenches with AQ Shipley.
Yeah!
Hey, baby AQ.
Hey, we're going to skip this one. We'll come back to this one.
What?
What are you talking about?
This is the one you sent me a text message about last night.
What?
So why are we skipping?
You want to go right to it?
Well, I'd just like to talk about it because,
all right.
AQ has shown and proved himself to be a little bit of a scumbag.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
In this particular.
Hates Joe DiNardo.
Hates Joe DiNardo. But not even that. That is a problem.
That's a big problem.
It is a big problem.
Yeah.
But another problem we've had is him talking about what offensive linemen are thinking during plays. Last night, Monday Night Football, we saw exactly what he's been talking about, where if a guy, offensive lineman, has no work, what are they doing?
Looking for ribs.
And Betonia did that last night on Trey Hendrickson, and it changed the entirety of the game. I mean, it completely changed them, completely changed how everything went. And
how awesome was that?
I immediately thought of you whenever it happened because it was it affected the game. It changed the game completely. Trey Hendrickson is a fucking stud, and they were rubbing his back and his ribs and his spine, and it's all because Betonia.
Look at him. Target locked. Beep. Target locked. Beep.
Incoming.
Oh, man.
One of the best guards, if not the best guard in football.
Completely legal. This is completely legal.
Completely legal. I loved your text back to me. You said you love that.
You love that.
Loved everything.
Trey Hendrickson, guy's got no gloves on, tough guy.
Yeah.
He's
Hard
engaged
worker.
with the tackle. He's a star of this game. Trey Hendrickson, one of the stars of this game.
Yeah, paid him
He's
a lot
on
of
the
money.
graphic.
And all of a sudden, we're seeing him on the sideline getting a rub, and they do the slow-mo of it, and it is clear as day exactly what you said. Look for ribs, boys. And Betonia was like, give me that.
No.
And now it affected the rest of the game. It affected everything.
it.
I felt smarter because you told me about it. Didn't love while I was watching it, but hey, that's the game out there. That's it. You guys
You didn't love it. I loved it. I loved every second of it. Listen, that is what is the game.
That's football. You're
That's the best part. Look, if you watch the beginning of this play, watch how he helps his center first. This guy goes, oh, look at him helping. Help his center. Great teammate.
Yep.
And now we go get another help with the tackle. Bull rush, stud, boom. Let's go.
Boom.
Let's go.
Boom, Dahn.
Boom.
That's everything you guys are looking for. Affected the rest of the game. Trey Hendrickson wasn't able to rush the way he was rushing before that. And after that, hopefully he'll be back next week.
I hope
Better
so.
be.
Jeez, hope you guys feel good. Batonio, good play. It's legal.
Way to go, Joel.
He felt good about it. Hey, I like starting off with a little bump. Huh? It was good to start off with a little bump today.
Well, I just feel like it's something you've been talking about. And then whenever we see it come in real life situation, it's like, I guess you do know.
I know a little bit. I know a little
football.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a group that is
football.
ever since he went out, this group has really come together. We saw the run game come alive. They're going to run a pirate stunt, so they're going to slant here. He's going to play over the top. Just watch this. This is poetry in motion. Tight end block. He goes to get him. He's going to work here, but check this out. They're going to work in conjunction here. He's going to play here. He's going to play over the top. Watch this. Look. Double team here. Now watch him get off here now over the guy over the top. Look at that fucking hole.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
Wow.
How come they don't block like that for Zeke?
I mean, that's unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah. That is unbelievable.
It's huge.
Is that a big...
Can we get yards on that? Can we get yards?
I don't know.
I don't know.
6, 7.
We did not calibrate.
Okay, that's okay. But we're going to say that's about 10 yards to run through, right? Wow.
What are you saying? Tony Pollard is getting a lot of credit?
Look at this wall. Look at this wall, though.
Bears defensive line just slanting right into it.
Look at that Ravens linebacker
Slanted,
caught up in the
and
wash.
they picked it up. And that's the thing. AJ knows it, right? Like, you run a pirate stunt, they got to get penetration there. They do not. They do a fantastic job. They're literally running the zone right into it. They pick it up. They create the wall. He can just run for daylight.
That's incredible work by the big boys of Cowboys, you're saying.
Unbelievable. Hey, this is one thing that has to happen in today's game with the offensive line. We want easy plays for the group, right? Because it's hard as shit to block these guys, right? So we want easy plays. Basically, all of these guys just got to kind of turn and seal one way. We're going to not block him, J.J. Watt. We're not going to block him. We're going to fake this dive. This is 3rd and 1. Wait till you see how much fucking space is in this one. This is unbelievable. It's a little gadget play you run on 3rd and 1. You're going to fake the dive. Literally, not block him and him because they're going to have to play the dive. As soon as they send him in motion, this is to the nub side tight end. Nub side being the tight end over here. Everybody else is over there. Fake the dive, and then we're going to get the toss. Wait till you see this one. Don't block him. Don't block him. We get him arcing for this. Right here. He got him one-on-one right here. Now watch this. Look where his eyes are. He thinks the fucking dive. Right there. He's got the ball. Nope. There's the ball.
Oh, no.
Oh, see ya.
No.
Jeez.
Oh, no.
Look at that.
Oh, no.
25 yards.
They got Hockenson now, too.
Oh, my
jeez.
Come on.
That's Hockenson right there. There he is. He's blocking out in the perimeter.
Took him out.
Hey, how great is that, too? Goes and seeks contact with one of the baddest safeties in the league. Goes and finds Buda Baker. Doesn't try and run away from him. Watch this. We're going to find Buda, and we're going to literally bring on contact. Boom. We're going to find him.
The tight end is still blocking that guy.
Let's go find him. Instead of running here, trying to run away from him, we're just going to go right at him. Boom. Boom. Oh. Boom. Great tackle by Buda, though. Great tackle by Buda.
That's what standoff. Two bulls in the field.
Yeah,
love to see it.
You know
But how good is that, right? 3rd and 1.
Good play
You're
call.
just trying to get 1 yard, and you end up all that space, and you run a chunk play for, what do we got, 30-something yards on this? This is unbelievable.
At least.
AJ, there's a lot of taking advantage, I'm learning this season. It might be every single season. A lot of taking advantage of what rules are. You know, what rules are being had and what people have to do. Like JJ, he has to honor the dive. This cuz has to honor the dive. But instead, they're taking advantage of knowing that's going to happen and send this fucker way outside. That's brilliant. This is the modern age of play design. Is that what this is, you think, AJ?
I mean, yeah, it's what offensive coordinators always have to find creative ways. But I mean, it's also a risky play as well. What if JJ just crashed a little harder to get one of those big paws and he knocks that ball out and it's free ball on the ground?
That'd be a JJ
So
Watt.
it's not like it's perfect. They ran it very well. It's not like it's perfect. They still had to execute.
Let's rewind that, too, because I think this is important, too, AJ. Correct me if I'm wrong, but typically when you fake that dive like here, then the pitch usually goes opposite, does it not? That's the one we typically see.
Yeah.
I thought this
Usually
was
does.
pretty
You're
cool
right.
and pretty creative because they go to the same side.
Side pitch.
Normally that's going that way.
It's going that way. Yep. It's like a fake dive here, toss back the other way.
Yeah, that's the play call in Madden.
The end guy, is that AQ, you think the end guy has the pitch here? even
I
though
do.
Price
I
took him
think
by
he. I
surprise?
think he screwed up. But that's again like it's third
So
and
hard.
one. They're thinking this whole thing's coming down, right? And as soon as he does that, even that step right there, he would have gotten the first down, even if he recognizes right now he has the ball. Just that 1-2 steps right there, it's over. He's gonna get the first down.
Great
Great
pitch,
play.
too.
Yeah.
Great play.
Adding Hockenson to this offense. Jesus.
In the division, somebody said, get Hockenson the fuck off our team.
Yeah, he's our best player. You guys can have him.
Oh, they're going on a Super Bowl run in the division. Fucking, here you go. Hey, tell you what, man.
I'm going to fucking miss you, man.
What do you think, AJ? What do you think MCDC is saying about Hockenson in the division to the Vikings? You think he's pissed? We think he's pissed.
I would imagine he is absolutely pissed. Did he know this was happening before it happened?
Well, we think there's two different outcomes here. He didn't know, or he said, don't be like me, man. You deserve to fly like a peacock.
Place a fucking wasteland, man. Get out of here.
Yeah, spread your wings, man.
Go fly, man.
We think that's two ways. He's either pissed
What a good guy.
or he peacock, go spread your wings. So
Yeah, I think the peacock go spread your wings is more likely.
Makes more sense.
in the division, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a tough. Anyway, speaking of tough, this is unstoppable right here. What the Browns did last night on this 2-point conversion
This is
after a
awesome.
false start or whatever, this is unstoppable, isn't it, with all the meat that we got going on?
It's awesome. They literally have every single offensive lineman they have dressed in the game. They got one in at fullback. They got one in at the wing. They got everybody here. This is the only non-lineman essentially right there. And so what we're going to do, we're going to send him in motion. This is your typical power O. You only run maybe one goal line play a game if you're lucky. So this is a play that's in every week. They have repped this 100 times, maybe just to run this one time. Now it's probably going to be out of the arsenal for a while. They got something else cooking. But we get some down blocks. We get the puller. We get him coming through. The key is my man getting full head of steam on the extra backer. This is a typical 6-2 defense you get on defense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cover down. You get a gap here. You get a gap here. You can typically get extra backer. This is the floater. He's going to go with the guy in motion. This guy's basically cleanup. You basically have to beat him. He's the unblocked guy. But the key is watch him literally stonewall the extra backer on the end of the line. We're going to get the pulling guard up through with the fullback. Watch this stonewall.
no.
This is the key to watch.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Adding insult to
finish,
injury.
too.
Adding insult to injury, right?
So, hey, just quick question here.
Got to go low.
Because, by the way, I heard you did that to AQ. AQ was playing fullback,
Yeah.
and you two were about to meet in the hole, and you tried to saw off his left thigh, and at the same time, you just put your helmet directly through his forearm. He had like a bruise for a week and a half because of you.
Thought I broke my forearm, AJ. Thanks. Appreciate
Go
that.
go
Right
low
on.
now.
Man, look at you. You think I can take AQ on up high? No chance.
Well, we actually had a full conversation about what you thought as the play was building. You're like, look at this fucking massive dude with this head. I'm sawing through this guy's thigh with your helmet, and instead his arm just so happened to be a little bit of a shield.
Went low there.
Yeah, just couldn't use his left arm for a week, AJ.
That's all.
Anyways, when you're talking about this guy, this particular fella here is the spy, the follow on that. That does not matter because you only need this many yards, right?
Correct. He's the guy that what do we say every week, right? Running
Beat
back's got to
one.
beat one.
This guy's not even in the play, though, because how far back he is, right?
Correct.
With this that's way too much space for a half-yard gain there. This
Correct.
is this an unstoppable play?
Yeah, I mean, from the one, right? Like, it's completely unstoppable. And then you put another lineman in the backfield as the fullback, just kind of clearing this hole. If there's any color there or any color there, my man, along with the pulling guard, they're just there to cave the hole. That's it. Boom. And it doesn't even matter. Like, okay, he's in the hole. He's getting hit by something.
It's impossible to stop, it feels
Yeah.
like.
How common are those 4-point stances from the O-line when they're that close? How common is that?
Yeah, that's big. On the goal line, that's a really big thing because these guys, we call them root hoggers. Root hoggers, right? They're trying to take out your legs. So, literally, these guys try and do the same exact thing, just gets them another couple inches lower, and they try and get underneath and dig them out. That's the whole thing. You're trying to dig them out.
Dig it out.
Dig it out.
Dig them out.
Dig the roots out.
Yep. Dig all those roots out.
4-point stance for those watching at home that don't know.
A lot of times you'll see the center getting a 4-point too. He's there, puts his other hand on the ground.
Then you know.
4 points of contact with the ground, one human.
What?
Both legs, both arms. 3-point stance.
Invincible. A lot of white knuckles.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
You bringing it or not, AJ?
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. The only way you beat this is if you have multiple D linemen on that side, get some unbelievable penetration.
Yep,
Only
exactly
way.
right.
Or you have Vince Papale, where you didn't the
exactly
knuckles.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I think Vince Papale kind of gets bodied in this one. I think in this, Vince Papale does not do
Damn.
well.
He's probably laying on the ground there like 59.
Yeah, I think maybe even worse. Like maybe he. Oh, look at that! That's a solid shot out of the.
I mean, that's an unbelievable shot.
Then he jumped on him.
Yeah, it's illegal.
Why is he so rude?
Come on.
He's so rude for.
You already got him.
Guy gets a 15-yard head start on old 59. No edge, no chance. No edge, no chance. What's the edge? Boom, boom.
Oh my
That's it
God.
right there.
Jeez. Watch him run off the field, too. If you keep playing it, he's so juiced. Run to the sideline. Look at
Oh, yeah.
I did it.
We got in.
He made Sports Center.
This.
Oh! Is he saying that?
Yeah.
Oh! I think my biggest issue, though, with the whole play is just, AJ, is this the proper depth for these linebackers? What do they got? Is this the depth that they're supposed to be?
Well, it depends. Like, I always was kind of in between. Sometimes I would line up even deeper and get, like, in a running stance and stagger my feet so I can run and dive and have a chance.
Are you going over top here, or are you going low as hell?
Either way, you're screwed there. You're throwing your head up trying to create a pile somehow.
Bobby Spillane versus Derrick Henry
With
last
Derrick
year.
Henry, yeah. 2 years ago?
Yeah.
2 years ago. COVID year. Nobody in the stands. Remember, that's why.
Starting at the uprights and then taking off.
Yeah.
You heard it.
I don't know how you stop that, though. In Chubb,
D-line has to stop it.
they have to get penetration. you think?
Penetration.
But how are they going
Penetration and the linebackers come up, make a tackle.
These
Half a
if
yard?
these O linemen are
You
a
have to
tad
dominate.
high.
They have to, like, dominate a couple one-on-ones, which is really tough to do from a 1 yard line.
It's also tough to like. I feel as though Chubb every time is breaking
95
one
did a good
tackle.
job.
Like the first
Yeah,
guy
he actually
usually
does good,
break
right?
down.
Yeah, he was a little high in turn, but he did a good job initially, like, creating a little pile there.
But if you're getting 3 shots at that, if you're the Browns, it's unstoppable. Like,
Yeah.
that's an unstoppable play.
Percentages.
Yeah.
Getting 1 yard.
And this offensive line is playing at an extremely high level.
Best in the league, you've said numerous
I've said
times.
it.
Chubb has he has 800-yard games in his first 5 seasons or something in all of them, and he's among, like, I think Adrian Peterson, Emmitt Smith,
LaDainian Tomlinson,
Walter Payton,
and there's like literally just him, and then 4 of the greatest
Jim
running
Brown.
backs. 4 of the greatest running backs of all time. They showed it as a graphic last night. Chubb is doing historic things, and he's been splitting reps. Remember, he's been splitting reps with Kareem Hunt his entire career there. He's been doing historic shit right now.
Yeah.
And you're saying the offensive line also needs a little bit. What are you saying, Ty?
Well, that's what I was just going to say. I meant to say that earlier. Trade deadline, it almost feels like that would be the best thing for the Browns is if they do trade Kareem Hunt because this guy should have 30 carries a game.
Remember last year when Baker Mayfield at the end of the year had that shoulder that Kevin Stefanski was saying publicly, it's definitely affecting his accuracy. Then that next game, he had like 60 throwing attempts, and all we saw was Chubb with a jacket on the sideline.
Yeah.
And our entire take was, oh, they're trying to lose.
Yep.
They're trying to make Baker Mayfield look bad. Why is that? Because they won't put Chubb on the fucking field. Chubb always does something great when he's on the field. I'm happy, like, everybody's seemingly to understand that now because Chubb is not a talker. Chubb's very quiet.
No.
Chubb is like kind of reserved, and he is a fucking dog on a football field. And I think that Browns team, they know it. They should at least at this point, you know. What about this squad? This guy's the king of the rushers there for the last couple of years.
Hey, this is awesome stuff. It starts with their group up front. Ben Jones. We all saw the clip with him and Vrabel. Everybody loves him. He's played 11 years. I think he's only missed 1 fucking game his entire career. This guy's an Iron Man. Absolute stud in the middle. But the key to this is, what do we have here? Tannehill's out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We got Malik Willis. So anytime we got a little zone read action going on, that's going to be the key. He's going to hesitate. They are going to hand this off. The move that he puts on him, right down this hash, is going to blow your mind. It's going to blow your absolute mind. But hold on, let's stop it real quick. The thing I love about this is your classic inside zone week. It's a classic inside zone week. Basically just kick out, kick out. But the thing that I love what they're doing, they're not trying to stretch it. This is a designed cutback. He has an unbelievable block, finishes this guy on top. He's going to climb up. He's going to seal. This ball typically would go here, and then you're going to read, get the cutback. But what's going to happen, it's going to go straight down this hash mark. They are all sealing this way. That is the other beautiful thing about what's happening in the offensive line right now. They are using the defensive lineman against them. Hey, listen, cool, you want to rush upfield? Cool, we'll just turn you out. That's all they're doing. And watch him hit this 100 miles an hour down the hash, and watch the move that he puts on him to finish this thing. This is unbelievable. This guy's 6'4", 250 pounds running the ball. That little hesitation, right? We talked about it.
Had to, because he has to respect
Has to
this
respect
guy.
it.
Oh, no.
Now watch this.
Oh.
Wait for it.
Oh,
my God.
How big is he?
6'4",
That's not fair.
250. Is that unbelievable? If you can get this guy running in open space one-on-one with a safety.
Nighty-night.
It's over.
You get that look where he's downhill, shoulders square, and he's downhill. You're never going to stop him.
Honestly, best case scenario for that guy because he could have just been part of the field still.
Yeah. Run right through his face.
Yeah.
You're talking about railroad.
Yeah.
Golly.
He's on the tracks.
Nice move.
Dude
I mean, how good is that?
Dude is different.
Different is
Dude,
right.
dude is
The
different.
finish to score, though. This counted, right? He scored.
He scored.
Unbelievable finish.
I mean, look at this, though. Look how they're all just sealing. Like, listen, okay, cool. Come downhill, because he thinks, oh, this is an inside zone this way. I got him. Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Oh, I got him. I got him to the inside gap. No, you don't. We're just sealing. We're using what the defenders do against us to get my man rolling downhill.
Jeez.
Nothing old Cuzzy can do there. It's 53 and a third than you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's a tough spot to be with Derrick Henry running actually down
Got no chance.
football fields, train tracks there as the hashes. Good for the Titans figuring it out.
Yeah. Good squad.
Good for the Titans figuring it out. Malik Willis, is Tannehill back? Do we know if Tannehill's coming back?
Well, I think in terms of having a balanced attack, they need to get him back because I'm pretty sure Malik Willis in the second half didn't throw a pass until halfway through the fourth
Threw
quarter.
55 yards.
Yeah,
I
he
know
was
that.
5 to 10, I believe.
So if you want to pass a game, we need Tannehill back. But
Are you
this
thinking
gives
defenses
you
in the NFL will be able to figure it out if you're only throwing the ball for 55 yards a
you
game?
can
And that's
just-
going to be tough, I think.
Zach wasn't.
Sustained success.
load the box up. I mean, it's tough. You got to have a little bit of a balanced attack because
But what you're saying is this guy has to respect it just a little bit.
has to respect it. Just that little hesitation right there. Can't make it.
Boom.
He's
Boom.
running through.
Boom.
Oh.
Boom.
Oh!
This team's always on this in the trenches. Look at him. He just got jacked up. Look at the shoulder
Always.
strap.
They're always on it. They
Hey, Jay, you
always
see
got
the pants go up there whenever this fucking
Yeah.
guy seen the Niners clip come on. This is porn for old AQ.
I love watching
love
this
it.
group. And this is nothing. I mean, you're always going to get some type of eye candy. You're going to get somebody going back across the grain. The key is this guy. You're going to give him a hole and just watch what he's able to do. I want to keep highlighting this because he's a game changer. They obviously just lost Jeff Wilson. But check this out. You get the cross motion right here. So everybody's going across. You're going to get the little crack block right here. And then look at the vision. Literally, he can hit this anywhere. He sees it right now. I'm going right there. And look at that hole. What do we got, boys?
A big gaping hole.
I mean, how good is that? How good is that crack block, though? Wow.
Gorgeous. Oh, he's out.
Man, he's explosive.
I'm happy he didn't take a hit at the end there, right? Just ran out of bounds.
This guy's different, too. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, when you give him 10 yards of space to run through, untouched, and get him to the second level, he scores one running, he scores one throwing, he scores one passing. He is just going to keep getting more and more and more involved. Big boys up front. We got Trent Williams back. We got Banks playing at a high level. We got everybody up front. Kittle's blocking his ass off in the run game. Dwelly stepping in for Juszczyk. Hey, game ball to my guy last week.
Game ball.
Yeah,
baby.
Steps in for Juszczyk. Does a fantastic job in the run game. Man, this team is, hey, I told you from the beginning.
Yeah, they're going to win, you said.
They're going to win. They're going to be good. And they are going to continue to win.
I think Christian McCaffrey, big deal, only third-round picks they gave for him.
Yeah, so Carolina sucked and not Christian McCaffrey. Well, I never thought.
Carolina won a game after, remember?
They did.
True. After Christian left.
Beat Tom Brady.
Almost beat the Falcons last week, too.
Yeah, the Bucs.
Oh, 2 kicks. Eddie Pinheiro.
Tough one. Tough one. Helmet.
Oh.
Can't take the helmet off.
DJ Moore.
Well, technically.
Well, just make a kick, too.
Yeah.
He's got to make the kick. But
Kinda
how good
lift
is
your
this, right?
teammate up.
Same thing. They're all doing the same thing, right? They're just sealing. They're just sealing. We get the kick out on the back, and he's out the gate.
God, he's a good player, Christian McCaffrey. We talked about how there's going to come a game where we're going to say, how the fuck was he only a couple third-round draft picks? It already happened.
Yeah.
And they got a bye coming up.
Yeah.
I think they got a bye coming up, too. So
Yeah.
he's able to get like another week of
This
study.
week, I think.
And get, this week. 2 games, 10 days as a Niner. Now he gets a whole bye week, so he gets to take in more of the offense. Shanahan gets to draw up more. They get to get healthy, re-scout, revision, and kind of relaunch. this second half of the season for fucking the Niners might be a much different ball game, and I think they ascend back up into the ranks of the conversation, which they had been for a long time, which is these motherfuckers got a shot to go. I think they do, don't you?
I do. Deebo Samuel, let's also not forget, was out this game. Will be back hopefully after the bye week. I cannot wait to see some of the stuff they do, motioning him into the backfield, Deebo into the backfield, Juszczyk into the backfield, everybody into the backfield. Let's move on to some bumps, huh?
A big old bumps.
I take this very seriously, trying to find some different stuff every week, right? Sometimes we see the screen, sometimes we see some other stuff. We are focusing in on Tyler Linderbaum.
Hell yeah, go
Where's he
off.
from?
Where's he from?
Solon, Iowa.
There it is.
Hell yeah.
Iowa Hawkeye. We're also going to zoom in on number 45.
Oh, another one.
He's literally just going to climb up here, and this is a pretty routine play for the Ravens. Boom. We get the little single block. He's going to climb up to him. Now, to stay connected to a linebacker at the second level is so much harder than people think it is.
How come?
These guys are constant. They don't want to be touched, and they're so good at using your aggressiveness against you. So they do one little hand swipe, and you're leaning a little bit forward. They're out the gate making a play, and you're sitting there looking like an idiot, like chasing. I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah,
right?
you're not supposed to be out in this big space with this guy who's
Can't
much
do it.
smaller than you, much more athletic than you.
Exactly. And then once you do get connected, they're doing everything they can to get back off the block to make the play. Watch how long he stays connected. And he's just going to keep running his feet. Oh, wow.
Lindenbaum, the wrestler, huh? Taking him to the mat.
Hell
Or
yeah.
how come Warren Sapp didn't put that one on?
And look where his hands are. His hands are inside. Hands are inside. That is not holding, ladies and gentlemen.
Leg drive. Look at that leg drive right there. That's
Just-
how you teach the young lineman. He gets engaged. And he's like, see ya, I'm going to drive these legs.
What's the thing I said about Kelsey, too? Kelsey does a fantastic job staying under balance, getting his hips underneath him, belt buckle to belt buckle. If he's playing like this, Devin can throw him. But watch. He just gets belt buckle to belt buckle and just runs. Boom! And finishes with a slam.
Yeah, some people are saying he's not trying.
Some people are saying that.
Who?
They can say what he wants,
45.
but man, that looks bad on film, doesn't it?
If
ladies
you're
and boys?
trying or not trying, this is still going to fucking hurt.
Yeah.
Man.
That hurts, and man, these guys.
Boom! He gets schoolboyed at the end of that thing.
Boy, he is one tough son of a bitch, AQ.
How awesome is that, huh?
Yeah.
He is.
Good old Hawkeye.
Hell yeah.
What is that? Just perfect form, you're saying?
It's unbelievable. And the way that he
Effort,
just
too.
finished, exactly.
Lamar is sweet.
Then you got to get up and do it
AQ,
again.
so much of O-line
Yeah.
is just effort. Like effort down the field, just to never quit and always be a pest. I feel like those are the worst guys to go against. They don't have to even have great fundamentals.
You just hit the buzzword that most defensive linemen, linebackers hate, pest, gnat, right? Like the guys that are constantly playing through the whistle, not to the whistle, not even before the whistle. The guys that are trying to do this shit at the end of plays, bury you, put you down, pull you back, do some of the vet stuff to just kind of piss you off, and the late hold here and just a little extra jab at the end. This is the shit you hate playing against.
Damn.
He's in the fucking air. That guy's 3 what? Probably 310.
Yeah. It's unbelievable, right?
I just want to let him know that I appreciate the fact that he went from wrestler to young, dominant center in the NFL like that because he's an Iowa Hawkeye.
That's right, baby. Shades of Marshall Yonda.
He'd probably be the most explosive player on the offense right now if he was be there.
Oh,
now.
without
hey,
doubt.
big win over Northwestern.
Huge.
Let's
They're
go.
back. They're back. Hey, watch the college football rankings tonight. Iowa may sneak in. We don't know.
I don't.
You never know.
Are they ranking all 131?
Maybe.
Are they ranking all 131?
They might be.
Tonight on Tuesday.
I hope so.
I almost became a voice of Iowa this weekend. You know, whenever I started talking about it. Yeah, a lot of people echoing the sentiment about Iowa. How's Penn State? You guys good or no?
We'll go 10-2, 9-3.
Yeah, they'll never win the big game.
It's pretty typical.
Yeah, but AQ was in the house. They beat Minnesota.
Yeah,
Sure, they can be Minnesota. They'll never win the big game.
Which one's that?
Ohio State,
The one you just
Big
saw.
Ten championship, and anyone that really matters won't happen. But they'll give that coach a fat contract.
No, you guys can start recruiting back in there, I think. Don't you think you guys can keep up with NIL deal and everything like that?
Just got to win those games. I mean, it's like you've seen the record. It's
You
like
won't.
1-8 or 1-9.
Yep, you won't.
There was one,
Thanks,
though?
Connor. Yeah, it was Ohio State. Remember the block kick?
Oh, yeah.
Is that when he was going to fight a fan? You remember old buddy was going to fight a fan? That was awesome.
That was
Yeah.
awesome.
You guys will. Hey, come on. Let's go.
we
we
go.
are.
Come on.
Maybe next year. Come on.
We are.
Can't do it after a loss. That's like the OH up there.
Well, how are you going to bounce back if you don't do it?
Well, once they get the win, then we bounce.
This feels like it's potentially you leaving ducks on a pond like what AJ did. And remember when AJ did that, they lost to Michigan.
Yep, and the Ohio State basketball team lost to a 15 seed.
Boom.
in the March Madness.
You don't want to do that to Penn State, do you? They're already 1-9 against ranked opponents or whatever. You want to make that even worse, pal?
Nah, let's do it again.
Not yet. We're forcing it now.
Yeah, now we can't.
Now we can't.
No, we can't do it. It's too uncomfortable.
Let's go talk about another Pennsylvania team, huh? What do you think?
Let's do it.
Ooh.
2 Pennsylvania teams.
Well, Pittsburgh's just really its own fucking.
Oh, okay. They're their own thing. AJ, you notice
Look like
anything?
The Lone
Look like they hurried to the line.
You
They
notice
hurried to
any-
the line, AQ?
Why'd they hurry to the line? You notice anything right here?
Because they got it unbalanced. it looks
There
like
you go. So we got the unbalanced. You got the left tackle, Mailata, comes over here. They're trying to catch them in a little situation, short yardage. He's already lined up here, so what are you thinking? You're probably going to get a quick toss, right? They're thinking this might be their little QB sneak thing that Philly's shown all year long, right? They get in there, they're going to do a QB sneak. I told you something was going to be coming out off of it. Here it is. They go unbalanced, quick. They're trying to catch them off guard. They're going to get the quick toss. Check out Jordan Mailata, who weighs 380 pounds.
Former
Climb up
rugby
here.
player?
Let's rewind that. Let's rewind that and watch what Miles Jack gets coming his way. Miles Jack thinks it's the sneak. I'm going to hit the A gap or the B gap. Here we are. Oh, now I'm going to come out of it. And 380 pounds is waiting with you not looking.
Oh, damn.
What's going to happen?
Boom! Oh, God.
Poor Miles. That's what he gets for hustling.
Boom. I mean, how good is that?
God.
You don't see that within the box. These types of hits don't happen often in the box. Even if he catches him late with his eyes, typically, yeah, it may look bad, but he's not going to go down. It's not going to be a kill shot, right? This is a kill shot.
Whoa. Yo, AQ, I think since he was moving to his right and then he came back inside, he was outside the tackle box, and that's a penalty.
It's a crock.
Yeah, it seems like you cheated.
Still within the box. Where
Yeah,
it starts,
but-
boys.
I
Where
mean,
it starts.
You know it's bad, too, when Bobby Spillane can't even get off his block.
Yeah.
Dude, look at all the. I mean, look at everybody thought it was a dive.
Yep. Look at all the bodies. Carnage right there.
Sirianni doing some pretty good coaching stuff, huh?
Some really good stuff. But, man, how awesome is this? Seeing that at the second level. When they go in and watch film, this guy is a hero. Like, hey, let's rewatch that 30 times, you know? Let's rewatch that 20 times. And then Miles Jack sitting there saying, "Can we fast forward this motherfucker? Can we go to the next play?"
How come we all thought it was a dive? Huh? How come we all thought it was the dive? We're all in here. We're all in here. How come we didn't have this on film, Coach? How come? Because then I got to live through this. The Eagles seem to be doing everything right.
Doing some awesome stuff.
Who's the run game coordinator? Do you know?
So Jeff Stoutland's the offensive line coach. Fantastic coach. Was at Alabama. Was at Michigan State. He's been with the Eagles now for 10 years. He's been there for a while. He's been there most of the time with Kelsey. He's awesome.
So who is it? The Eagles, the Niners, the Falcons have been on here a lot, and you think the Cleveland Browns had the best offensive line in sports. Those are the four, I think, that have been showcased on here that you really appreciate.
And Seattle. I love what Seattle's doing in the run game.
Oh, yeah, you didn't put Seattle on here.
Ah.
Oh, you hate the Seahawks.
Wow. That was an interesting game. You had two of the best rushing teams in the league, and I think Walker at 50 yards, Barkley at 50 yards.
Yeah.
So
They're two
the
worst
game plan
games.
was we're going to stop the run.
So that's why they weren't featured today. No offense to Seattle Seahawks.
No offense.
No, love what they're doing.
Love what they're doing. Maybe next week.
They get really upset about us whenever we talk about them and how we talk about them.
Yeah.
Because of how we had to talk about them before when they did stink.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm happy they don't stink anymore. Seem to be a fun team to be a fan of right now.
They do.
Pete Carroll's cutting promos about what life is like as a Seahawk right now. Geno Smith showing incredible leadership and great football IQ. Defense is flying around. The run game seems to have it figured out.
Yeah.
It's great to be a part of Seahawks right
It's a
now.
good
Big
football
time.
team. Not a lot of people having any mention of the Russ stuff either. You know, it seems like everyone's kind of coming around on maybe he was a big wet noodle asshole, you know, up there in Seattle. And
Yep. What was that?
Big wet noodle asshole.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's not fun being a Broncos fan. They're selling their team right now. Chubb's gone.
Sell.
Yeah. The exact opposite of what Seattle's doing.
Boom. All right, we got about 14 minutes until the trade window ends. Appreciate you, AQ. That was great. I feel like I got smarter in there. You know, I watch some film. I watch games. Yeah, I call it film.
Yeah, it is.
I'm watching games. I'm watching film.
Goddamn right.
And I see some offensive lines do some things, and I feel like I actually know what the fuck's going on and what the attempt was. Like that whole, duo or whatever the fuck you call it for whoever's doing it. But there is a clear difference in how I watch offensive linemen now, who are obviously trying to get off one and go to the next level, and whether they get there or they don't get there, why they get there, why they don't get there, because they're not supposed to. That is a big body in space. But whenever a big run happens and you kind of see that shit, I feel much smarter. So I appreciate everything you do for us.
Thank you. A lot of big gaping holes on today's thing. That was the big thing today. A lot of big holes.
None from the Seahawks, though.
No.
Which is odd.
AQ Shipley said.
Or from the Patriots. Weird.
Well,
but Geno Smith was throwing dimes, dropping them in a bucket.
He's been doing that all season.
It's unbelievable.
Hey, we didn't talk about it here on In the Trenches, but we have talked about it as a show. Does Jonathan Taylor fucking stink at running back all of a sudden? Or is it the offensive line? And was the offensive line really good last year and Jonathan Taylor was better last year? Like, why is there such a drastic difference in the Jonathan Taylor experience as an Indianapolis Colts fan than it was last year? And we paid offensive linemen, I thought. So what the hell is going on in Indy? Do you know anything? Have you watched their film? And is it Jonathan Taylor forgot how to play football, or is it what is it?
So here's my breakdown.
Oh, shit. So you have
Here we go.
Okay,
I've watched quite a bit. And historically, over the last couple of years, they've had a great group. 2 years ago, they were doing fantastic things in the run game. Last year, doing pretty good things in the run game. Taylor has a big year, right? This year, not so hot to start off the season, right? Offensive line, execution, missing blocks, miscommunication, late effort things like AJ talked about, right? Some of the effort things, maybe not finishing the block, guy falls off. So what does that do to Jonathan Taylor now? He sees the hole was there, he goes to hit the hole, and now he's getting tackled. So now what does that cause?
Second
guessing, a little indecision, right? And so now you get some stutter steps in the backfield. So it's a combination of both. There were some clips where I thought that he could have hit the hole 100 miles an hour, but again, some second guessing, maybe a little color spooks him. And here we are. And,
of course,
you see what I did there?
Is that kind of like a quarterback who starts his career just getting fucking blasted all the time, and now he's looking down at the line?
There's so much that goes into it. I mean,
it's humans.
Quarterbacks being comfortable in a pocket, like there's something to that. Like they start getting hit a little bit, their feet start moving a little bit.
If it's about the Colts, I don't want to hear it.
It's about one of the things he said that could be a problem. Like the communication, I understand because they've had different quarterbacks, but isn't the offense the same? So like, what is the miscommunication up front?
Fuck. We don't need you pointing things.
I mean, there's been some things that have been mind blowing to watch on tape. Like not.
Let's not gloom and doom too much.
Certainly doesn't help either when your Navy SEAL quarterback is KIA. Before the midway point of the season.
All right.
Before the season starts.
Talking about football, not actual military. Please, no
Well-
offense. We have a lot of respect for everybody that's in the actual military, but. Sounds like you've done some real research on this Colts team. Gloom and doom, you're saying this team fucking stinks at the offensive line? Is that what you're saying? Or you're saying...
I think there's some issues. I think they got to
They
figure it out.
fired the offensive coordinator, though.
They did.
Yeah, that'll change
Brady.
everything.
It's all fixed now. Nothing else to talk about. It's fixed.
Okay.
We're good.
What was some of the stuff you've seen on film that was just alarming?
Some of the communication stuff, especially in pass protection early in the season, it was like blowing my mind. Like, clearly seeing guys going over here, clearly seeing the back release, no one blocking this guy, not sifting if it is that. Like, back should stay in, should he not stay in? Should they sift it, should they not sift it? There's a million different things in the first 4 weeks of the season, especially in the Jaguars early in the season.
Supposed to be a good offensive line.
Yeah, who's that on? Quarterback,
Yeah,
center?
and that's the thing. Like, I don't know who's controlling their operation, whether it's the quarterback or the center.
Boy, that's an issue.
Top 100 player at center. He's fucking been around. Maybe we let him control.
Maybe he has been.
AQ, did you like did you like setting the protection ever when you were the center?
I liked it. I did like it. But, I mean, I see the benefits of both. The quarterbacks have a different advantage, and there was a ton of times over the course of my career where I see it based on if the slot's backed up, right? So the slot defender, if he's backed up by a safety, we count him as part of the count as if he can come, right? But coverage distribution, quarterbacks see it completely different. So they might be like, okay, cool, they're just fucking with you because they're setting him up over there, but I know he can't come. X him. Now that's the Sam. Now we push the Mike one back. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because you're always trying to count who's in the box, right? That's all of the pointing of the mic. That's the mic in the box, right? Is the conversation.
But what AQ's like glossing over is he has to do all that in like 10 seconds, 8 seconds, while the defense is moving and disguising too, and you're tired, and you maybe just got dinged up the play.
And remember the cadence. And remember...
there you go.
Which 9 times out of 10, I'd get up there, 4 down, Mike's 52, make sure we're all... Hey, what's the count? What's the count?
Yeah, what number
Yep.
are we on?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because it's amazing, like the amount of things you have to figure out,
Yeah.
and then the most basic one. Whoa, fuck!
Yeah.
When are we snapping this? And then how about kind of got talked about this past weekend because of a penalty that happened, and Clint, I think his name is the ref. He's a good one. Cleat
Blakeman.
He's a good one, right? Kind of jacked up, little younger ref. He's a good ref. He called the defense was barking or saying something, and he had to call it. And the way he said it was, no, he actually started laughing in the middle. He was like, unnecessary, unbecoming, whatever, first down for the thing, and he kind of walked away. I appreciated that moment, but it led to a conversation about how D linemen and others, the whole make a sound that sounds like a cadence without getting caught with saying a sound of the cadence, because especially in a loud environment, that offensive line is like hair trigger ready to go. That became a good game. There was a little bit of a stretch in the NFL where that was a big deal. Like weekly people were jumping off sides with that, right? Moved into special teams. That's how I heard about it.
Same thing with whenever they quick shift.
Yeah.
Quick shift gets you all the time, too. You're like, you get that little flinch, and you're like,
It's amazing you guys aren't allowed to budge.
Yeah.
That makes no sense to me. 300 and some pounds, they're standing in an uncomfortable position. And sometimes you're allowed to stand up and like make a full thing. And then sometimes once you get set, you're not allowed to move again. So you have to not get set. What is it?
as long as you don't put your hand down, you can do all that stuff. That's why you see like the guards and tackles they're here, they don't put their hand in the ground. So then whenever something changes, they can kind of.
So I would never put my fucking hand in the ground.
ever.
Yeah, but then a lot of people want you to put your hand in the ground because it's a lot harder to run the ball when your hand's not in the ground. And then also when you're doing the play action stuff, coming out, staying low, it's lots harder to stay low.
Hold on, I've seen tackles in 2-point though get it whenever they move their head like this, but then like next play they're like looking around.
Well, I think there's a difference between like the sudden movement, like the quick flinch, versus Hayes
Trying to
changing
get
the
the
call in
cadence.
Seattle. You can't hear shit. I can walk all the way in. Okay, cool, come back out.
So it's once you get set almost. Like once you're in lock statue mode,
Yep.
you ain't allowed to fucking move. You'd see me dancing out there.
Yeah,
It'd be
just
a
never be locked.
A lot of this. Well, then we wouldn't be able to go 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Right.
So you have to stand. It's a weird thing
Yeah.
that some of the most athletic people on earth are standing just a couple feet away from you. They can move. They can get a full run-up thing, and you're not even allowed to.
And they're barking and shit.
You do that, it's fucking. No way you're getting first down on this drive. You fucked up everything. You ruined everything. Get that guy the fuck out of here. And you're getting called out. Number 68, fucking left guard. I don't know if you guys saw him. Moved.
Can't
Look,
have it.
he's either dumb
Can't
or
have
afraid. One or the other. You tell me 5-yard penalty, repeat third down. It's a wild position. We appreciate you breaking it down for us. We're coming into the closing 5 minutes of the trade deadline, trade window. We had planned on going live until 4 o'clock today to get in all of the trades. 5 minutes remaining. I just saw Ty Schmidt shake his head. The Green Bay Packers have not made any moves. We thought the Green Bay Packers might make moves. We on this show have to cover the Green Bay Packers more than everybody else because we have the quarterback come on every week and we become a fan. And this guy's the all-time leading tackler of the Packers. So we're obviously going to talk about it. I had hopes that the Packers were going to make moves. It sounded like Aaron did as well. What are your thoughts here with 5 minutes to go and nothing has happened?
Yeah, it stinks. I mean, I suppose that something could happen late, and we maybe don't hear about it until 4:15 or like 4:30. But I have a feeling that if they would have done something, we probably would have heard it by now. So I don't know. You have what you got, and you better hope that those guys start playing better.
Dolphins make some plays. Steelers make some plays. Bears were pretty active.
Hell yeah.
Vikings get better. And that's trade deadline 2022, it sounds
Yep.
like. That's everything, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Denver unloading.
Mm-hmm.
Jags for next year.
Yep.
Steelers for next year.
Lions banking picks to make a Super Bowl run.
Thank you, AJ.
Hell yeah. Well, they're going to have to run into the TJ Hockenson-led Vikings next year.
Look out.
A couple times. What a wild day for Lions fans there.
Hell yeah.
Well, when you're at the bottom, it really can't get that much worse, you know.
Doesn't fucking matter.
Exactly. It doesn't matter.
Whoa. Doesn't fucking. You think it matters? You think it doesn't fucking matter to this guy?
I think
some
that
people.
guy's upset. Like, I don't know how he trades away his marquee tight end. That's why I'm fucking upset, too.
You're upset because you think not only did our team give away our best weapon to somebody in the division that we're going to have to play 2 times probably for the next 5 to 10 years because he is a little bit younger. He's not like an old in the tooth type tight end. But also, our head coach is a fucking tight end. You're getting rid of him. You're basically telling him, you're next, pal.
Yeah.
One tight end's gone. Wait till the head coach tight end's fucking gone.
Yeah. How many excuses do you get for him? You know, if we're 1-6 this time next year with the Lions, are we one surprised and are we two running it back again with the cool, funny head coach that is the man that does up downs? Or
You're calling for everybody's job.
I'm not calling for the job.
Yeah.
Just hypothetically in this situation.
As somebody who on game day said Kirk's got to fire his damn kid.
Yeah.
As offense coordinator, I left off at the end there. Doesn't need to go unemployed. Listen, do whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
But I just, as offense coordinator, I feel like he's kind of run its course. And I like what Pollock said. Pollock said, and he should also realize that maybe step away so he doesn't put his dad in a bad spot, which was a great take. I thought, you have been doing a lot of fire.
Get him out. Hey, look.
Fire his family.
MCDC, I'm not saying do that. Frank Reich, get his fucking ass out, sure.
Whoa,
But
jeez, fudging.
MCDC is different where I think we all like MCDC. We want him to succeed because of the character that he is. But if they are 1-6 next year at this time, would you be surprised one
Why are
or
you talking
two?
about that? That's so far away. Come on.
They still got 10-7 in a playoff period time.
True.
That they get to talk about.
They just got rid of their best player.
Beware.
What is getting rid of your best player say to your locker room going into week 9?
Rebuild.
Well,
and he's done everything right, too, right? TJ Hockenson's done everything right.
Yeah.
That's what Carolina did, and they got to win.
The Sun God will have something.
Well, PJ Walker was
But I think Robbie Anderson, he wanted out of there. They traded him out of there. Christian McCaffrey, now trading your best player, I guess they were able to get a win after that. Will they continue? Who knows how they're going to end.
Lions are going to win this. What? No, they're not. They get the Packers.
The Lions are not going to win anything.
Nyheim Hines is going to the Buffalo Bills.
Wow.
With a shot clock expiring trade on the books made official in the PAFL. Adam Schefter is reporting that the Colts are trading Nyheim Hines to the Buffalo Bills. Sources tell ESPN. Let me tell you about Nyheim Hines as a Colts fan. Let me tell you about a guy who's going to be beloved by Bills Mafia, is incredible in the community. He's fucking explosive. He actually says before he returns punts, if I die, I die. He has that type of mentality. He has that type of mindset. He has the capability of doing a round-off back McTwist flip thing in full pads. He seems to be incredibly durable. He has the ability to be a slot wide receiver, a scat back, and he can fucking hit it and get it. He just hasn't had as many opportunities because Jonathan Taylor was here, and there was a full stable in the backfield 2 years ago whenever he was good. We did pay Nyheim Hines. We thought Nyheim Hines would become one of the big-time receiving threats for the Indianapolis Colts this season. The season has not gone how everybody expected it. They paid Nyheim. He was being talked about as being shopped around. And whenever I heard that the Bills were looking for a running back, it was supposed to be Kamara. Kamara has 3 touchdowns. Don't think the Saints are going to trade him, obviously, is what we're doing. I said this morning in the kitchen over there, if Nyheim Hines goes to the Bills, nobody's going to talk about it, but Nyheim Hines is going to become a fucking weapon for the Buffalo Bills. If he has any space at all, he's gone. Hits it, gets it, fast, beloved. We're going to miss him in Indy. I don't know what messages to send in to the entire Indianapolis Colts fan base. I don't know what this means for the future, but I do know I'm happy for Nyheim Hines going to a playoff contender, a real threat, and fucking Bills Mafia, you're going to love this dude. He is awesome. So that's my take on it. We thought it was going to happen earlier, thought there was a chance it was going to happen. Now it is 4 o'clock Eastern. The trade window has ended. The Colts did make a move. They pick up some draft picks, I guess, and get rid of Nyheim Hines as the Buffalo Bills, once again, a team who is very fucking good and has a lot of weapons already, get richer. AJ, your thoughts on the Bills kind of at the last second making a play to pick up Nyheim Hines out of Indy?
Yeah, well, Josh Allen, the quarterback of Buffalo, has to be obviously happy about this. Ken Dorsey will use him. I'm just thinking of Nyheim, motioning around, run those little angle routes out of the backfield that are so tough to cover, and then he's going to whip back out and do all kinds of things just to create more matchups. When they already have so many studs, they create matchups that are favorable in their direction pretty much all game. So the rich get richer.
I thought he was going to do all those things for the Colts this year.
Yeah.
So whenever we're watching him do what he's about to do with the Bills, know that that's why I was excited about the Colts this year.
That's right.
Okay, know that that's why he was a pretty big part of my excitement, actually, about the Colts this year.
Part.
Like Nyheim Hines is a player. Not a lot of people know him because when you talk about the Colts, you talk about the running back position, you talk about Jonathan Taylor. Now the conversation about Jonathan Taylor is what the fuck is going on? Is it him or the offensive line? But in the past, you can't just be marketing 2 running backs from the same team on a team that didn't make the playoffs. So Nyheim Hines never really got his public national love that I think he probably deserves, other than when he did that backflip thing. Now he's going to go to Buffalo. He's going to be on prime time, and he's going to fucking
go off.
It's going to happen, dude. He's a player, man. He's good for the fucking community, too.
Yeah.
Big loss.
What are the Colts doing, man? We're dead, huh? We're done.
Oh, yeah.
This is it.
Yep. Good year.
It is, isn't it? We got 2 fucking Monday Night Football games still coming up against the Steelers and the Chargers.
All right.
Listen, the Broncos get on national television and people start hating the Paffle. Wait till this Colts team gets on national television again.
I mean, they'll be 3-6 after next
Dude,
week.
it's tough to watch, you know, and like Naeem is one of the
one of the top
Very
5,
dynamic.
top 3 weapons.
when he gets the ball too, it's like a little bit. Could go, you know, could go,
Score a touchdown.
could go. Like that's your thought. Oh, he could, and he just gone.
Well, he will go.
He will
In Buffalo.
Bro, Buffalo is gonna fucking. I mean, hey,
On prime time, a lot of prime time games, you're going to get to see a good amount of him.
Playoffs.
congrats to Naeem, man. I'm happy for you. We are gonna miss you in Indianapolis though, in the community and on the team though, pal.
Congrats, Naeem.
Green Bay Packers end up making no moves. Odell Beckham Jr. is still a free agent.
Yep.
Who knows when he'll be back and when he'll be healthy. Teams can still get better with free agents, but the trades can happen no longer. As of 3 minutes ago, the NFL has shut down the trade window, so we will move on to tomorrow and see the fallout. What fans are going to be pissed? Probably them.
I mean, if you're 3-8, you know, Odell's not going to want to go fucking play in the cold. So, you know, would have been a good opportunity to pick somebody up today. But hey, we'll see. You know, beat the Lions. Better fucking beat the Lions on Sunday.
Well, the Lions actually
They're
got
giving
rid
up.
of- Yeah.
So you better fucking beat the Lions
You
on
got nothing
Sunday.
to worry about.
What about the Patriots? Patriots didn't do anything today.
No, if anything,
I figured maybe you guys bring in another quarterback.
No, if anything, we already have 2 Hall of Famers. We would probably move a couple guys, and plus
Hoyer and who?
Well, true, 3, Zappy and Mac.
Oh, jeez.
We don't have to do anything because we have the Colts, and they fucking stink. And they just got rid of one of their best players.
All right.
So that's just kind of a layup. We got then a bye week, and then the Jets again. So I'm not worried at all.
All right, let's all take this in. Let's all digest it. Let's enjoy life. I can't thank you all enough for watching today. Thank you to Aaron for stopping by, Jared Allen, for the Paffle for having their trade deadline be today and trade window, giving us something to talk about. And also, big shout out to In the Trenches host, Bubble Exchange host, AQ Shipley, who is going to throw this football into this basketball hoop. And when he does as such, we'll give 10 people $500 who retweet this tweet, reply saying something nice to somebody, and put their cash tag in there because the world needs a little nicer thing said.
Let's go.
To people.
AQ.
Random winners will be selected.
Oh, look good.
Felt good.
That did look good.
Come on, AQ.
AQ, for the good of the people, for the good of the show, for the good of the program, for the good of the world.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Oh!
Oh! Oh! Sorry about it.
Felt good about that.
See you next week, AQ. Thank you so much for everything. AJ, great work today. Everybody watching, you all are the best. We can't thank you enough. We'll see you tomorrow when we talk more about the Paffle.
Hell yeah.
Big Paffle show.
Big Paffle show.
I think we have some Paffle merch if you'd like to get in on the Paffle.
Huge hockey show, too.
And that's Hockey Talk this evening, 8 p.m. Eastern at youtube.com. Oh, tomorrow.
Bruins Pens tonight.
Ooh.
Nah, don't need
Yeah.
It's early in the season. Honestly, at this point, we just need, this is preseason for hockey. Let's remember that. If you turn on the Bruins-Pens game tonight, this is preseason hockey.
Okay.
This is not an indicator of what
What if
is
the Pens
actually.
win?
Pens are due. They've lost like 13 straight.
Yeah, plus if you happen to be a Pens and Colts fan, one of those seasons is over. The other is just getting going.
Pens are favored on FanDuel.
They're favored.
Well, that's because you
Love
guys.
that.
That's because you guys
What's that?
have never experienced greatness in your first 10 games before. How long have the Bruins existed?
I don't know, 200, 300 years.
Of course. Not as long as horses, but certainly very long.
98 years.
300,
Close.
400, 98 years.
300.
They're chasing the best start to a season that the Bruins have ever had. Is that how did I read that tweet right, Nick? Through the first 10 games, they're chasing the best record they've ever had.
Yes.
It's not even 10-0. It'll be 9-1, right?
It's the hottest team that's ever come through the Garden, and we've won, I don't know, 50 Stanley Cups in those 98 years.
The fact that this is a stat, though, that you guys have sucked for the first 10 games for your entire existence until this year is wild to me. And it makes me feel even better about the Pens being the greatest hockey program in the history of hockey.
I mean, it is a tortoise in the hare situation. Why would you want to start fast? You want to finish fast.
Well, and that's what we're choosing to do, the old hair finish.
That's smart, but you don't want to start, too slow. 4-5-1 isn't a great record to, head into the
Is that where we are right now? We're 4-5-1.
If you lose tonight.
The Pens, are certainly an interesting team to follow.
Old team.
Yeah, they're old, full of grays.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Red
Old
Wings.
ass
Shut up,
team.
Fox. You guys
Old
lost
ass
fucking
team.
8 goals last
What are you
night.
talking about?
You guys don't even know how to fucking put your skates on anymore.
You guys are back. We have a fucking nice young team, and you guys are old.
Always going to have one. Always going to have a nice young team, pal. Always going to have one. And you guys are going to be watching the Pittsburgh Penguins play in the playoffs like you did the COVID year when they said, you guys don't even come to fucking Canada.
Yeah, what happened that year? Oh, you guys got eliminated in the first round just like you have last 5
because it wasn't real.
years.
It wasn't real.
That's what I'm saying.
No, you weren't even invited, so
Well,
you can't
we only
talk
play
about
for
it.
Stanley Cups. They don't play for COVID Cups.
Whatever the
Played
case.
for those in a long time.
Yeah, you guys stink. So the Bruins.
No.
Penn's big winner tonight.
I doubt it.
Las Vegas Golden Knights, they've gotten bad at hockey, too.
Oh, no. No. They play tonight as well.
Stoner.
I don't remember who they play, but they're going to beat the fuck out of whoever they do play.
They're not.
Because guess what? Stoner is fucking hot.
They play
Blazing hot.
Ovi and the Caps tonight.
Oh,
You guys are dead.
Oh,
they're
really?
calling
Because
them
the
the
Caps
crap.
You guys are fucking
Caps
dead.
went into overtime last night. You know what we're going to do? First, when they drop the puck, Stoner's going to say, Ovi, I want you. He's going to knock his fucking teeth out, rattle his cage right
Ovi
away.
doesn't have any. Ovi doesn't have any.
Well, what to the two
What are we even
side
talking
teeth
about?
he's got?
Ovi doesn't even have teeth.
He's gonna knock him out, and fucking Stoner's gonna feed him to Jackie Aces. Jackie Ace is gonna fucking eat him on the ice and wash him down with an ice cold beer.
So the Capitals win by 5 tonight, probably.
Not a chance.
Everyone.
Not a chance. You know
And
what?
the Pens beat the Bruins probably by 6 or 7.
I don't know what
you guys are about to experience what life is like as a Red Wings fan who lose by fucking 8 goals every single night.
The Pens fucking stink. And unfortunately,
we're favored tonight. Get your fucking trash team.
Exactly, which is awesome for people who want to bet and win money. The Caps, they are calling them the Crapitals this year. They are not good at hockey.
Oh,
the Vegas Golden
Not
Knights
good.
will
You can't
win.
lose to the Crapitals.
We won't. We won't.
You can't lose to the Crapitals.
Mark my words. The Vegas Knights win 4-0 tonight.
Over.
The Capitals. While Bill Carlson has a fucking hat trick. Yes.
Boom.
You've been pretty accurate.
I've been locked in. I've watched a lot of hockey so far. Okay, I haven't missed a second of this. I haven't missed a shift. of this
Who's your team?
yet.
The Blackhawks this year? Because that's where Jack is. They stink.
Hell yeah.
Worst team in hockey. They're doing all right.
They're worst
doing
team in
all right.
hockey, not just on the ice, off the ice as well.
Yeah, they got that video.
They're doing all right.
guys.
They're right in the middle.
Oh,
middle
come
pack.
on.
Yeah, they still got a
Blackhawks stink.
situation.
Sorry about it. So the Pens, best team.
No.
ever.
No. They are bottom. They are 22nd in the league out of 32.
I mean, they just lost by 20 goals in Canada.
Oh, no.
Okay.
They went through Canada and lost.
You don't even
everything.
host a hockey show anymore. Please, you don't know hockey.
What do you know? You're in the trenches. You're not in the ice.
You don't
pal.
know hockey. What are you even talking about? Nick, what's going on with the Pens? Everything you just said accurate? Are we really?
Yeah, they lost a couple games in Western Canada on a road trip early
cares?
in the season.
Who cares? Bruins are 8-1. Who cares? We're the best in the fucking league. Plus 18 goal differential. Sorry about it. Potts is off to his best start ever. He's got 7 goals and 10 assists in fucking 9 games.
Why are we favored tonight? What is something?
What is going on? I mean, we're
We're 4 scores.
Oh my God! Where's Pittsburgh?
We're 4
Jeez.
scores.
Stay
We're
down
4 scores.
there.
Jeez Louise.
Jeez.
That's
22nd. Good. Oh man.
It's a long way to the top.
Yeah. Hey Ty, nice to see you up here.
Fucking Knights are so good.
Jesus Christ.
View from up here is kind of difficult with all these other bum teams.
I fucking hate it. Why won't the Pens just be good? This bit would be so much better.
Maybe
if
it's
I
on
actually
tonight.
could say what I actually said was real, because at one point it was. You know, at one point in recent history, the Pittsburgh Penguins were the fucking wagon. Yeah. The Pittsburgh Penguins were the team that, would go on a run out of nowhere, would be beloved, not only by their fans, but by NHL fans as a whole. Mm-hmm. Hey, this is a team you should like. Greatest player of all time is playing for him right in front of your eyes. You're getting a chance to witness greatness every single night, and he plays, too. It's not like he's resting his body. No. Sidney Crosby's been playing for 45 years in the NHL ever since he's a 17-year-old. He's playing every fucking night. Gino's still there. Chris is still there. The team is unbelievable. They just stink these days. What's that all about?
Well, you can still have some excitement because if I know anything about the NHL, and I believe Sid the Kid has said this to the media, he's done everything there is to do in his career so far. He's got one thing left he wants to do, and that's play on the same line as Stoner. So who knows? Maybe you get the chance to see Sid the Kid playing in Vegas, hoisting Lord Stanley's Cup
He's never
in
seen
T-Mobile Arena, the best bar in the league.
Well, that's not true.
Sid never said that.
Yeah, no, he did.
Sid never said that.
And Phil's out there right now. Is
I
one
think
of
I
his
saw that.
best friends. He
Another
said,
pal.
Said, listen, I've done everything there is to do in this league. There's one thing left to do, and that's fucking play on the line with Stoner.
Well, see, I thought he said about playing on the line with Pasta, and we were going to bring Pasta down to Pittsburgh because Pasta hated playing for the Bruins.
No, Pasta, they brought in Pasta's best friend, David Krejci, who took the year off last year, and now Pasta's having the greatest season he's ever had already. And, for you, it's great. It's a win-win tonight. You beat the best team in the NHL, or you lose to the best team in the NHL, so there's no harm in
Why
either
are we
of them.
favored? What do you mean, Nick?
I don't know. I'd hate to see that Oh No Express get fired up tomorrow, though, after all
We're
that
underdogs.
shit we've been
We're underdogs. Yeah, we're not supposed to win tonight, so I'm not that worried about it. I'll hop on the Oh No Express. It's fun.
No, when you're an underdog.
We've all been on it. Plus, now I root for the only football team that's 500 or better in this office, so no big deal.
What are you talking about? The Giants are...
Bro,
Drew Bruce and the Giants.
Well, they're
Colts are dead. We just traded. We're dead.
Yeah.
Right? That's what that is. Is that what an indicator is right
You
there?
don't want to know what you got back.
There's not a single team.
Compensation has been put out for the Naeem Hines trade from the Indianapolis Colts to the Buffalo Bills.
15 Bibles.
In return, the Bills are trading running back Zach Moss and a 6th-round pick that can go to a 5th rounder to the Colts.
There you go.
Zach Moss.
You want a bag of balls too?
Zach Moss was an early draft pick.
Yeah, Zach Moss was their second back, and then he lost. So he's third-string running back. So
It's not bad. Maybe you guys use that 5th-round pick and get a receiver from like Saskatchewan State or something next year.
Yeah, huge.
Saskatoon State.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
That's a huge pick.
I don't understand any of it. Christian McCaffrey goes for 2 third-rounders that were because coaches fucking left. Everybody's, Carolina Panthers won. Then a guy fucking throws a touchdown, runs a touchdown, and catches a touchdown the next week. And people will still think that the Carolina Panthers won somehow. This is a 6th-round pick for fucking Naeem Hines?
And Zach Moss. Don't forget, because if Jonathan Taylor can't find
Does Zach
the hole,
Moss
he
play
will.
special teams? Does he play special teams?
I'm not sure.
Naeem Hines is our returner.
Sources are saying you get a jugs machine too.
Thank you, Zito. All right, you just fucking... That's a Chicago Bear fan. Able to say that.
Yeah.
Bear dog. Able to say that.
Same record.
That is unbelievable. Let's get out of here. All right, everybody. Hope you had a great day. It's been fun talking about the Paffle.
Yep.
Save the day.
Oh, that was in.
Ooh.
Yep.
That's the day. That's the day. Naeem Hines for a 6th-round pick. What the fuck are we doing? Just unloading a salary? Is that what that is?
On to next year.
We're done. See you guys tomorrow, man. A lot to talk about. Hey, a lot to talk about tomorrow. And we're going to do it right here on Pat McAfee Show.
Oh, yeah.
Hammer Dahns in 15 minutes. That's Hockey Talks tomorrow night at 8.
Mm-hmm.
Penguins beat the Bruins tonight.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
What channel? TNT?
ESPN.
ESPN.
In America.
Oh,
Leah
yes.
Hextall on the call.
Whole world's going to be watching.
Let's go, Pens, dude. All right, see everybody tomorrow. Feels like a couple of our teams maybe waved the white flag.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the teams that said, nah, we're going to win a Super Bowl tomorrow and more. I think we have a couple great guests tomorrow. I think. Who do we have tomorrow, Zito? We have somebody, don't we? That we don't know.
Obama?
NASCAR driver.
Ross Chastain.
Oh, yeah.
The guy who fucking floored it into the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
He'll be joining us tomorrow. Cut a great promo, too. I had the GameCube in 2006. Played NASCAR, and we used to just put it in 5th gear. You used to be able to kind of slingshot your way around there as opposed to hitting the brake. Never thought it would work, but kind of needed it to happen. It did. He's in the Final Four now or something like that. What an electrifying video. If you haven't seen it on the internet, check it out before a conversation with this guy tomorrow. Might have the biggest baletas in all of NASCAR. Purposely crashed his car to get himself up, and it ended up working. Zito just came into my ear. We don't know if that's confirmed yet, so we will not drop that news.
Okay.
That could be a big deal, though. What are you doing? Did you hear that, too?
Yeah.
Okay, we don't know if it's confirmed.
Oh, shit. What was it? How do you hear it?
So, yeah, we don't know yet. There's another guest maybe coming. You're voting yes, it sounds like.
I hope so.
Billy Joel?
It's not Billy Joel.
Joe Biden?
That'd be awesome.
It's not the president of the United
Chocolate
States.
chip.
It's not whoever that is either. Maybe. I don't know. I don't talk to this person. Is not. Maybe they say chocolate chip all the time.
No, it's a Biden thing. Chocolate chip. But chocolate chip works too. Remember?
Why did Zito just drop a bot? What are you talking about? What's a?
Because I said the president.
Oh, you're president.
No, not mine.
Yeah, he is.
My
Whoa,
president.
you're president.
Are you a traitor?
You're not a
president-
United States of American citizen?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, yeah, it's Boston Calling.
Bill Belichick.
Oh,
Bill Belichick. Sorry about it.
wow.
Sorry.
Anyways, it's not your president.
Whose president is it then?
Well, there's no presidents joining us.
Oh.
All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow. This is a really bad day for a Colts fan, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Packers too.
Bad day for the Packers.
Penguins.
Broncos. Penguins are going to save it all tonight.
Hell yeah.
Have a good one, Hammer. Dahn. It's in 15 minutes. Cheers.